All right, what's going on, chat? Actually, add that. All right. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing? Hope y'all are having a good day. Got Portland today. Appreciate the 6 months there, Phoenix. So I thought you were playing at Portland because you... I'm not playing at Portland. I'm not going to Portland. Obviously. Not going to Portland. The reason is I didn't want to go. Sorry, prediction on Uncommon Energy. You dropping... Is bracket fixing for sure? David Cohen is at Portland. Actually, I think he quit playing before I. No, no, I guess I was playing when he was playing. I never met him though. Never met David Cohen. You need to play Great Tusk Mill, guaranteed regional victory. True, it might have been the play. When do they start streaming the matches? Round 3? Yeah, it looks like round 3, but it's 8-4, so we're only gonna get 5. No, we'll get 6 rounds today. We'll get 6 rounds, yeah. As well, I had a question about the Neo Opera Energy Dragapult list. Do you think having a Colress to find the Neo Opera and Jamming Tower would be a good conclusion? No, I don't think so. I guess I don't hate it. No, I actually don't hate it, actually, the more I think about it. Mind if I asked if the decision was to not go was really last minute, or were you thinking for a while before not going? Last minute. When booking flights, hotels, etc., you get refundable options for occasions like this. Thinking about future planning? No, usually not. But I'm able to... I'm not ever the one who books my hotels, so... It's usually the group I go with. So I don't get charged. Like, I don't have to pay for the hotel if I don't go. Even if I did, though, it'd only be like 50, 70 bucks, depending on the hotel. And then for flights, I just get flight credit back for my flight. For future flights. I don't lose any money on the flights. The only thing I lose out on is entry fee. Imagine if Cohen plays Cawthon, Cinema. Actually, though. Cynthia's Garchomp or chance good if paired with Garganacl? No. Well, okay. Oh, I said no really fast there. Probably not, no. Garganacl is probably not worth including in the deck, no. It's like so much to add. You already don't play Red Candy and Cynthia's Garchomp, so. Yeah. Probably not. No, the answer is just no. I did have to think about it a little bit longer than I thought I would, but the answer is no. It's not good. Watching symbols on Azul streams, 2 ghosts on one screen is overheating my computer. My computer gonna overheat. Wait, simple watch party in the DreamHack. Dude, it's kind of unfortunate that they went out so fast. How do you feel about the hop decks? Or bad? If you went to Portland, what deck would you have chosen between the 4 decks? Charizard, Pidgeot. What list did you submit? I didn't submit a list. Oh, look at these goons, bro. Honestly, I kind of like the, especially after like watching some CS. I've been watching a lot of CS:GO recently. I like the more casual look from casters. The suit jacket. But I feel like they always have suit jackets, right? I wonder if that's mandatory or someone could roll up with something a little bit more casual. I like the more casual look though, to be honest. I feel like it's actually out of place. Everyone having like a suit jacket, especially for like the background that they have. Jacket no tie is a good look. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the ties. Jacket no tie is like fine, but honestly like no, like yeah, no jacket I think is just even better. I don't know if they're required to wear a jacket or not, to be honest. You appreciate the 22 months there, Audrey Apples. Any decks that might be helped by a Hops Cramorant one of? I mean, anything technically. Or, I don't know any decks, but the potential is there. That's what I should say. Yeah, the potential for a one of Cramorant inclusion in decks is there, but I don't know of the deck that you played in. CSGO probably has the best official casting in the esports scene. I think so, yeah. The league's pretty good too, but I think CS:GO is a little bit better. They're a little bit more loose with it. I don't really know Dota's scene at all, but I've watched the international a couple times. Yeah, CS:GO is definitely the best, I think. CS:GO is definitely the best as far as casters go. Well, Valorant's pretty good. Yeah, they're fine. Like they're all good. They're not. None of them are like really bad. Wow. CS:GO's just better. CS2, whatever. Yeah, CS. You're right. What's the point of first place getting championship points if you get invited if you're first? Just for travel awards. You see the Puka Chip feature match? I saw the picture, yeah. I assume it's going to be some content they're going to use in between rounds. Can you explain what the travel awards are? Haven't heard of them until recently. So the Pokemon TCG season, besides being the season from the beginning of the season to the World Championships, is split down into like 3 quarters. 3 parts between the ICs. Hedrick 02, unlucky. So like between each of the ICs are point accumulation periods. So like between LAIC and EUIC. Between LAIC and EUIC, if you're in like the top 16, I think it is, right? Yeah, if you're in the top 16 in North America, you get a travel. No, if you're in the top 4, you get a travel. Or if you're in the top 16, you get a travel stipend to NAIC. So between each IC is a point accumulation period, where if you end in top X, you get a travel award or a stipend to the next IC. So between LAIC and EUIC is for NAIC. Between EUIC and NAIC is for like the next years. So between right now, between EUIC and NAIC, people are accumulating points for a travel award for the IC next season. Theoretically, they haven't confirmed it will happen next season, but we're assuming it will. And that's how travel awards work. Please read the chat, Azul. Scroll up. Even the big companies are banning suits. People need to update their minds, bro. Dude, who's banning suits? We mean like at workplaces, people are banning suits. Why does Makani look so pissed off? Because he heard you're gonna talk shit in the future, and he was disappointed in you. Makani does not look happy. Yeah, because he heard you guys are gonna be talking shit in the future, and he's not happy with that, with the idea of that. We'll go to a regional in a suit? No shot. That sounds terrible. I'm all for like looking nice. A suit at a Pokemon TCG tournament is just, that's not the vibe, bro. What are the differences between those special matches from last week and a standard match? Special matches from last week? I don't know what you're talking about. Does it Brixie want to go first or second? Probably second most of the time. But first against Aldex. Just casual daily clothes need to make a comeback? Like full 3-piece suits? Out there walking around in a 3-piece suit? They're just saying look good, feel good, play good. But if I'm wearing a suit, I might look good, but I'm not feeling good. Actually, I think even like if I wore a suit at a Pokemon tournament, I don't think I would feel good. I don't think I'd look good. I just look out of place. I'm not trying to hate on anyone who wears suits to Pokemon tournaments, because there are people out there who do it. I'm not trying to hate. I feel like I would just look out of place. I would feel out of place. That's because the suit is not properly fitted? No, because I'd be wearing a suit when no one else is wearing a suit. That's because the suit, it's not because the suit is not properly fitted. Suits are not as comfortable as other clothes. Jeans are the worst? What do you mean? Just in general? So you're saying your Nike shorts are more comfortable than a suit? Yeah. A Butterspec has way worse lighting. They locked the man in a closet for a photo. Wait, let me see this. Honestly, it does have worse lighting. Yeah, what the heck? Back in high school, there was this one kid who always wore a suit. I thought it was weird, but people liked him. I mean, shouldn't dislike someone just because they wear a suit. I'm saying it just looks out of place. It doesn't mean you don't look good or you can't do it. Jeans are the best. America was built by people who wore jeans. People are the best. America was built by people. Remember when Azul used to go to regionals? Have me try to use Mirage Step on the screen. Check him deck. Where's your photo, Azul? Do they show the Latin American? I don't know if they show the Latin American. Dude, Bradner's photo goes so much harder than like Bradner's photo is like. Yeah, Bradner's photo. Honestly, it looks like he was. It was like a. It's like his looks. He was taking in like a photo shoot or something. To be honest, compared to everyone else's. And that Ryuki's pick is pretty good too. He's mogging everyone. Ryuki's picture has aura for sure. Bradner's looks like Bradner's looks something like out of a photo shoot. I've become Chip. I think Bradner's is also older from NAIC. Oh, is it? Your feed has an echo? What do you mean? Pretty sure it's wrong. 99% of the time that there is a technical issue with my stream, it's literally just you needing to refresh the page. But I would like to be aware of the 1%. But if there's ever a problem with my audio or video, refresh the page first and it'll probably just go away. It's either Twitch, YouTube, or your own thing, your own device or whatever. When did you decide to not go to Portland? When I missed my flight. Like, we'll chalk it. I decided not to go on Thursday. So there's an issue with your stream. You're in California and not in Portland. I appreciate the 2 months there, Business Pigeon. I didn't actually miss my flight. I just didn't go. Or I decided on Thursday, excuse me. Who got arrested? The jail allegations. Azul prediction, bro. I don't know what you guys want me to say when you guys ask me like for. Give me something. Give me more specificity, bro. You guys ask way too broad of questions. You guys always ask me, Azul, you got any predictions for Portland? Like, I don't know. They're gonna play Pokemon. But if you ask me, Azul, pick a deck to win the tournament. Give me something, bro. Give me some specificity. Like literally, Alexander in chat. in all caps. Azul prediction? What? 37th place will be Hedrick. Is that what you wanted? Azul, would you? Highest Zardex? See, just give me any amount of specificity. Highest placing Zardek? You want top X or do you want... I'll give you both. I'll give you both. Highest placing Zardek will be top 64, 43rd place. Highest placing Mildek? Day 2 at the very least. Top 128. Will there be a DQ for someone playing Grimmsnarl or not? Honestly, that wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. I'm gonna say no, though. I'm gonna say no. But yeah, that wouldn't shock me if like someone just like plays PTCG live, plays Grimmsnarl. Like, oh, pretty cool. They find the deck in the wild, they pick it up, they play the ring. Like, it wouldn't shock me if someone actually brought Grimmsnarl thinking it was legal. You probably can't submit the card. Oh, true. You can't even submit it on Arcanine. Yeah, because no one's getting DQ'd for Grimmsnarl. Because you literally can't submit the card. I mean, judge calls total. I mean, we'll never have that information, so who cares? Do you think that there's an age limit or some kind of window of opportunity for staying competing and seriously in TCG, like in regionals and stuff? I'm in my 30s and feeling I missed my chance. No, definitely not. Because the biggest thing for like card games, there's no physicality to it, or very little. The amount of physicality to it is basically zero. There's like no physicality to it, so it's all mental, and that doesn't really, but like your mental goes a lot longer than your physicality. So yeah, there's definitely no window. There's a window for every person based on their own circumstances, but for an age limit, no, there's like no age limit. Definitely no age limit for things like card games or video games or anything like that. Oldest MTG GP, what is GP? Grand Prix winner. Regional type event was Gaz Campbell at 60? Yeah, bro. Yeah. If this man's doing it at 60 over Magic, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Are you bored of the game? No, I'm bored of your questions. Maybe your opponent will shuffle faster than you. They definitely will at some point for sure. Chess players can keep their ranks up until 60s. Okay, yeah, there you go. I mean, chess is like the benchmark, right? Chess would be the benchmark as well. So if they can do it in chess till 60, you're chilling. Like, there is some upper limit for sure in terms of age, definitely. You know, mental and physical degrading does happen eventually in life. So, but yeah, 30 is you're chilling. You're chilling. Definitely chilling. Like, people ask that question all the time in like esports as well, but then you have like people who are like 36. Like, I think Kerrigan is like 36 or something, 34. He might not be the oldest. Well, he might be the oldest player of his caliber on a team of his caliber, but maybe not. Kerrigan might be the oldest player on like a top. Is FaZe top 10? Are they a top 10 team? Top 15 at the least, right? Meta percentages? No. They usually don't show it till the second stream round. If you have a cognitive decline in your 30s, that's a serious problem. Well, I'm pretty sure you technically do. Isn't it like past like, it's like not, it shouldn't be like super noticeable. Ideally. Obviously, there are some people who are going to have it, and that's like other things that they need to deal with, but that's like outside the norm. So do you think there will be anyone on United Wings? Yeah, maybe one or two people, yeah. Not like seriously. No one's going to be seriously bringing United Wings. Do you wish you were playing instead of streaming? No, because then I'd be playing instead of streaming. How old is Cawthon? He's definitely older than me. I don't think he's 40 though. Ross is definitely older than me. I just turned 31, so, but he's not 40, I don't think. So there's still hope for me. Nice. No, not you, Zubby, but we knew your mental decline was noticed when you put Lycanroc in your Volcanion deck. At that point, we knew there was no coming back. What deck will win Portland? I mean, Guardy has the highest chance, but like, I mean, there's not gonna be like a super. All right, if I had to pick, let's just add a little bit more criteria to that. What deck do I think is gonna win Portland? What deck do I think is gonna win Portland? Oh, we're getting into the round. Okay, what deck do I think is gonna win Portland? That is not. Let me pick a deck to win Portland. Oh, Terrabox. Terrabox would be my pick, I think, to win. Terrabox or Zork. Terrabox or Zork, to be honest. Predictions. Let's go. I got you. Do they announce next year's regionals at Worlds or NAIC? Usually sometime time between Worlds and NAIC, if I remember correctly. I don't remember how it's gone the last couple of years. Or between NAIC and Worlds, excuse me. I actually just don't remember how it's gone in previous years. I remember at London Worlds, I was booking flights for the next season, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure at London Worlds, I was booking flights for the next season. Because like they announced stuff at London Worlds, but I don't remember. Last time was at NAIC. Okay, yeah. It's like it's sometime in that time period. Between NAIC and Worlds, there's stuff announced at some point in that time period. Whether it be at NAIC, between NAIC and Worlds, or at Worlds. Are you burnt out? Yeah, on all your questions. Last year was at NAIC? Okay. All right, here we go. We got Zoroark versus Guardy. Generally a favored matchup for Zoroark, and it looks like we do have Lucas going first. You do want to go second in this matchup because you want to be able to find, give yourself more outs. Well, no, I think you want to go second. You don't want to get Badooed, right? Because that's what the Guardy player is going to try and do. They're going to go second. They're going to Badoo you. Reversal to the Darumaka, and then pass over to Michael. Michael top decks a Ralts there. Has Buddy Poffin, Ralts, and Vessel. So pretty good hand, it looks like. Is that the Relor? Anti-Zoroark Guardy? The Rabskilly? Hold up. The Rabska? Oh, he's prized! No! Dude. Yeah, appreciate 6 months there. QM Putter. Also appreciate the prime sub there. MPV. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Rabska is prized. Dude, you can put a... Actually, it was kind of cool. For this matchup specifically... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Never mind. Well, actually, no, it could work. You can Bravery Charm your Relor, and then it can't be sniped down by Darmanitan. The Darmanitan snipe, and then you can Monkey Dory the damage over, and then evolve to Rabska. Interesting. What do you think about Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck? Good cards. Probably not going to be great on release. You ready for the spider technology? Bro, who would be? What the heck? I mean, if there was a build that auto won... Ooh. Wait, is the hand dead there for Michael? It looks dead. Didn't get Badoo either. Or Cleffa. I don't know if Michael plays Cleffa. It didn't get Badoo or Cleffa. Oh, I guess Raps is also good against Mirror Match as well, right? Because you stop Screamtail, KO your Monkey Dories. But is it worth the bench space, I guess, is the question. I assume it would be. That also sounds kind of good for Mirror, yeah. You snipe their Monkey Dories, they can't snipe your Monkey Dories because of Rabska. My question, I guess, at this point would be, oh, it is a TM Evo build, actually. We saw a TM Evo in the prize cards, right? Yeah, it is a TM Evo build. We see a TM Evo in the prize. Is it an Arvin build, I guess, is also a question. Okay, there it is. Pass over to Lucas, who has a pretty bad hand. Does have a Cypher Maniac, though. So you could retreat into Badoo here, and then Cypher Maniac to put... Dude, what do you even put on top? Has to be Team Evo if you're playing Rabska. I don't know if that's true, though, Jesse, because you could just Bravery Charm it. Doesn't that protect it often enough? And then you can, if it does get punched, you Monkey Dory the damage back over, then evolve to Rabska. Yeah, I don't think it has to be a TM Evo build. Because of how Guardy works. But it is a TM Evo build. And it is the Cyrano build of Zorak here from Lucas. Lucas did just play this to a top 16, a top cut performance, top 16 asymmetrical cut performance in Milwaukee. So it looks like has stuck with the deck since then. Slow start here. I wonder if you ever consider conceding here as Lucas. Like, no memes. You're going to be so far behind at this point. If it is a heavy TM Evo build, though, here from Davidson, I wouldn't be surprised for Davidson to not be playing Cleffa, actually, for that reason. Because if it is a heavy TM Evo build, then there's no reason to really play. There's less of a reason to play the Cleffa. Not no reason to play the Cleffa. Actually, out of curiosity, I wonder if did William play the Cleffa in the Santiago build? Played Badoo, no Cleffa, with the double TM Evo. I almost feel like I like Cleffa before Badoo still, but yeah, it doesn't seem bad. Still allows you to slow down the game. There's a Devo. Wait, on whose side was there a Devo? I wasn't paying attention. Also, did we see... We did see the prize cards here. Yeah, who has the TM Devo? Was it Lucas or Michael? Lucas has Devo? Okay, it's a good tech for Mirror Match. Besides that, the card is like pretty mid. It's okay. It can be okay against the other deck as well. So yeah, Michael's hand is dead. Michael definitely doesn't play Cleffa. Or maybe even Badoo. Team Evo off the prize card is actually pretty big, though. So we can Team Evo next turn. We KO'd the Badoo here of Lucas with the Monkey Dory attack. Yeah, Michael didn't poffin for Badoo, or maybe you never get Badoo here, even if you play Badoo, though, as Michael. But I actually wonder, I wonder if Michael actually plays Badoo or Cleffa. Secret Box makes a ton of sense for Lucas to have put on top with the Cypher Maniac. Here comes the Secret Box. Ends Castle, Buddy Poffin. We're also going to get a Tool card here. The Tool card is kind of... doesn't really do a whole ton here. Ends Castle over the Artisan is interesting. What are we running into? Oh, we do have a Night Stretcher. Are we going to retreat back to Badoo? I don't even know if I like that, to be honest. Buddy Poffin coming in. Double Zorua on the way. I almost feel like Artisan makes a little bit more sense. I guess this is like fine. No, I guess like it's kind of awkward. Play the Cyrano as well. Get ahead of that. Oh, we get to also use Pheasantipity for draw power as well, which is nice. Ooh. Should we have Pheasantipity before the Poffin? Maybe not. If we're putting Fez on play, maybe we don't want a third Zorua on the bench. But honestly, maybe we do. I'm actually not sure about that. Because we could have Cyrano'd, got Pheasantipity before we played the Buddy Poffin, if we're trying to set up triple Zorak. I mean, I guess if Lucas draws into a Zorua and benches it, then he definitely made a misplay, but I don't know if he actually wants a third Zorua for this board state. Especially with putting down Fez so aggressively. Drew into an energy, which is nice. I guess no Artisan... You can't evolve. The more I think about this, I do kind of like this from Lucas. We also are getting in my head. I was like, I don't know, is putting the Ends Castle in play that worth it to get into the Badoo here? But we did get to draw with Fez, which means we can get an energy attachment down, which is a really big deal. So yeah, I actually like this play from Lucas. I forgot about the Fez draw coming in. The Fez draw is actually huge. All right, Arvin top deck there from Michael, and does have, we are under item lock, does have TM Evo here, but is up in prize cards. So this could lead to Lucas actually KOing both Curlia on the next turn here. Secret Box and TM Evo getting lined up from Michael. It is a double TM Evo build, so it's a heavy Arvin TM Evo build. With the Rabska. Third Ralts comes down. Okay. And then we're going to be able to get double Kirlia here. I guess we could have retreated into a Ralts and not lost our Monkey Dory here. Was that actually better? No, probably not. Probably rather have the Monkey Dory go down. If we lose like a Ralts and a Kirlia, then we're just a gust from losing our Gardevoir. First Zoroark out here from Lucas. So we're looking for a Snipe. I think we just want to Snipe. We got the Power Glass set up on our Zoroark. We're just missing a Dark Energy and a Darmanitan. However, for the build that Lucas is playing, Lucas doesn't play a ton of ways to find Darmanitan. If it's similar to the build he played in Milwaukee, does not have a ton of ways to find the Darmanitan. I think plays like, why not throw the 20? Off the Monkey Dory. There's no great place to put it now. I don't hate holding on to the 20 damage, I feel like. If you get Badooed again, then you can throw 30 on the Badoo. But if you put 20 over now, then you could get Monkey Doried back and it could end up somewhere else. Traded the black belt. Now we're trading the Turo. 4 cards found. Like I said, Dark Energy Darmanitan's pretty good, but it dies to Darmanitan? Yeah, but we don't know if we're getting Darmanitan, right? We might get Darmanitan. All right, the third Zorua did end up getting benched here from Lucas. Interesting. I didn't think this would happen at this point because now we're actually we bench locked ourselves out of... I don't like this play from... I don't like the extra Zorua here from Lucas. If we go the Badoo route... Yeah, why? I don't like that bench from Lucas here. Because now Davidson can isolate the Darumaka and Darmanitan, potentially. There's nothing forcing Davidson to KO this Badoo this early. There's Counter Catcher on the Kirlia, and then Badoo's the Kirlia while we're trying to trap this in the active while we're trying to find... There's only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. But all Davidson needs is Gardevoir Screamtail, which isn't like crazy, I don't feel like. Retreating back into the Monkey Dory here from Davidson. Now we should probably heal some of this damage off one of the Kirlias, I feel like. And there's the TM Evo going for double Gardevoir here. No Monkey Dory use here. I feel like we could have used the Monkey Dory here. Now that we have the damage split. I didn't hate saving it on the active there. All right, over to Lucas. Once again, looking for that Darmanitan, plus a Dark Energy. We still don't have the Dark Energy either. Here's the Buddy Poffin. Another Buddy Poffin to cycle. There's the Dark Energy, but no Darmanitan. Oh, hold up. Third Zoroark coming in. We're close. We are close. We just need one card here. Monkey Dory and Artisan. Once again, no Darmanitan. Of course, like I said, in his build, he doesn't play a ton of ways to find the card. We see the whiff here again. He could knock out the active here, actually. Actually, is that a mistake? Is that the mistake from Davidson? Because now you can actually die to Darumaka's attack. The thing here is, Lucas, though, is you don't want Badoo in play. You want Davidson to KO the Badoo. So there's the 10 from the Badoo. But Davidson does not want to KO the Badoo. Davidson wants to KO the Darumaka on the bench. Oh, and that would actually set up Davidson for the prize trade as well. Davidson's already drawn a prize card. I forgot about that. So if Davidson can just draw... Actually, no, maybe you don't care about KO Badoo here. Actually, I don't think we do care about KO Badoo here, because now we've just drawn the first 2 prize cards as Gardevoir. So we can just win this by going like Drifloon here or something. Or Drifloon Screamtail. We have a lot of ways to win this game now on Davidson's side, because we've drawn the first 2. It's actually going to be tough to win here from Lucas at this point. Lucas has to have 2 prize turns like every single turn from here on out. Yeah, I forgot about the early prize card we took off that initial Badoo. And Davidson this turn doesn't have to like do anything crazy. You just want to do some damage. Has Clefairy in hand. Could attack with Clefairy here. Probably don't want to attack with a Gardevoir. But besides that, like just punching this turn. Has Drifloon as well, so could attack with Drifloon. If you attack with Drifloon, though, you give over like the Darmanitan 2 prize turn. So I feel like I like the attack with Clefairy here. Because you can also heal the 30 off the Clefairy, right? And then keep it out of range of a Zoroark KOing it. I think the Clefairy KO here is definitely just better. Because if you attack with Drifloon here into the Zoroark, you give Lucas multiple plays to make, I feel like. Now Lucas can KO the Drifloon with his own Monkey Dory. Or he can use find Darmanitan and use Darmanitan. Oh no, we used the Monkey Dory already to heal the 30 off the active. We have another energy in hand we could have attached to 170. Oh, I guess we always die to Reshiram, actually. I take it back. The Clefairy always dies to Reshiram. So maybe this is better. Okay, there's a draw with the Fez first from Lucas. We gotta draw something eventually here. An Iono was found. 3 trades to use. Yeah, I guess we would die to Reshiram anyway, so maybe this does make more sense. Lucas could get a 3 prize turn this turn now, though. Yeah, Lucas could go Monkey Dory. Yeah, this could be a 3 prize turn here for Lucas, which I kind of like. And Iono. Iono to disrupt the hand there from Davidson. Davidson's hand is huge. You also know the hand has Secret Box, so like any play is available to Davidson. Yeah, I like going for the Monkey Dory here from Lucas. Also, this forces Davidson to have to KO this damaged Zoroark, because otherwise that'll be fuel for Monkey Dory later in the game. Lucas is reconsidering. Oh, I guess though, hold up. If you do this play here as Lucas though, it allows Davidson to push a Gardevoir. And then Gardevoir does not get KO'd by a Zoroark. Now benching Reshiram potentially? Okay, Reshiram does make its way onto the field. So I guess the Monkey Dory isn't that good. If you had Turo plus Monkey Dory, that'd be interesting. He's going after the Monkey Dory here from Lucas. So looking for the Darmanitan is going to look to go KO Monkey Dory, KO Drifloon. This is the second counter catcher, though, I believe, from Lucas. Lucas has to move damage from the Zoroark to not get sniped by Screamtail. I mean, you can still get sniped by Screamtail just with a Monkey Dory, right? Screamtail plus Monkey Dory. So if you're not KOing this Monkey Dory, then you're still going to be in trouble. I guess like here from Lucas, we could see... I guess Lucas could have gone counter catcher plus bench Monkey Dory and looked for KO Monkey Dory, KO Ralts, and just leave with Michael with 2 Gardevoirs off on an Iono. I actually don't hate that from Lucas. There's the TM Devo in the hand. Darmanitan was finally found. Last trade coming in. TM Devo is probably not going to be super high value here, although you do give that information now over to Davidson. It didn't matter this game, but it could matter in a future game. It still has an attached return, has a Dark Energy. Should probably, put that on the bench. Zoroark, the fresh one. And then I guess we're going to use Darmanitan here. KO Monkey Dory, KO Drifloon. We do not heal any damage off our benched Zoroark, though. So Screamtail will cleanly KO that next turn. There we go. Cycles the other energy back with the Power Glass. He's thinking about Drifloon versus Ralts. Now, if you do KO the Drifloon, it does put the energy back in the discard pile, which is maybe what Lucas is going to play around here. Does end up on the Ralts. Okay, so leaves the extra energy in play. That does trap 1 Psychic Energy in play, which could be a big deal for a potential Screamtail play here from Davidson. It does also leave the Drifloon in play as an attacking option. So Davidson could just go 1-hit KO your Zoroark with... 1-hit KO your Zoroark with Drifloon now, though, of course. All right, Top Deck Vessel is huge. That'll get a ton of energy in the discard pile with the research in hand. Also has the Arven, so could go for like a Secret Box play maybe instead. Honestly, Secret Box might be the play here from Davidson, because it would get everything you need for this turn to pull off a big play. Yeah, we'll see if Davidson goes for the research, just draws cards, but the Secret Box, and it looks like he is lining up the Secret Box play here as he's putting the Artisan and the ETM Evo to the front of the deck. We'll see though, and you also get like your follow-up supporter for next turn as well. Artisan, get the Nest Ball as well. Could get Pheasantipity established. That would be pretty big, I feel like, here. Honestly, if Davidson plays Fez, I'm actually curious to see what this list fully has in it. I assume there is Fez in there, though. I do assume there is Fez. And you hold research for next turn. That is true. You could hold the research for next turn. Well, actually, do we have to discard research with the Secret Box? No, I guess we don't. Yeah, we could hold the research for next turn. So we could like put research and Iono in the hand to have options for next turn, or like research Arven. Yeah, Secret Box seemed like the play here for sure. Davidson is still running through everything here, though. Trying to figure it out. The research would, like, theoretically progress the deck a little bit more aggressively, but you wouldn't guarantee a play this turn. Also, I feel like bumping the End's Castle and just establishing a... bumping the End's Castle and establishing an Artisan would be pretty good as well here. There we go. There's the Arven. Here comes Secret Box TM Evo, I assume. Or maybe not. Hold up. Are we going to try and save the Secret Box here? Actually, it might just be going Ultra Ball, Bravery Charm, and then 1-hit KO the active Zoroark with the Drifloon. And then we get to save keep Secret Box in the deck. Thinking about grabbing Mew as well to have some kind of draw power in play. I'm a little worried for Davidson getting a warning here, to be honest. For time warning. Okay, so we're not going to commit to the secret box here. I'm going to keep the resources in the deck. I guess you kind of want to... What are we getting off this ultra? So it has to be 1k with the active. The problem with this play for Davidson, though, is we're leaving damage in play on the bench Zoroark. Unless we're getting Screamtail off of this, and it looks like he is considering Screamtail. Dude, I still just feel like the secret box play was better, to be honest, from Davidson. You get to set up so much more. You get to get Artisan, so you get to get like a draw support and the Screamtail, and you get to Screamtail KO the bench. I feel like Screamtail KO the bench here is just so much better from Davidson. Because if you go this route as Davidson, then all of a sudden Monkey Dory is still active as an option for Lucas. They're going Drifloon KO active, but this lets Lucas... I mean, it doesn't, like, win Lucas the prize trade, but... Why no Fez? Because Mew is basically doing... not quite. You're only getting one off the Mew, actually. You just want some kind of draw power in play. I don't hate the Mew over the Fez. If you're going to get Iono down to 2, Mew's going to still be pretty effective. Lucas is out of counter catcher here, or has used 2. I guess Lucas could be playing 3 counter catcher. Lucas is down 2 counter catcher here. So that means Lucas, I mean, if he only plays 2, he can't go like Iono counter catcher KO the Mew and the Drifloon here. Yeah, Monkey Dory is still like a possibility here for Lucas. I guess it might not matter that much. Like if Lucas used Monkey Dory here to KO the active Drifloon, and then Davidson pushes up a 2-prizer, then Lucas still needs to take another knockout to win the game. But it would take away the possibility for Davidson to push a 1-prizer at the end of the game and take away that option from Lucas. Because otherwise, then Davidson could push up a 1-prizer and pass if Davidson whiffs game. And then Lucas has to have a gust around it. And, you know, Lucas probably wants to use Iono this turn. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think I would have liked to have seen Davidson just use Secret Box and just establish a better board. Put Artisan in play, which is like one more thing Lucas has to respect. You could get down Fez as well. Would it have been possible to get down Fez and Mew? No, right? But you could have got down Fez. And to KO Fez is Lucas. Also, yeah, because Lucas is out of counter catcher, so establishing Fez here just seems really good. Because Lucas is out of counter catcher. Or assuming, yeah, I'm assuming Lucas only plays the 2 counter catcher. So because Lucas is out of counter catcher here, Lucas can't go like Ursaluna KO Fez, counter catcher Iono, KO Fez, and move the damage off. And you could have Screamtailed as well. And you could have Screamtailed here as well as Davidson and KO'd the damaged Zoroark, which takes away options from Lucas. Because now Lucas can do weird things because you didn't KO. Lucas can do weird plays because you didn't KO the damaged Zoroark. If you KO the damaged Zoroark, like Monkey Dory is just not an option for Lucas because there's no damage on board. And you choose when damage is on board. So yeah, I don't like that. I think Davidson should have committed to the secret box. Also, it's going to be hard if you're getting it Iono'd here, which we assume you're going to get Iono'd here. As Davidson, we're assuming you're getting Iono'd here. If you get Iono'd, your board is just less established to recover from an Iono, right? So yeah, I feel like Davidson should have just tried to get more into play. And it's going to be hard to use Secret Box as well. It'll be hard for Davidson to use Secret Box, I feel like, off of the Iono. I think bringing Screamtail will be better than Mew. I think if Davidson's going to do this play, I think the Mew is better than Screamtail. But I think I would have liked to have seen Davidson get Artisan, which gets the Screamtail, and then, which I'm pretty sure there was an Artisan in the deck to get. You get Artisan off Secret Box, which gets Screamtail, plus get Nest Ball, which gets Pheasantipity, draw with Pheasantipity, try and find an out to Mew, get Mew on the bench as well, and then you have Drifloon in play, Screamtail in play, Screamtail Snipe KOs the bench Zoroark, and you have Mew and Pheasantipity in play to go alongside it. That seems like, because now it seems pretty reasonable for you to draw poorly off an Iono. But hold on, do we have an Iono here for Lucas? I guess is also a question. Lucas was thinking about attaching to Darmanitan. I think Lucas's thought there was maybe Monkey Dory KOs. No, I have no idea what that was, to be honest. There's Cleffa traded out. There's the Monkey Dory, but I don't see an Iono. Maybe we can rip one off the prize cards. I forget if there's an Iono prize or not. Okay, see, this is the Monkey Dory play. This is what you gave over. This is the option you gave over to Lucas when you did not KO the damaged Zoroark. Do we have the Iono here for Lucas? Okay, we do have it. Okay. It was a big hand. I didn't see it, but we got it. And now our board is just less set up here as Davidson. There's no counter catcher, though. There's no counter catcher here because Lucas would like to go KO Drifloon plus Gus KO the Mew, take all the draw power off the board. So because there's a lack of, because there's so much, because the Mew survives, Davidson still has some draw power on board to work with under this Iono. Yeah, here comes the Monkey Dory. Wait, am I trolling? Does this knock out? No, this knocks out the Drifloon. I was like, wait, does this not knock out the Drifloon? Wait, what is Lucas cooking here? Is there a different play to be had? What? Dude, what are we doing? I was like, all right, bro, please, if you're taking this long to use Monkey Dory to KO Drifloon, please have a different play, bro. All right, there's the Guardy push over to Davidson now. Just needs, Arvin would win the game. Screamtail with a Bravery Charm would win the game. Screamtail gets benched. Mew for 1. TM Evo. Gonna play the Vessel here. Search out some energy out of the deck. A lot of cards left in this deck here. Secret Box is in there, though. And Pheasantipity. Also the Rabska. So we need a Screamtail. Oh, Monkey Dory wins the game, right? Screamtail Monkey does win the game here. Yeah. Because there is the Damaged Orc still on the bench, yeah. Although I guess that is something now that Davidson gets to take advantage of, right? Because the Damaged Orc is still in play, now it can be easier to close out the game on this turn through Screamtail, I guess. So I guess, I don't know, maybe that was the thought process here from Davidson. I guess I don't hate that choice as much then. And there's Secret Box, and there's Fez. Okay, that's everything. That's game. Nest Ball. Dude, just give him everything, bro. Bravery Charm is all you need, though. Take one off the Secret Box. All right, game 2 coming up. Lucas will get to go second in this one. Davidson gets it up there. Did not get to use the Rabska technology. And this is definitely a matchup you want to use Rabska against. For sure. This is a Rabska matchup. Definitely. This is a Rabska matchup. For sure. He never even showed the Rabska. Oh, was he able to hide Rabska the whole time? Does Lucas not know about the Rabska? Yeah, I think he did. I don't think Lucas knows. So Lucas is unaware of Rabska going into game 2. That's huge, actually. You'll appreciate the prompts of there, Bunkle. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Did Lucas not throw there? Didn't Arvin's counter Mew and Charmanitan not just take 3? Taking 3 prize cards didn't win the game. Lucas had 4 prize cards left. He discarded the Relor. Oh, he did discard Relor? Okay. Don't worry, Rabska will get prize again. All right, good. Also, like, looking back on that game, I think Lucas did waste a counter catcher. Lucas went for a counter catcher on a Curlia in the early game. I think that was a misplay from Lucas. I don't remember what happened with the second counter catcher. The second counter catcher was maybe fine from Lucas, but that could have been a mistake as well. The first counter catcher, I think, was definitely a mistake from Lucas. It was just, like, not, like... Michael has an energy or a supporter or something. There's like no way that thing is sticking. The counter catcher on the turn 2 or whatever was not sticking. And I feel like we're in a big enough of a panic situation to ever do that for sure. Relor in the opening hand here from Davidson. There's the Ralts flip over, but do flip over here from... Oh, Lucas chose first. Oh, okay, Lucas did choose first. Interesting. I was going to say, I think going second is probably correct, but this is the Cyrano build, and the deck literally doesn't play like ways to find your Poffin anyways. So maybe this does make the most sense. I don't hate this. I'm actually not sure for sure. I actually don't know for sure which you'd want to go first or second. Because the only thing you gain by going second is you get access to Iono. But is a TM Evo build of Gardevoir? I don't know, actually. Versus Ben said in his guide that going first was correct with his build against Zoro. Against Cyrano Zoro, I could see it for sure. And we're assuming that is the build you'd go up against. It's the most popular way that people are playing Zoroark. Against Cyrano Zoro, I guess that probably makes sense to go first. Or as Cyrano Zoroark. But this is like TM Evo Guardy, which is like the only thing that gives me pause here is that this is TM Evo Guardy. So I feel like going second is maybe just more beneficial because the Guard 4 player is still going to Evo on the next turn. So yeah, I feel like with TM Evo Guardy versus Cyrano Zoroark, I feel like going second is better actually. Because the Guardy player is going to do what? Draw past turn 1, and then they're not going turn 2 Candy Guardy. They're going to go turn 2 Evo. But at Zoroark, now you have like, you can play a Cyrano ahead of pace, and then Iono next turn or something like that. Might be pretty close though. Cyrano coming out here though from Lucas. All the Zoroarks are hitting the field. Did they actually show the prize cards at all? Am I trolling? Okay, there were prize cards on that side. Nothing crazy. Counter catcher. Actually, Boss and Palpad. Boss is really good in this matchup. So Boss and Palpad being prized. I don't think they showed Davidson's prize cards. Trades are coming through here. We are looking for... Okay, Secret Box will do it. I was going to say we're looking for the Darmanitans. Secret Box will get us there. On that last trade. Counter catcher is still good for a turn here, I think. I would like to see Lucas probably hold the counter catcher. Oh, Iono is definitely good. Giving up Iono here is not good. I don't like that at all. That is just... Well, I mean, we're going to get another Iono off this, but we're going to run out of Ionos here. I don't like that at all from Lucas. Should definitely hold the Iono. They give up the Dark Energy or give up the... There's got to be something better to give up. Unfortunately, we're only going to get one Darmanitan on the bench here, though, from Lucas. So Davidson could just snipe it off the bench. I was going Boss, actually. Well, no, then we should definitely keep the Iono. Well... No, yeah, we should definitely... I do not like the Iono discard there. I don't like that. Iono's too good in this matchup. All right, into the Artisan here. Gonna get our single Darumaka. Yeah, actually, no, the Darumaka snipe here is great for Davidson because Badoo's on board. And if Badoo's on board, then that's always like a free prize card later in the game. So Screamtail here. You don't even have to KO the Badoo here as Davidson. Oh, wait, we can actually take a knockout here as Lucas, though. I actually didn't even realize that. We can take a prize card here. But this doesn't put Davidson off the prize trade, though. Davidson still has the edge in the prize trade here. Because Davidson can go KO Darumaka. You could KO Badoo this turn, but you don't have to actually KO Badoo this turn as Davidson. You just could. We got Fez and Ultra Ball in hand here as well for Davidson. So we're going to see a lot of cards. We might even Fez first to try and draw energy to discard. But he's going to start with the Ultra Ball here. I guess you only need like 2 energy in the discard pile here as Davidson to go Screamtail KO Darumaka. And it's actually one of those situations where I think, yeah, KOing the Darumaka probably is just correct here, always. Yeah. Screamtail KO Darumaka is what we're going. Oh no, Screamtail's prize! No, they finally showed! Top prize cards are Team Evo and Artisan. Okay, we can't Screamtail being prized here is huge. Screamtail KO Darumaka is just, plus, you don't even have to Monkey Dory the Badoo this turn. You can just do that whenever you want to even out your prize trade. So now what are we looking for here is Davidson. Oh wait, we don't care about Darumaka that much because we have Rabska. Dude, I completely forgot about Rabska. Yeah, so the play here from Davidson is I want to KO the active. Just nuke the active, I guess. No, but Screamtail was a good play this turn because of how little energy we have in the discard pile. But hold on. We just drew double... Oh my gosh! We just drew double Vessel Secret Box. All right, the active Zoroark is dead. Zoroark's dead. He's dead. The draw here from Davidson is insane. He's just gonna Drifloon nuke the Zoroark, bro. That's an insane draw. No, the Screamtail, yeah. The Screamtail was actually a pretty big deal that it was prized because it was an easy 2 prize turn of effective 2 prize turn. We can KO the Badoo whenever, but we have 1 energy in the discard pile. All we had was 1 energy in the discard pile there as Davidson. So Screamtail only needs 2 Psychics to KO the Darumaka, and then we can like Monkey Dory the Badoo later to effectively get a 2 prize turn. But also when you can just put a million energy in the discard pile here like Davidson's about to do, you're just going to want to KO the active with Drifloon. And the active Drifloon KO active is like so good here for Davidson. It makes things so awkward for Lucas. You don't have Ends Castle. I guess you have the mobility of the Badoo. So getting into a... You have the mobility of the Badoo. So getting to a Zoroark attack this turn is fine. But honestly, you probably want to go like Reversal Energy on Darmanitan. Yeah, Reversal Energy Darmanitan or something like that instead. Look at the hand there. Research. Ultra Ball TM Evo being targeted. Yeah, Research Ultra Ball Team Evo are the targets. Switching up the item, maybe Night Stretcher. Yeah, let's go for the Night Stretcher here. And then has access to Artisan. I mean, you'd like to get another Ralts on the bench here as well, I feel like. Oh, maybe that's why we went for the Night Stretcher. That's to get the Ralts, maybe. That's while getting used. We still haven't used Artisan. There we go. There's Artisan for the Drifloon. We still haven't attached for turn, so we can attach to Monkey Dory here. Oh, we could KO the Badoo to take away the mobility on Lucas's side of the field. And then Lucas, dude, that would make things so much more awkward. Actually, that seems pretty good, to be honest. Yeah. Already is weak here. Zoroark gets Retro and Boss, and he's actually cooking. No, because then the Drifloon just comes back and one-hit KOs a Zoroark. You don't care about that at all. It eventually could build up to be relevant, but yeah, you have time to get your Guardy back into play. You still have like a free turn with your Drifloon. All right, burning a bunch of cards here. 4 to retreat the Guardy. So it looks like no second Ralts getting put into play this turn. You don't need a Ralts in play this turn, though. As Davidson, it would be next turn. He needs Monkey Boss Guardy. That won't work. There's no damage in play on the Zoroark side of the field. Bro, chat, you all have to remember how Monkey Dory works. The opponent has to put damage in play on your side of the field for you to use the Monkey Dory. I think you should KO the Badoo here as Davidson, just because it takes away... Oh, and we are getting aggressive for the next Ralts here as well. Okay. I kind of like the Monkey Dory take away the Badoo to take away the mobility to limit Lucas's options. It looks like just going to go for the knockout. I also don't hate this. You do take away a bench space from Lucas, but this does allow Lucas to more easily use Ends PP up. It's like one less card Lucas needs to activate Ends PP up. Otherwise, Lucas would need like a Turo or something like that. Or a Castle. Trade number 2 coming in. The hand's still not great here for Lucas. Ooh, and that's nothing. The hand's just dead, I think. Not dead. You could KO the active, but that's not good enough. KO the active here is not good enough. And there could have been that. Oh, we're gonna go with a scratch. Okay, there's the Turo on the Badoo to get that out of play. Gonna go with the scratch from the Zorua to get a prize card here. All right. Oh, and that's like another thing as well. That's so 2 things happened there. The Badoo could have not been in play here. Davidson could have KO'd the Badoo. But now we actually see the Turo on the Badoo from Lucas, which is a good play to get it out of play so it can't be a free prize card for Davidson. So really good play there from Lucas. And honestly, no, I mean, like that's like another play I didn't even think about as like a reason for Davidson to KO the Badoo now before it gets Turo'd out of play. And now we just all get Turo'd out of play. At first, the mobility use of it might have been good. Yeah, I think it was definitely just a mistake from Davidson. Like thinking about that play on top of the other plays that Lucas could take advantage of the Badoo. But even going into the scratch play, like Lucas could only scratch if Lucas didn't have Turo and just had another dead card in hand. Lucas wouldn't be able to scratch KO there. So yeah, I think definitely just a mistake there from Davidson to not Monkey Dory on that previous turn. Definitely a misplay from Davidson. The Badoo definitely should have gone down last turn. Now here for Davidson, things get a little bit more awkward. Because all of a sudden, yeah, Davidson can't get a 2 prize turn this turn. There's no 2 prize possibility here for Davidson. Now, for Lucas to chain back-to-back 2 prize knockouts will be tough, though. I almost feel here, like, as Davidson, I don't think you want to take a knockout. I don't think you want to give Lucas counter catcher. Like, here's Davidson. I feel like you want to... You could Scream Tail, punch. You could just like put damage on the bench Zoroarks between Monkey Dory and Scream Tail or something like that. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to draw prize cards here as Davidson. I don't want to give counter catcher over to Lucas going into this next turn. Can he Scream Tail plus Charm with Monkey and KO bench Zoroark? Oh, are we in range for that? Oh, if we're in range for that, then that works fine. Oh no, Scream Tail's prized. We can't because Scream Tail's prized. Lucas should have used Artisan last turn. Maybe. I don't know if Lucas wants to put down another Darumaka in this situation, or if it's necessary for us to put a Darumaka down, actually. Yeah, because our Mantan's not that big of a threat anymore with Rabska in play. No, I actually don't hate not using Artisan there as Lucas. Unless there was a way for us to get another Zorua in play, maybe. Like, getting another Zorua in play would have been pretty good. Yeah, Screamtail's prize. Otherwise, yes, Screamtail plus Monkey Dory would have been pretty good here, yes. But yeah, now here from Davidson. Oh, so we can't even Screamtail the active. Honestly, what if we, as Davidson here, what if we attacked with Monkey Dory into the active Zorua and then moved 30 damage from the Gardevoir over to the Darumaka or a Zoroark? That's ruined the discard. Yeah, but if it could be like Super Audit plus Artisan or something. Our Drifloon's getting put back into play here as from Davidson. I don't know if Davidson plays a Turo. Probably not. I would assume if you're fitting all this Rapska stuff in here, you probably don't play Turo. Would be my assumption. I don't even know if you're playing a supporter or if you're playing a supporter this turn as Davidson either. You might just be chilling. Wait, was that a Super Rod from Davidson? How did we get the Drifloon back? Going to an Iono? Okay. It was a Super Rod. Interesting. So probably plays 2 Night Stretcher, 1 Super Rod. Thoughts on Bundle and Guardy? Bad. Can you switch Cleffa and Do for Rapska? No clue. Oh, you mean like from Azevedo's list? Well, Azevedo didn't play Cleffa, so that wouldn't have been, that card wouldn't have been one of them. All right, we're going to the Drifloon here from Davidson. So we're going for the KO here. Interesting. I don't like this though, because this gives Lucas counter catcher. I don't like giving Lucas counter catcher. I do not like taking a knockout here at all. I think we should have somehow put damage in play, but not taking a knockout here as Davidson, because now I feel like Lucas is in a really good spot to actually win this game. And there's Cypher Maniac in. Oh my gosh, the hand here from Lucas is also insane. Yeah, don't get the Darumaka. Screw that guy. All right, cool. Yeah, Lucas has Cypher Maniac plus Pheasantipity, yeah, and Reshiram. So we're just gonna go Gus KO Guardy here as Lucas, and then look for Ursaluna Boss or Counter Catcher KO Pheasantipity. It's a pretty big mistake there from Michael to take a prize card. I think taking a prize card there was just always... It's just you giving counter catcher over to Zork feels... Why would you ever want to do that? You just don't want to ever do that. Especially in this situation where you don't have like the Badoo down. Well, this goes all back to like Michael's first mistake of not KOing the Badoo. If Davidson had just KO'd the Badoo, we'd be fine. Yep, there's the counter catcher coming in from Lucas. Are you trying to get Screamtail off the prize cards? It's not worth it. I don't think you can play into this. They said Davidson should have just like Monkey Dory punched the active plus push damage to the bench Darumaka. I think it's definitely what Davidson should have done. There's Darmanitan, doesn't really matter. There's the Reshiram, has the Dark Energy and Counter Catcher in hand as well. I mean, we're not all the way there for Lucas. Lucas does need to pull together the KO on the Pheasantipity on the following turn. This is another piece that Davidson needs now. Now Davidson needs to find a Gardevoir EX to make a big play happen next turn. Boom, there's the Reshiram knockout down to 2 prize cards. So Lucas now wins the game with Boss Ursaluna. So here from Davidson, did Davidson get the Screamtail off the prize cards? I don't think so, right? I think it's still cooked. I think it's still prized, still cooked, still prized. Or did we get it? Starting with the Fez draw. Oh, he got Monkey? Okay, okay. I think Davidson's getting a warning. I think Davidson's probably getting a warning here. Maybe? Or maybe they're unsure about how things happened. Oh, okay. I think they thought there was a gameplay error. There's not. I was like, I think Davidson might be getting a warning here, but I don't think he is. I think it was just they thought there was a gameplay error. All right, Rolt's getting search out here from Davidson. Davidson can now use counter catcher though. So the play I would like to see here from Davidson is... Oh, there's just not a good play. No, maybe there is. Okay, I think what I want to see from Davidson here is counter catcher. All right, if we can get whatever we want. Counter catcher Reshiram, Iono, punch Reshiram, but don't KO it. You don't want to give Lucas counter catcher again, is what I want to avoid here. And the question I think is also, does Davidson play counter catcher? Because I don't think I've seen one yet. My assumption would be, wait, why would we even put another Ralts in play here as Davidson? Why does that matter? When if Lucas KOs another Gardevoir, the game is over. Shouldn't we have left the bench space open? Okay, Reshiram doesn't give counter catcher. No, but I don't want to give Fez draw either. I don't want to give draw power. I don't want to give Fez draw either. So and also then you'd have to also move the Reshiram. It's like +1 card you need. You don't have Fez draw and you need to move the Reshiram. So I think that's what I want to see here from Davidson. Bring up Reshiram or Darmanitan. I don't really know if it matters which one you bring up. In case they kill Kirlia. Oh, true. I guess we're not... I guess we don't have a Gardevoir yet. That is... No, we have Ultra Ball in hand, though, right? Or is all the Gardevoirs in the discard pile? Maybe all the Gardevoirs are in the discard pile. Energy to Fez, just to make sure we can move it, I guess. If there's a Gardevoir in deck here, then... Benching a Ralts never makes any sense. Dude, I think there is a Gardevoir in deck. Am I trolling? Oh, not benching Gardevoir here from Davidson is also really good, though. Oh, wait. This is actually setting up really well for Davidson. Maybe we don't even need to Iono here, depending on how many cards are in Lucas's hand. You could just play Research. Yeah, we just don't put Gardevoir in play, and then you punch... Oh, it's even better than I thought to do the play. If you just punch the Reshiram and don't put a Gardevoir in play, we don't activate Ursaluna as well, on top of everything else. And there's the counter catcher. Yeah, just don't put Gardevoir in play. So we go counter catcher, up the Reshiram, punch it. Ursaluna's not active. We don't have a Gardevoir in play. You can't use Darmanitan. Countercatcher's not active. Okay, yeah. You don't get to draw with Fez. Actually, if we get a KO, then Fez draw plus, would activate Ursaluna. Yeah, the play's even better than I thought. At first, I was all in on punching Reshiram, but now I'm like, punching Reshiram is just broken. There we go. Bring up Reshiram and punch. That's it. There is a bunch of ways to move the Reshiram still available for Lucas, but this is definitely the best play. The only other consideration from Davidson should have been to maybe Iono. Yeah, the only other consideration here from Davidson would maybe be to Iono instead of Research. 6 minutes left. That is a pretty big hand there for Lucas. Trade number 1 coming in. Now Lucas needs to find out... Oh, we have Turo in hand. I was going to say, we need to find Turo. Lucas has Turo. So I think as soon as you Turo the Reshiram here, I think Michael should concede. Although there's not that much time left for game 3, so I don't even know if you want to concede. Because Zork's going to be the faster deck. You definitely Turo this Reshiram here, though, as Lucas. Thinking about using the Artisan. Does use it. I don't even know if there's anything to grab. We're probably just using it to shuffle the deck. Does you lose to Dory Boss? Michael doesn't play Boss. Oh, Dory on the other side? Sure, yeah. Dory, Dory, Boss, Ends Castle, sure. But yeah, you're fine with losing to that. You're also fine with losing to that. It's a fine thing to lose to. Does Backdraft not do enough damage? Right here? You could Backdraft, yeah. But Attack with Zork is also fine. There's the Turo. Zork gets pushed. Yeah, I hear as Davidson, you would concede if you feel like you have enough time left, but less time in game 3 does favor Lucas. Or like, more time in game 3, I should say, favors Lucas. Reshiram gets pushed back down. Power Glass gets put into play. There's the Ends Castle. Just burning cards here before potential Iono. And then here just comes the punch from Reshiram from Lucas. The more time there is in game 3 at this point favors Lucas, because there's not enough time for Gardevoir to win, but there needs to be enough time for Lucas to draw 6 prize cards. So now the play from Davidson, honestly, the play from Davidson might just be the same play, though. If you can find a way to bump the Ends Castle. There's the counter catcher. Do we have a way to bump the Ends Castle, though, is the question. And you have an Iono. I'm actually not sure what's left. You could try and make the same play happen here from Davidson. Iono, bring up Reshiram, bump the Ends Castle. I guess you could just... No, you can't. If you leave 1 prize from the active, you just lose. Is there another attacker set up on Lucas's side of the field, though? I don't know if Lucas has another attacker set up here. If there's not, then... Because Lucas didn't bench the Ursaluna. When in doubt, we Mind Bend. Could go for the Mind... Oh, there's a Zork on the bench with a Dark Energy. Okay, Davidson, if Davidson has an Iono, Davidson could just go 1-hit KO active plus Iono. There's no attacker set up on Lucas's side of the field, but Lucas does have Fez plus a Zork for draw power, so you draw quite a few cards. The Mind Bend honestly seems pretty weak here. Goes with the Fez bring up off the counter catcher. Has Iono, and then there's the Iono. But I don't know. Oh, I guess Fezandipity is stuck, right? Fezandipity is stuck. Fezandipity can't move under Ends Castle. It's the only Pokemon that can't. So this works, I guess. And then you retreat to Gardevoir and punch it with Gardevoir. But don't KO it. Good draw with Fez here as well, still from Davidson. Oh, wait, does Clefairy survive? can punch with Clefairy for 200 with a Bravery Charm, and it doesn't get KO'd back. Wait, Clefairy's insane here. Clefairy Bravery Charm is insane. It survives. Got to be a warning to Davidson by now, surely. It's definitely close. Lucas did draw a prize card last turn, right? We could draw with Fez here as Davidson still. Yeah, it's got to be close to giving a warning to Davidson. He might already have a warning at this point, to be honest, as well. Yeah, the Loon was KO'd, yeah. Clefairy is weak. Is not weak to that, you know. Clef loses to Bear. No, because we're not drawing a prize card. There's still 3 prize cards left. Also, you have to move the Fez and have an energy for the Bear, which would be hard to do to begin with. But you can't even do that because Davidson's not drawing a prize card here. Fez for 3. Okay, could use the Vessel here just to burn cards. There's 2 to the active. 4. Move 3 over from the active to somewhere. I don't know where you move this. Puts it on the Zoroark. Okay. Monkey Dory is still a live play here from Lucas, I guess. If you just heal 30 damage off the active Fez with Monkey Dory, then Michael can't KO it next turn. Ends PP up in hand. Trade number 1 coming in from Lucas. This is big. Vessel and Ends, or not Vessel. Night Stretcher and Ends Castle. Night Stretcher came back Dark Energy, but I think that's it. But that would combo with the Monkey Dory. The Monkey Dory could be big here for Lucas for sure. Yeah, 2 counter catcher gone. So that's, I think there's probably only 2 counter catcher in the deck. So you're not afraid of counter catcher anymore. Doing a Dark Energy count as well. A full energy count. Clefairy is weak to metal. It does not die on board right now. Even if we can move the active. Trade number 2 coming in. Giving up the Ends PP up seems fine. Yeah, that seems fine. That or the Ends Castle. It's got to be one of the 2. I don't know if Davidson has another Artisan left to work with. Yeah, giving up Ends PP up definitely seems fine here. Lucas is stressing it, though. I think there is 1 Artisan left. So that's why Lucas wants to keep around the other Ends Castle. He's doing a final check. Also, nothing's getting gusted here as Lucas. You should know that Davidson does not have another counter catcher. Giving up the Ends PP up. The draw is... Oh! It's bad! It's bad! Wait, does he just win? No, wait. We can retreat. We can at the very least retreat. No, wait. Does he... Is that game? No, it's not game. It's not game. We don't have a way to one-hit kill the active here as Davidson. We can move the active. The active then does die to Monkey Dory. But Davidson does not have another way to KO a Pokemon. So the Night Stretcher here should just win you the game here as Lucas. The game, you should just win here as Lucas. The only thing that's going to beat Lucas at this point is time. Does Lucas have enough time to win the game? Could be a question here. Because 3 seconds left. Because Davidson could just retreat to Pheasantipity here. And like pass. Time is called. That means Lucas should have been turn 0 there. If the timer on screen is correct. Lucas is turn 0. They should like put that on the screen somewhere. They should make that a graphic on the screen on the bottom. It should be like a turn counter to make it obvious to whose turns it is. I'll tell Chip about that. Yeah, Michael can. So Lucas has 1 more turn left. So Michael can just retreat to Pheasantipity here. Can go Iono, retreat to Fez Pass. I think. Lucas has at least 1 boss left, maybe 2. He's going to draw his tail from prizes when Monkey Dory to KO Fez. Oh no, but there's no bench space. It doesn't matter if you get tail from the prize cards. I was like, oh my gosh, that's genius, but it doesn't matter. There's no bench space for Davidson. Reloads and energy on the Clefairy. Interesting. Moves 30 to the active. Yep, makes sense. And then just pass. And the question is, can Lucas find boss? Pass, draw for turn. We have 2 trades, and there's the boss. Lucas takes game 2, and we end in a tie here. Lucas with the Zoroark versus Davidson with the Gardevoir. So many mistakes on Davidson's side of the field, though. So many mistakes on Davidson's side of the field for sure. I think there was even another mistake. I did mention it when it came up, but I kind of like backtracked, but I think it was a mistake still. It says turn 1. Oh, does it say it on the bottom? Was I trolling? Oh, it does say it, turn 1. But they got it. I should have said turn 2 going to Lucas's turn. Maybe they're just behind on it. Okay. This was the big mistake here from Davidson. Davidson would have just 2-0'd Lucas if Davidson had just KO'd the Badoo. If Davidson had just KO'd this Badoo this turn, if this Badoo was just dead, Davidson would have just won the game. Like, almost for sure. I placed in the Ralts. I think he did misplay with the Ralts placement as well. We can go. That's what I want to go to next. Yeah, this was a misplay here from Davidson. The Badoo should be dead from Monkey Dory. Davidson just didn't Monkey Dory KO Badoo. It takes away the possibility of Lucas Turoing it, which is big. It gives you 1 prize closer to your Screamtail. And then also it doesn't give Lucas a pivot. Like, even if Lucas doesn't have Turo here, Lucas being able to KO the Drifloon with Zorua is huge. But if you don't have the pivot, then you force the End's Castle, which Lucas could have, but Lucas then needs to draw into it. So this was a huge mistake here from Davidson to not KO the Badoo. And then Lucas had the Turo play on the Badoo on the next turn, got it out of play, and it was never... That means Davidson could never go for like a double 1 prize, effective 2 prize turn from Monkey Dory KO, Badoo, plus potentially Screamtail KO another 1 prizer, or going just more aggressively through the active, or like KO like the... Because this let Lucas do the Zorua play. Because of this, it let Lucas KO with Zorua, and then it's like, well, I can't get an effective 2 prize turn here anymore as Davidson because the Badoo is gone. But if we just KO'd the Badoo, went down to 3 prize cards left, get closer to our Screamtail, and then also attacking with the 1 prizer from Lucas becomes way less effective now as well. I think the other mistake here, I think, from Davidson was probably benching the second Ralts. I think the second Ralts bench was probably a mistake. And when did that come down? Was it before this? What are the prize cards at right now? Yeah, so it was before this. It was like here. This is when it happened, right? It might have even been this turn. It was like this turn, right? Something like this. This Ralts coming down was probably unnecessary from Davidson, especially when you... Is this the turn we go? Yeah, because this is the turn we go for the counter catcher play anyways as Davidson. So benching this Ralts never makes any sense unless we're like hitting through the active. If we're attacking through the active and we're like, we need a Gardevoir next turn, then benching the Ralts makes sense. But if we're doing this counter catcher trap play from Davidson, then benching the second Ralts I don't think actually ever makes any sense to do. Yeah, so it depends on how we're actually playing out this turn. But yeah, I don't think this ever makes any sense from Davidson. Oh, there was another mistake from Davidson as well, though, right? I think this was the big mistake from Davidson. Giving counter catcher over to Lucas was also a mistake. And that was this turn here. Davidson decides to KO the Zorua, which gives Lucas access to counter catcher, but actually isn't progressing the 2 prize trade. We're not getting a 2 prize KO this turn from Davidson. I think the play you could have done here instead as Davidson was maybe bench another Monkey Dory instead of the Drifloon. Although it does bench lock us, so probably bench nothing. You probably don't bench anything. You just accelerate an energy to Monkey Dory, and you move 30 damage off your Gardevoir, or the 20 off the Monkey Dory to the Darumaka, or one of the Zoroarks, and then you just Monkey Dory punch the Zorua for 60. And that's all you do this turn as Davidson. And you force Lucas to have boss if Lucas wants access to a 2 prize knockout next turn. But giving him counter catcher is like terrible. You can't give him counter catcher when the board state is set up for a 2-2-2 prize trade, where Lucas can just go 2 prize knockout, 2 prize knockout. And if you're not responding with your own 2 prize knockout and you only go with a 1 prize knockout, then Lucas wins the game anyways. But if you do go for a 2 prize knockout, then Lucas is always winning through like boss KO Serendipity with Ursaluna at the end of the game. So this was a mistake here from Davidson to give the counter catcher access at this point. It should just like punch with Monkey Dory, move some damage over to Darumaka or Zoroark or something like that. Keep it in the 2 prize trade type of situation. What if the last Ralts was the Monkey Dory instead? That's what, yeah, at the end of the game, that's what it could have been. I don't think we would have we shouldn't have aggressively put a Monkey Dory in play. Like, instead of putting Ralts in play, we shouldn't have put Monkey Dory in play. We should just left the bench space open for the potential of Screamtail or the potential of second Monkey Dory. The potential of the bench space was greater than guaranteeing a Ralts in play, basically, for sure. That bench space was huge value left. All right, here's the meta breakdown. Day 1. 18% Dragapult. What's your top 3 decks in consideration to bring to Portland? United Wings, Charizard, Pidgeot, and Raging Bolt, no Owls. Dragapult number 1, no surprise. 13% Gardevoir, 13% Raging Bolt. Also not like nothing. None of this is a shock. Actually, oh no, I was gonna say this is a surprise, but it's really not because they split Golden Go into 2 different percentages. So Golden Go is probably like 8% meta share, EV Box is super popular though. 7% EV Box. 9% Miraidon Pikachu as well. I'm actually curious what is favored between EV Box. What is favored between Terra Box and EV Box? Because they both have similar matchup spreads. Where they both have unfavored to Gardevoir. But Terra Box has a better Gardevoir matchup than EV Box does. But they're both favored against Miraidon Pikachu and Raging Bolt. And they're both favored against... I think I'd rather just play Terra Box, to be honest. I think if I had to pick between these two... Because the Terra Box has a way better Gardevoir matchup than EV Box. But EV Box, I think, has a better Joltik matchup and a better Raging Bolt matchup. I think Terra Box beats EV. EV Box is not as bad in Degardia as you think. No, it is. I think you think it's better than you think. Just 22 months, 13 Abra. Does the meta breakdown change the way you feel about not going? No, I mean, it's about what I expected. Nothing here is crazy. Already 12%, Raging Ball 12%, Dragon Ball. Yeah, this is about the only thing that I mean, the best of the rest would be nice to see. What happened to our Chaladon? It's just bad. I don't know if they're going to show us the best of the rest. And they had, yeah, this is basically what I predicted for the meta. Close enough, anyways. Terra Box being 5 to 6% on the higher end, but yeah, the only thing I'm curious about is where's Golden Go lie. But they do split Golden Go up. They split Golden Go into Golden Go Pult and non-Golden Go Pult. For whatever reason that they do that, it makes zero sense. However, they do it. They're not two different archetypes. It's all Golden Go, but yeah, Golden Go's probably like 8%, 7-8%. So it should be above Terra Box here, but it's not. Splitting up Golden Go, but not splitting up Dragapult? Exactly. Like, it makes no sense. If you're gonna do it for one deck, you should do it for all decks. Otherwise, it makes zero sense to do it. Like, if you're gonna split up Dragapult and Dragapult Dusknoir, which I don't think they should do. I think keeping Dragapult as 1% makes the most sense. Then Golden Go should also be 1%. Also, in Limitless, Dragapult includes Dragapult Charizard. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do that on the mainstream as well, though. I think that 18% does include Dragapult Charizard, which I'm also fine with. I think putting them all in the same is, like, fine. Didn't they split Pult from Pulsar? I don't think so. Because I think the percentages on Limitless are, like, pretty similar to the on-stream graphic percentages. So, because Pulsar is, like, 3% or something. I don't think there's that big of a difference between the on-stream graphic percentage and what's on Limitless. Limitless's percentage is a little bit more refined, so usually the numbers are a little bit higher. Because it's accounting for more archetypes, I think, overall. Whereas it feels like the on-stream graphic is sometimes like there could be a Golden Go deck that plays like I don't know, like 3 Golden Go and it wouldn't make the cut on the mainstream graphic, but it would make the cut on the Limitless graphic, which it should. It should make the cut, but you think Golden Go Typhlosion will be cooking? Probably not, no, unfortunately. I don't care about how many people are playing Dragon Ball, how many people are playing other. Everyone else is not playing a deck. Real deck. Does Rob work with Pokemon? He must, def, should. You mean Ian Rob? Dragon Ball Golden Go should count for both Dragapult and Dango percentages, IMO. True. It is both decks. Think straight Typhlosion will be competitive? No clue. Not thinking about the next format. I was on Charizard Typhlosion. It sounds terrible, but I don't know. I haven't thought about the next format at all. Robin Schultz? Oh. I don't think he works with them. I don't know. Maybe he has some communication with them when they talk about stuff, but I have no clue. He hasn't worked with them in any official capacity. You think apples or oranges will be better next format? Oranges. Oranges are more consistently good. You see yourself playing this game in 10 years? I don't know. I don't think that far ahead. Who knows? 10 years is so long away. Who plans for that? He never should. We need Robin to ourselves. I mean, unless Robin starts doing everything he does in an official capacity, then that would be even more interesting. If you could go to Pokemon.com and all the stuff that's on Limitless is on Pokemon.com, that would be pretty cool. Especially if Robin's the one behind running it. You think the Grimshaw deck will be competitive? Yeah, of course. You appreciate 12 months there. It's Vers. I thought you were going to Portland? Yeah, I am. I was just on stream last round. You should put all Noctowls in the same archetype. Watch that. That will turn out to be a 41% meta monster. Owl decks. Yeah, what's the percentage of owl decks, bro? I want to know who's got the Hooters. Lab says that Terra versus EV box is exactly 50-50. Interesting. I wonder what makes it 50-50. I feel like Terra box would just have the edge because of Water Pawn. It's hard to get through Flareon, I guess, maybe. Sylveon could, I guess, be annoying as well if they just keep resetting your bench. Like if you attack with Water Pawn and then I Sylveon you, like that sounds kind of annoying. Like I put your Hoots back in your deck. I guess I'd have to play the matchup. So do you prefer hot over cold? No. Cold over hot for sure. On average. Flareon is a Chungus. It is a big Chungus. It's hard to get through. I mean, you do have Pikachu, but like setting up Pikachu is not that easy if you just Water Pawn to turn 1. It's definitely not that simple. But see, the thing as well, though, is it probably comes a lot down to Fanrodom knockouts initially, too, though, right? Because, like, if Terra Box can, like, get energy on Pikachu early, plus get a Fanrodom KO, but then what if you just get everything gets shipped back to the deck with a Angelite? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, actually. How cringe is this format from 1 to 10? Like... probably a 2. Just like a very little cringe. You think it's going to dominate Worlds this year? 2, I don't know. Dude, that's just a stupid question. Go away. I've tried to get away from calling questions stupid a little bit, but that's just a stupid question. How about this? Terra Box only having Crispin for acceleration. Eevee can Crispin Flareon to prep 2 threats in 1 turn. I mean, that's what the decks do. Saying what the decks do doesn't like tell us how the matchup plays out, though. If you were like, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you just explained what one of the decks can do. But it's like that wasn't. Everyone knew that. Yeah, it wasn't like a secret. Yeah, if you came with some secret hidden play, if you were like, oh, the Water Pawn actually to stop stuff from retreating auto wins the matchup because you Water Pawn once and they KO the Water Pawn twice and you Water Pawn a 3rd time, the game's over. Like, that actually doesn't happen. But, like, yeah. Like, Flareon can attack with its first attack, set up another attacker. It's like, all right. Can you set up Terrapagos on Eevee side? You can. Once again, that doesn't, but that's not like, that's not helping us further our understanding of the matchup. You're just saying things that the decks can do. It's like, okay, how does that apply to the matchup then? It's like, my Flareon deck beats everything. Oh, really? Why? Well, turn 1, I use Fanrodom to get 3 Hoot Hoots. Okay, and then what? That's it. I won. The game is over. Actually, that's literally what Grant said the other day. Literally the other day, Grant was like, you use Fanrodom. That's it. You win. It's like, oh, okay, sure. I guess, yeah. Thanks for the insight. What do you think is winning in the East Conference Finals? Just the Pacers, bro. They're locked, bro. So do you have any you have any off meta pick that is really fun to play but still good? Well, no off meta pick is really good. I see. I know what you're saying though. I'm looking for something to play with my GF at home instead of Bolt. I mean, like Mamoswine's pretty cool. I mean, if you're looking for something to play with your GF at home, I was gonna say like Frost Ice Monkey Dory. I would say is an off meta pick that's pretty good. I like actually good, but I wouldn't recommend that. Mamo, Hops, Hydreigon, Sarah Ledge, yeah, like all those decks. What do you think will win the Grand Archive? Who do you think will win the Grand Archive tournament? No clue, no clue. Blazing Greninja is the best at-home deck. Blazing Greninja is pretty cool. It's a pretty sick deck. You got any wisdom for newer competitive players? What fundamental practice method would a new player get the most value out of playing PTCG Live Ladder? Is there prize money payout for pocket tournaments? There is, yeah. Most of the online pocket tournaments is all cash prizing. Some bigger than others. Like Ursa Day just threw like a 10K tournament. I mentioned this before. It'd be really cool to see someone in the pocket community step up, and like it'd be cool to see multiple people in the pocket community step up and try and run like an official circuit, like an unofficial official like circuit for pocket throughout the year, and have like an effective world championships at the end of the season or something like that. Why are we not funding PTCG Live cash tournaments? Honestly, there's not really a good reason not to do it. It's just people would have to do it, right? That's the thing. People would like have to go to their way to want to like put up cash or find sponsors to put up cash and stuff like that. There's no reason not to, but I don't think Pocket has the depth yet. Pockets. I think Pocket is what it is. There doesn't need to be more depth. Like, yeah. Also, that's also completely irrelevant. You can have a World Championships this year and next year. Like, nothing's stopping that from happening. You can have an official Pocket circuit where you run big online tournaments and have like an effective World Championships. It doesn't matter if it's this year, next year. Also, Pocket is just Pocket. I've heard multiple people have that take. That is just like what does that even mean? Pocket doesn't have. I've heard multiple people have that take. Pocket doesn't have enough depth yet, or you have to wait for the game to get more skillful with more set release. Like, what are we talking about here? What game are you playing? You're playing a different Pocket, bro. I haven't seen bugs on PTCG Live for a while now. Is it stable now? It has gotten more stable, yes, since like, yes, it has gotten continuously more stable. There are still bugs though. I appreciate the 63 months there, another rack. Was it ever stable? I mean, just play PTCG Live, and if it's not annoying to play due to bugs, then you're chilling. There's always going to be bugs, and the game is always going to get continuously more stable, though. Like, those two things were always true from the game's beta release. On beta release, the game was always going to have bugs no matter what. The game was always going to get more stable as the game progressed, though. Question is it stable enough for you to want to play it is kind of the question. So you just have to pick it up, play it, and if you're like, oh, I'm enjoying this, then you're chilling. With depth, I mean like card pool and synergy. Interesting enough that they can have like matchups. And honestly, I don't know. I don't play it too much. Just don't put it in the uncommon energy, please. I just think that's like such a silly take. I've heard it from multiple people now. The depth take, or lack of depth, lack of skill. Like just play Pocket. If you like playing Pocket, play Pocket. Someone should try and put it together a Pocket circuit or series. I'm not gonna do it. I don't play the game, but I think it'd be cool. I think the community would probably respond pretty well to it as well. Yeah, you don't need to wait for some more depth, more sets, more this, more that. Just play the goddamn game. You haven't played Pocket since like generic Apex, haven't you? Yeah, I haven't played since then. Would you have left Steven's Metagross bugged, to be honest? That was just a good buff to the card. The Pocket to PTCG pipeline is huge, at least here in Santiago. There definitely is a lot of that happening for sure. A lot of people are coming from Pocket and actually checking out the real card game. Real card game? I call it the real card game. That's right. It's like the IRL card game. The full card game. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, a lot of people are coming from Pocket to the TCG. I guess it's like Pocket and TCG. Yeah, a lot of people are coming from Pocket to TCG to check it out. Pocket is a great gateway to IRL TCG. Definitely. Because like people like playing strategy games. People like playing strategy games and they like being competitive. Like people in general. Those are like common traits found in human beings. So people like pick up Pocket, but there's only so far you can go with Pocket, right? You can't do it IRL. There's not as much depth to it as the TCG. Then people are like, I want a little bit more. You know, it scratches the itch and they're like, man, there's no official tournaments. You know, there's only so much depth to the game. I'm gonna check out the real TCG. And then they come over here and they're like, oh wait, this is way better. Not way better. It is way better. What am I thinking? What am I saying? Unless you're looking for something like more casual, it is just better than Pocket. Bigger investment too, though. As someone who made the switch, it is way better. We got real testimonies. Probably cheaper to buy a tier 1 TCG deck, to be honest. Pocket is fun though. Actually, I guess honestly you might be right. Like you can't just go to Pocket and then just like have a tier 1 Pocket deck, right? You would definitely have to probably spend more money on Pocket to get a tier 1 deck off the rip than you would into the actual TCG. And then, I mean, PTCG Live is basically like free to play. Yeah, you might have to do a little bit of investment in PTCG Live as well, though. But it's very low. I mean, you can invest $100 in PTCG Live and that'll like set you up for years. If you want to remain competitive on new set releases. As long as you don't care about bling. Good point. That's why I quit Pocket. You can't keep up with the meta if free to play. Is it that hard even if you stockpile? Even if you stockpile, what do we got? Matthew Nixon versus Dean. Azim. We had Ray versus Nucci. Connie versus Joshua. I never heard of Joshua before. And then we had Calamont versus Labella. I mean, I know Dean. I've never heard... Well, Matthew Nixon's name is actually familiar. Raging Bolt versus Terrabox. All right. Prediction is up. Wait, is the prediction up? Did I not pay out the last prediction? I swear I paid out the last prediction. Hold up. It was a tie. Okay, now it paid out. Okay. Oh, wait. What did I just pay out? Wait. No, the prediction wasn't up because I had to pay one out. All right. All right, prediction's up. I did it right, I think. Did I mess up the predictions? I maybe messed them up there. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. I think I got it right. Yo, hacker, my PTCG live game just auto conceded me. Please help Azul. Yeah, I can. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be able to help you. Good thing you came to my stream. Baby ball prize. That's unfortunate for Matthew. Actually, I don't know about in this matchup though. Baby ball sniping hoots is still probably pretty good though, right? BDF has been the same the last 2 sets, so at the worst you can literally trade for everything you need to make Dark Retina. Oh, sorry, there's trading in the game now, which makes things a little bit easier, right? But you have to have like know people to trade with, right? Or you have to like go like I'm sure there's like Discord servers and stuff where people like do trading, I assume. All right, here we go. Round 4. Eden going first. Terror Box versus Raging Bolt. Fan Rotom start. Can't complain. And a Nest Ball in hand, so this is about as good as it gets. A really good opening hand here for Dean. Is playing the double Grass Ogre Pawn. We've seen most people gravitate away from that recently. Going down to the solo pawn. Dean's still sticking on the double pawn. See the Clefairy in hand. So the biggest part about this matchup, it's just getting the first 2 prize knockout. But if Dean plays... If Dean does play... what's it called? If Dean plays Briar, then it's okay if Dean takes a 1 prize knockout in response to Matthew taking a 1 prize knockout and can still maintain the prize trade. Actually, let me go back here real fast. What were the prize cards again? I didn't check a look at Dean's. I just took a look at the Baby Ball. Ursaluna prize, but it's in the first 4, so that's fine. Yeah, nothing crazy, nothing crazy. Rescue board prize in the first 2. Was lining up the Ditto here from Dean, which is interesting. I would assume you just want to leave Fan Rotom in the active here, but it's actually searching out the Ditto. What is the active here from Matthew? Ditto comes down. Are we going to Nest Ball for Latias to get this Ditto in the active? But then what's the Ditto becoming? I guess Dean does... Yeah, Matthew did open Mew, so that doesn't really give Dean a ton of information. But this could actually be pretty bad for Dean here, I'm not going to lie. But this has to be a Latias grab here because we need to get into the Ditto, right? We wouldn't want to hard retreat our energy off the active instead of attaching for turn to what we get off the Nest Ball. So yeah, Dean doesn't know what he's up against here, but this could be pretty devastating here. Let's see. Yeah, there's a Latias grab. Then we're retreating to the Ditto. But Matthew is playing Raging Bolt, so Matthew could get an easy 2 prize knockout here off the rip. There we go, Ditto. This, I assume, is going to become a Water Pawn here from Dean. No, going to go for the Terapagos. Okay, that's still fine, I guess. Oh, lining up the Pikachu as well. Water Pawn, Terapagos, Pikachu. Has all the options. Goes for the Pikachu, but this isn't safe against Matthew. Also, this does give Matthew the ability to just like punch us with a Fan Rotom, which would be fine. Like Matthew could just go punch your Pikachu with a Fan Rotom. Go ahead. But we could also see the Slithering knockout. We could see a Slithering knockout turn 1 and just get the first 2 prize cards here for Matthew and really put him in a really good opening spot. I think if Dean knew this was Raging Bolt, Dean would have left Fan Rotom in the active. I have to assume Dean would have been content with just leaving Fan Rotom in the active here. There's the pass. All right, so big opportunity for Matthew here. Even if Matthew doesn't get the Slithering knockout, if Matthew just finds Fan Rotom Punch active, that's still pretty good. Nest Ball to start off here from Matthew. And we'll see what the grab ends up being. It, of course, is Noctowl Raging Bolt. No surprise there. Doing the prize checking, of course. Where can you get those t-shirts? You can't. You get them just by being on stream at tournaments. You assume high probability of Bolt if you see Mew? No, everything plays Mew. Joltik box. This deck, Joltik. There's so many decks that play Mew. It's not. Yeah, it's definitely not a high probability of. Most Guard4 lists play Mew, right? The hand here from Matthew, I think it just has to be a Squawkabilly. Oh no, it's going to Fan Rotom, so we're gonna play it slow. Oh no, we have Jamming Tower Punch with Fan Rotom here. Actually, wait, do we have a Terra Pokemon in hand? Oh, I guess another question would be, does Matthew even play Squawkabilly? Players have been cutting Squawkabilly from Raging Bolt. Oh, we could grab Ditto here. I guess Ditto can become the Terra Pokemon. But that means we're not punching with Fan Rotom, which gives Dean the ability to be the first person to take the 2-prize knockout. Dean Team isn't a name I've heard since they won that regionals that Natalie Champagne got second at. Dean did not win that regionals. That was Ian. Dean has at least won 1 regionals, but I don't know about 2. His research in hand, I think. No, he's got Turo in hand. He's got Turo Sada. Yeah, so that's the retreat for turn from Matthew. So Matthew is not getting this punch into the Pikachu here. And I guess it's kind of forced, but this is such a... I don't like this play at all from Matthew. This is just like not a good play. Leaving a 2... You're just giving Dean the first 2-prize knockout. He won Dallas. Yeah, he won Dallas. I don't know if he's won another regional. I don't know if Dean's just won 1 or 2. Here comes the Ogerpon Cycle. Does have access to a Terra Pokemon now to work with the Noctowls. Are they letting you put your discard pile above your deck now? I'm gonna start doing that if they let you do that. It makes so much more sense to make it easy for your opponent to have access to your discard pile. If they're letting him do it on stream, I assume you could just do it in general. If you can do that, I'm gonna do it. The same about putting Jamming Tower in play. I do not like this Jamming Tower. I think this is a bad Jamming Tower here from Matthew. This makes no sense. Oh, no. It doesn't make no sense. Okay, I don't like it. I would rather have this as an answer to Area 0 to get liabilities off your bench. Oh, we have the Prime Catcher Hoot KO. Okay. This ended up working out a lot better for Matthew than I thought it would. We do lose our Prime Catcher to this, though. This actually does give the Water Pond play. Oh, no, I don't even know if I like this, though. Wait, but would I have even liked hitting with Fan Rotom that much from Matthew into the Pikachu? Because the Water Pond play... Now the Water Pond play is active here from Dean. Now you can go KO Fan Rotom, KO Hoothoot. You still get the first 2 prize cards here as Dean. This is still pretty good for Dean, I feel like. Prime Catcher for only 1 prize makes me sick. Dude, honestly, I don't think... Matthew just didn't have a good play. Yeah, Matthew just didn't have a great play across the board, to be honest. Yeah, Dean can try and go for that. Getting rid of a Hoothoot is nice, though. This still might be Matthew's best play, to be honest. There's just like no great play for Matthew. Soblock is active, but Matthew does play the Turo and might also play Palpad. Yeah, the Jamming Tower, I'm not a huge fan of the Jamming Tower play here, I don't think. It might work out here. Noctowl, yeah, Dean is short a card here to make the play work, to be honest. I don't think Dean... Oh, I think... does Dean have... I think Dean might have Area 0 E-Switch to be able to KO and boss. I think Dean can KO the Mew or the Ogerpon off the bench here. And you'd go after the Ogerpon, I'm sure, to take away the Noctowl. So yeah, Area 0 E-Switch here, I think, for Dean is really, really good. Yeah, I don't love the Jamming Tower play there from Matthew. It does take away potentially Crystal or, yeah, Sparkling Crystal. And you did take away a Noctowl as well, which makes it that much harder for Dean to make the play work. Oh, I guess you could go... Actually, here's Dean. You could go E-Switch... Oh, you can go Water Pond plus E-Switch as well. That also works. Okay, maybe this is a better play from Dean, actually. It's using Boss versus using Crispin. Yeah, I guess which one of those is better to save is the question here. The thing is, you just know Area 0 is not going to be hard for Dean to find. That's kind of the problem with throwing your Jamming Tower out that aggressively from Matthew, instead of using it for the late game to remove liabilities from play. Oh, wait, we got Nest Ball Area 0 here from Dean, so we can't actually get access to Water Pond here. Nest Ball for the Hoothoot. Are we just not taking a knockout here as Dean? We're just knocking out the active? This is not a very good knockout. Wait, if we had gone Area 0 E-Switch, couldn't we have Gus KO the Ogerpon off the bench as Dean here? Like we could have attached, because we have a Psychic in hand, so we could E-Switch off the Ogerpon to the Clefairy, attach Psychic to Clefairy. Boss KO Ogerpon? 100, is my math wrong? We wouldn't have the Hoothoot in play. Cycling off the Ogerpon as well. There's an Iono. We had Mew and another Ogerpon in hand. No, we definitely had it. Yeah, we had the play here from Dean to KO a 2-prizer off the bench. Can you just KO with Rotom? Yes, he could also... Well... I just do not like this play from Dean. What the heck? Wait, where are... We definitely play Energy Switch. Like, I'm questioning whether or not Dean's Energy Switches are prized. They're not. But this just gives... I mean, it doesn't just give the game to Matthew, but this is where you want to be as Matthew. If Dean plays Briar, this is probably fine. If Dean plays Briar, this is okay. This is reasonable if you play Briar. Especially with the Jamming Tower gone here from Matthew. Matthew doesn't have a way to like get rid of Area Zero. Area Zero is just in play the rest of the game, probably. I saw like 3 energy switches. Yeah, this is just a bad play here from Dean. You're just giving the first... You're just not taking 2 prize cards. Not even giving over the first 2 prize knockout. Matthew could take a 1 prize knockout this turn and Matthew would be fine. But Matthew's gonna probably take a 2 prize knockout here. Nest Ball for Pheasantipity first, just draw some extra cards. I don't hate this. E-Switch was in deck. Yeah, so Dean should have gone off of the Noctowl. He should have got Area Zero E-Switch. And then we could have gone Clefairy, KO, Ogerpon off the bench. Yeah, Ogerpon's a better KO here. Yeah, force an extra Ogerpon to be found here from Matthew. Definitely. There's a draw from the Fez. We still have our Noctowl to work with. There's another Nest Ball in hand. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is a knockout for sure from Matthew. We have a Crispin in hand as well. I feel like we should probably go for the Crispin over the Sada here from Matthew. To just conserve your Sadas. Yeah, probably just go with the Crispin play here from Matthew. Save the Sada for next turn. But things are looking pretty good here for Matthew. Yeah, I definitely want to go back to that first turn from Dean. I feel like there had to be... I feel like there had to be a better play there from Dean. Oh, it looks like we're going to Vessel away the Crispin here. I feel like Crispin was pretty smooth there. I don't know. It seemed pretty clean. You don't draw cards like you do with Sada, obviously, but... And we do see the Palpad in there as well from Matthew. So Matthew plays... Sada does, like, cycle your deck a little bit more, so I don't, like, hate this play either. Crispin just felt really smooth there, but more cards is kind of good as well. I don't hate it. Yeah, Matthew is playing Turo and Palpad, it looks like here. So has answers to, like, everything with, like, that lineup. You're not scared of anything with Turo Palpad. Sabhu. Alright, gonna start with the cycle on the Ogerpon. Seems fine. If you got like an Ultra Ball here, you could sod it up. Well, no, you gotta save this, conserve this fighting energy, I guess. You can't really afford to risk that. There's a Lightning in the discard pile, I believe. That's why we got the fighting off the Vessel, so we can Sada to the Raging Bolt. Second Raging Bolt does come down. And a Hoot Hoot as well. So things are looking pretty good for Matthew. Oh, yeah, here comes the Sada. Loading up on the Bolt. And yeah, plenty of energy to take the KO here. And plenty of backup as well. We got Pheasantipity, Mew, Hoot Hoot in play. The only thing we're missing, to be honest, I don't even know if you'd say we're missing that, would be Latias, and literally just drew into Latias. Literally just drew into Latias. So our board is like impervious to like any kind of play you could possibly imagine. There's a lot of... Do you just concede here as Dean? Are you still Pikachu to fall back on? I guess you fall back on the Pikachu, right? You're like, all right, I'm gonna punch you with Pikachu next turn. If you get through my Pikachu with Slithering, I probably pack it up. Like, that has to be the way you approach this as Dean, right? Oh, I don't like discarding both off the active, though, here from Matthew. This does give... Yeah, I think I like leaving 1 energy on the active here. This does give, like, a... Now, Dean, this turn, could go for a Sob play. This does give, like, a Sob play over to Dean. There's the Pikachu push immediately. We do have Latias on play. It doesn't really matter what we send up here. Top deck Noctowl is pretty good as well. Of course, we have the Fez draw to work with. But I don't... We maybe just play the Crispin here first to get the energy out of the deck. I assume we're attacking with Pikachu to KO Raging Bolt here. The other play would be a Sob play here from Dean. And this could still be fine for Dean. This situation could still be fine for Dean if Dean plays Briar. I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that Dean doesn't play Briar. See the cycle through the deck. No Briar. Okay, no Briar. So that means... I mean, it's not over. I don't want to write off the game yet. Not looking good. I guess you don't need to use Crystal here either as Dean. You could E-Switch, actually. You could E-Switch still. That could still be the out. Not sure if Matthew ever goes to 2 prizes anyways. That's true. Matthew doesn't have to go to 2 prizes. That is very true. That is very true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the Briar wouldn't even like work in this situation anyways. Very good point. Very good point. You're spitting, chat. You're spitting. So I feel like the Crispin should just be played here as Dean and just be like, all right, if you have Slitherwing or Boss, I lose. Or Slitherwing or... But no Gusto is possible here for Matthew anyways. Yeah, so I just play Crispin first. Try and Pheasantipity into E-Switch or Crystal. And then Noctowl if you have to. Owl first. Ooh. Nest Ball. Ooh, wait. Okay. I think I see what Dean is lining up here. So Dean is going to attack. Okay. Actually, I don't hate this, but using Owl before Pheasantipity still makes 0 sense. I think Dean is actually going to attack with Terapagos this turn and try and... Can you do that? Crispin this turn. You switch over, attach Crystal. Yeah, I think Dean is going to attack with Terapagos this turn and then go Pikachu Iono next turn. Okay, I actually do like this lineup. I actually do like this. But using the Owl makes 0 sense instead of drawing with Fez first. Oh, no, unless you're trying to... No. It still make... I don't like it. Crown Opal time. Oh, Crown Opal is reasonable as well. I guess we could just Opal here. Oh, I forgot about Crown Opal. Matthew does have Boss Palpad left, though, so this won't work. But Dean might be at this point. I completely forgot about the Crown Opal. I'm not going to lie. Oh, maybe we have Iono. Oh, we're going to try and hit the E-Switch off the... Wait, why would we still not draw with Fez first? We should still draw with Fez first here, yeah. Yeah, we haven't drawn with Fez yet, right? Crown Opal Boss Mew. Crown Opal Boss Mew. Ooh. No, Crown Opal Boss Mew would work. We can go attach, E-Switch. Boss Mew, KO Mew with Crown Opal. Matthew has no energy set up on the Raging Bolts. You get a turn back. No, I think that would have worked, right? Crown Opal Boss Mew would have also worked. So we need the E-Switch here from... There's the E-Switch. We did find it. I'm still trying to think through that sequencing from Dean to not Fez before Noctowl, but... Does he play Countercatcher? If he did, the sequence was terrible here from Dean. I assume doesn't play Countercatcher based on how we've seen this play out. Because I think if you had Countercatcher here, you would have prioritized that more heavily, and you would have Fez first. Like, Fez before Noctowl is always the better play, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. There's the punch. But Matthew does play Boss Palpad. So Matthew can just set up Raging Bolts, and then next turn, Boss KO, and then Palpad Boss KO. Also, Matthew does play Baby Raging Bolt as well. So actually, Matthew on top of that actually could just go Baby Bolt, Snipe for 2 into Boss, win the game. There's a Boss in hand. There's a Noctowl looking pretty good here for Matthew still. Matthew can still just wait out this situation. Oh, okay, hold up. No, the bench is full here for Dean. Dean could have gone into Water Pawn, and Water Pawn KO'd active plus Hoot Hoot next turn. If the bench wasn't full. When did Dean bench this Mew? That seems like a big mistake from Dean, actually. I didn't even like see that play until last turn, right? Yeah. So if Dean just didn't bench Mew before Iono, Dean does play 3 E-Switch, I think. Plenty of Crispin left. Dean could have drawn into Water Pawn this next turn if Matthew leaves this Raging Ball in the active. Which Matthew definitely... I wouldn't be like that shocked if Matthew leaves this Raging Ball in the active, because it doesn't hurt Matthew that much to do it. He should have disrespected the Mew. Yeah, honestly, the one time it's correct to disrespect the Mew. Water is locked. He can't Water Pawn. He has 2 E-Switch left. He'd be aight. Appreciate 13 months there, Genosaur. Oh, we had 2 Hoot Hoots in play here from Matthew. Jeez, man. I thought we only had 1 Hoot Hoot available here. We have a second Hoot Hoot for the next turn. I completely forgot about Crown Opal in this matchup. And this is why it was a mistake for Matthew to discard the energy off the active actually as well. Like, I already thought that felt kind of weird to do, but we should have left an energy on our active, because then Matthew this turn could have just gone attach Boss, knockout, and then you're just a snipe with Baby Bolt away from winning. Yeah. Why not Crystal Pika or Crispin E-Switch Pika and KO Raging Bolts? Honestly, Pika KO active. Well, no, yeah, Pika KO active plus Iono also would have been pretty decent, to be honest. Just draw prize cards fast and force Matthew to have the response. Well, but the problem with that play is that Matthew will probably just be able to have the slithering response with the board that he had. So that's why you don't do that. There's a Sada for 3. And I believe the Baby Raging Bolt. Yeah, the Baby Raging Bolt and the Raging Bolt in the bench are getting set up. So Matthew is still in a pretty good spot here for sure. Matthew's definitely in a pretty good spot. I think there's a Grass Energy in hand. I would like to actually see that get attached to the Baby Raging Bolt and then leave an attachment away from Baby Raging Bolt and Big Bolt. He's attaching to the Big Raging Bolt here. I think I would like to see the attachment go down a Grass to the Baby Bolt though, but this is fine. We have a boss in hand for the next turn, and then Baby Bolt can take a prize card at some point as well off the bench. Are we just gonna hang this in the active? Matthew is gonna run here, which it doesn't really matter because there's no water pond access to Dean for Dean, but I think this might. No, this is a mistake here from Matthew. Because now Dean can KO the active and then water pond for 3 on the following turn. Oh, this is actually such a bad play. Now Dean can win with 2-3. We needed to leave that Raging Bolt in the active or retreat to a 1-prizer from Matthew here. So actually retreat to Noctowl, depending on the hand, might have actually been the better play. Retreat to Noctowl actually might have been the better play. But Dean just needs to KO the active here. No, just KO the active. Oh, you could boss the Mew and I guess KO the... Is he just going to punch it for 180? No! Turo for Matthew could become a thing? Ooh, good shout out. Yeah, the Turo to pick up the damage rating ball could become a thing. Unless Dean is KOing this. Oh, Dean just went for the KO here? Oh, this does still set up for the water pond play, actually. Okay. Actually, this works. If we're going for the KO. I assumed if we were bossing here, we weren't going for the KO. But using the E-switch means getting to the water pond is going to be almost impossible here for Dean. Yeah, now I don't think the water pond play is possible anymore. Unless Matthew leaves the Raging Bolt in the active. He burned another E-switch for little to no reason. I mean, the reason he used the E-switch here is to play around like Judge or Iono, but I don't think Matthew really has a board state to ever use Judge or Iono because nothing is taking a knockout on anything. Most play 2 E-switch. I'm pretty sure we saw 3 in Dean's list though. I think Dean does have the 3. Okay, well, Slithering sounds good here. You kind of don't want to leave something in the active that could be Water Pond though. Slithering could get Water Pond. You want to attack with Baby Bolt to KO the Fan Rotom off the bench, or you want to attack with a fresh Raging Bolt. You don't want to leave, yeah, you can't leave a Water Pond target here. If you leave a Water Pond target, you could lose. We have to avoid that. Is that the point of KOing the bench Bolt to try and force the Bolt that attacks to be the damage one? I guess. I just don't feel like it really forces that. Like, it's not, I don't think it's hard here for Matthew to get a fresh Raging Bolt, you know? Or attack with Baby Bolt this turn instead. Can he attack with Grass Pawn? I don't think Grass Pawn's KO in the active here, but you could theoretically, yeah. And now attaching to Baby Bolt really hurts. Yeah, the attachment definitely from Matthew should have gone to the Baby Bolt. I think we had a Grass in hand. The Grass should have gone to the Baby Bolt and just keep all your Fightings and your Lightnings around to give you the option of one or the other. And then this turn we could have gone attached to Baby Bolt plus Turo the Raging Bolt possibly, and then we just can't lose. So yeah, definitely some mistakes here from Matthew. And it actually might come around. Okay, there's the fresh Raging Bolt. It might come back around to actually punish Matthew here. We'll see. But yeah, if we had attached to Baby Bolt instead, then if Dean does the same play, which he probably does, like for whatever reason that Dean made that play, he probably does the same thing. And then Matthew just goes, okay, cool. Noctowl, Turo up the bench, damage Raging Bolt, attach to Baby Bolt, snipe your Fan Rotom, go. And then you just win next turn guaranteed. Yo, appreciate the raid there, James. Hope you had a good stream. Did you play in Portland or not? Yeah, I went 0-3 and then I ran back home to stream the rest of the tournament. Yeah, definitely should have split the energy. And then if Dean does something else, you could still have attached to the big Raging Bolt, and then Turo, the damage one still. So even if that changed Dean's play. Appreciate the 15 months. Appreciate the 29 months there, Ollie. Bali. It's like Matthew just not thinking about Water Pond. I mean, the other plays beforehand were definitely a little bit more intricate to like have put together, but he looks like he's attacking with a fresh Raging Bolt. So like as much as he can do this turn, he is playing around Water Pond. I think on previous turns though, there was some mistakes that were made that could have set him up in a better spot. And this is leaving an opportunity, I think, for Dean to potentially be... Actually, I don't know if Dean can win next turn with that E-Switch play on the last turn. I'm not sure if it's actually possible. E-Switch attached. Oh, no, actually, can Dean ever win now? I don't know if Dean can ever win now. Unless Dean plays Counter Catcher. The way Dean could win would be Counter Catcher Water Pond. Those casting in between round games. Yeah. I finished my round quickly, so I hopped on the stream for a round. Appreciate the 6 months there. Damn Tato. Okay, there's a retreat into the fresh Raging Bolts. Just gonna knock out this Terrapagos for 4 energy. Bro, this game in general, there's like so many. Oh my gosh, there's like so many turns that are like worth going back and breaking down, to be honest. There's so many turns that are worth going back and breaking down from this game. Maybe that's what we do Monday. Maybe let me make a list of this. What round is this? Round 4. Try and come up with what was the optimal play. Like an Ultra Ball to thin out the hand to grab a Fan Rotom just to play around the potential Iono. But Iono just can't happen next turn from Dean. Oh, no, it could because of Ursaluna. I guess we are prepping around pretend like Iono Ursaluna here. All right, there's 4 to discard from Matthew for the knockout. Once again, it does not leave an energy on the active, which I don't like. I think we should leave an energy on the active here. Okay, does Dean play Counter Catcher? I actually don't know for sure. Ooh, I do not see a Counter Catcher. And then used E-Switch last turn. I guess that doesn't really matter that the E-Switch got used last turn. But honestly, this actually did matter, because if Dean didn't bench Mew last turn, Dean could have benched Water Pond and attached to Water Pond, and then set it up, and then still gone Boss Cat Raging Ball, so that way a boss couldn't come out from Matthew, and then the Water Pond would be able to win the game here with a boss. Although I don't know if Dean has another boss left, so that's like another thing. That's another part of this, I guess. Double Ultra Water Thin out the deck. I mean, it looks like Dean is just playing for Ursaluna Iono here at this point, which is not where you want to be. Yeah. You for 2 to begin with. Oh, Water Pond got benched. Wait, can Dean actually do the play? How is the play available? I didn't see a Counter Catcher. Oh, are we going for a Sob? Gust on Latias? But shouldn't we Gust a Noctowl? Shouldn't we Sob a Noctowl here, not the Latias? Oh, it's just a Sob play the whole time. But shouldn't it be a Sob on a Noctowl? So we can win sooner? Just in case Matthew does play a card. And Matthew does play Turo. So now we're just kind of waiting for Matthew to find Turo. Judge. Palpad. Oh, wait, does Matthew not play Turo? Got discarded? Okay, but he does play Palpad, so we can bring it back. Wait, when did he discarded Turo to Ultra Ball? Oh, he discarded Turo last turn? Why would you discard Turo? That's a massive mistake from Matthew. I didn't see what got Ultra Balled away. What the heck? Dude, we're never Ultra Balling away Turo there. That's an insane mistake there from Matthew. Water Pond is always active. Water Pond is always live. Okay, you have to be a little bit careful here as Matthew. No, you just win when you get into Baby Ball, right? Baby Ball is just how we win the game. Okay. Yeah, that's an insane throw from Matthew. You definitely preserved the Turo there. I didn't see that it got discarded. I assumed it was in the deck or in the hand still. But Dean should have brought up a Noctowl, not the Latias. All right. Matthew gonna do the same thing. Bring up a Noctowl off the bench. If Dean had just brought up a Noctowl, you could have won this turn possibly. Over to Dean. We top decked an energy. The energy allows us to retreat. Attach active retreat. But we're so far away here from Dean. As Dean. from winning this game. You need to sob lock the active for like a million turns. Whereas if you just brought up a Noctowl, you just sob it once and you could have won next turn. Has Super Rod in hand here. I was thinking about playing it. I think you probably do play the Super Rod here. I think Dean is thinking about trying to draw into Crispin before playing the Super Rod, which I guess is reasonable, but I think you probably just play the Super Rod here. Because drawing into the energy is still pretty good. So now it comes down to, can Matthew find... Ooh, and we get the Ultra Ball as well. That's pretty good. Actually, then maybe I would have held the Super Rod, actually. Actually, I think I maybe disagree. I didn't see we had an Ultra Ball in hand. Because now how does that affect our odds? We draw one less card. But now we have 3 more dead cards in the deck that aren't Crispin. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I'm not sure about that. Crispin was found. That's... Oh, no, but Dean doesn't win next turn. He doesn't win next turn. All right. Oh, the Palpad top deck. Dude, he's going to get... Dude. Oh, my gosh. This feels like the most unpunished game ever. Like, for the mistakes that the players made, there was never... There's not... This feels like the most unpunished game ever, bro. No one's getting punished. But how can you punish... All right, we're getting the Turo. No, just get Turo. Do not... Just get the Turo. We just need the Turo. We need the Turo as soon as possible. We don't have that much time. I do not like the boss recovery there. I hope we top decks the boss on the turn. He's Latias has 100 damage on it. I'm down. Ultra Ball to thin out another card here. Dude, this literally just comes down to who draws. Okay, cycle with the pawn. We have like a couple grass energy in hand, so we can cycle a little bit. Area 0. And also, this even comes back to that first turn of the game when Matthew put Jamming Tower in play. Oh no, but he put Jamming Tower in play to be able to attack with Fan Rotom. So I guess it's a little bit different actually. So maybe it was fine to put the Jamming Tower in play. Yeah, okay. The Jamming Tower was probably fine for Matthew. Attach and hit. Ultra Ball top deck here from Matthew. Cycle on the grass Pokemon. There might not be a Pokemon left. I think that's an Ultra Ball anyways. Oh, gets the Turo! All right, and that's game. Just Baby Ball snipe the Fan Rotom. Game 1 goes to Matthew, bro. Oh, yep, game 1 goes to Matthew. 18 minutes left. Plenty of time to finish the next game. Not plenty of time for game 3. Man, there's so many things to talk about in that game 1. There's so many things to talk about in that game 1. And a lot of the things that I brought up, I don't even know if they were mistakes. The big thing at first was like the Dean play. Hey, let's go back and take a look at that. We can at least look at that play. Because turn 2... So Matthew does go with this Fan Rotom Prime Catcher play. I don't hate this play from Matthew. I think you want to do something here. Yeah, you want to do something. You don't want to let Pikachu just run over you. You want to get something done here. This seems like it was fine for Matthew, to be honest. Fan Rotom KO this. Fan Rotom Punch Pikachu would have also been fine, though, as well, to be honest. And saving your Prime Catcher might have been better from Matthew here, so I don't know about that. Fan Rotom Punch Pikachu actually might have been the better. But taking a Hoodoo out of play is kind of nice. But it was this turn from Dean. And we draw with the Fez. And in this hand right here, Dean could have gone Noctowl for Area 0 E-Switch, Clefairy KO Ogerpon. That just feels like the play, right? How is that not just the play here from Dean? KO the Ogerpon. Instead, Dean goes into, what, Fan Rotom KO Fan Rotom? And Fan Rotom KO Fan Rotom here from Dean would be fine. No, Dean goes Clefairy KO Fan Rotom. Yeah, why did Dean go with Clefairy KO Fan Rotom when Dean had Fan Rotom KO Fan Rotom? This actually just made no sense from Dean, right? Why would you give Matthew 1 extra prize card here? That made no sense. And actually, it ended up mattering in the end of the game because Matthew could just use the Raging Ball to get the last single prize card instead of needing to get a 2 prize knockout. Oh, there's a lot to talk about there. The only argument for the play that Dean made is you ran out of Noctowls. Because you weren't getting a Hoot in play that turn. But you had Crispin in hand and Fez on board. I don't know. Maybe prize card count matters at that point. All right. Game 2, Dean's going first. Ultra Ball in hand. Oof. I mean, you gotta ditch the Clefairy here, right? I think Clefairy bites. Clefairy's pretty good. Getting rid of double E-switch feels bad. Yeah, maybe that is the play, though. Clefairy's pretty good. Clefairy's pretty good. Okay. You have to go fast here as well as Dean. You're trying to win the set. You don't want to tie. So this could definitely end in 15 minutes. This set could definitely end in 15 minutes for sure, but probably pretty tough for it to happen. Triple hoots on the way here for Dean off the fan roadie. I don't think we have an energy attachment turn 1, which is unfortunate. Clefairy comes down as well as pass over to Matthew. Yeah, Dean just going fast here. Don't have a lot of time. Seems fine from Dean there. I don't know, getting second Noctowl over the third Hoot Hoot. But I guess in case of E-Switch, like Matthew could be playing E-Switch, of course. Immediately into the fan rotom here from Matthew. And Matthew's hand looked pretty decent. At the very least, I think Matthew would want to be able to go Baby Bolt punch the Pikachu to break the ability, so you don't have to go into Slithering on the next turn, and then you are, like I said, establishing some kind of threat. Appreciate the 8 months there, Ezo. Latios prize here for Matthew. Ooh, that could be big, actually. Prize mapping is Pika, Cleffa, or Saluna, ain't it? I mean, there has to be 2 prizes in the active every single turn for that to work. If there's a 2 prizer in the active every single turn, that does work out. Honestly, the Clefairy bench here from Dean is probably incorrect, to be honest. We probably should have waited on that. That seems bad, actually, the more I think about it, to bench the Clefairy. I guess the only reason... No, yeah. Yeah, the Clefairy there does not seem great, to be honest. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I dislike the Clefairy bench. Pearl here would make it a 1 prize board, like you and Chip said on the pod, or a safe 1 prize board. That is true, but the better card to actually play would always just be Briar, I think, because Briar's better in more situations and more matchups, and like effectively does the same thing. Well, not always actually. It feels like it effectively does the same thing though. To play Briar instead of something like the Clefairy, the Pearl. Probably never playing both. I think Briar's better in more matchups. So I'm about to go to a tournament playing Joltik Box and I lost one of my mountains. What should I play over the mountain? You can't like find someone to borrow a mountain from? Shop has a mountain for like 25 cents. I would attempt that first. There's got to be a someone at the event who will hook you up with a mountain. Vessel coming in, giving up the Mew EX? Dude, the disrespect. There was not a better card to discard there? There might not have been. So long. What's up, sign? If there's 2-1 prizes, would it be double Rotom or Water Pond? 2-1 prize would be double Rotom or Water Pond? Wait, what do you mean? If you could use Water Pond? Alright, looks like it might just be attach active here from Matthew and pass. He's gonna go with a boss. I actually don't dislike this from Matthew. Goes on the Clefairy. That seems like the best target as well. Alright, we gotta start cooking here as Dean. Dean is just getting aggressive. I think the Clefairy is gonna be swinging this turn. This is where, as Dean, you wish you played Briar, because you're taking that first 1 prize knockout here. Yeah, Dean's just cooking. Just knock out. Here we go. Dean's playing fast. I love to see it. Rescue board got off the prize cards. Rest of the prize cards kind of fine. There's an E-Switch prize. So Dean's last E-Switch is prized here. Only plays the 3. Or does play the 3. Most people don't. It should be pretty easy for Matthew to respond to this. We have Ogerpon. We have Noctowl. This should be a pretty easy response here for Matthew. Serendipity coming down first. Not bad. Gonna draw 3 cards. I guess the only other thing to think about... I'm still thinking about like that previous game from Matthew. I don't know. There's a lot to break down from that game, to be honest. Can't believe people still don't know about Mew. Did they read the card? Wait, what Mew? Are you talking about just Mew, the Mew EX? Oh, wait, but Matthew pushed Fan Rotom here, but prized Latios, right? This might be actually a mistake. Does Matthew know that he prized? Wait, how do you get out of this now, actually? Oh, wait, this might just be a massive throw here from Matthew. And Matthew prize checked on the beginning of the first turn. I guess we had... Yeah, he prize checked on the beginning of the first turn. Prime still doing on peak? That's so bad. I mean, he's got to do it. Yeah, that's your only out here. It's so bad. That is not what you want to do this turn. I mean, everyone keeps his card in. You're supposed to put it on the bench. True, yes, yeah. He runs the switch. No, he doesn't. He plays Turo. You can't Turo and Sada on the same turn. Didn't prize check enough, apparently? I guess. Can you Ogerpon kill? Ooh, good call, good call. You could Crispin Ogerpon kill, yes. But actually, I think we see Matthew didn't pick up on that. Is actually misplaying here. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, you can't kill the active with the Ogerpon. No, 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 no. No, you can't, you can't, you can't. E-Switch? No, he doesn't play E-Switch. He's going for the Prime Catcher play, which is not how you want to use Prime Catcher. You'd love to hold on to Prime Catcher for longer. This is not what you want to do here as Matthew. Just going KO the active with Raging Ball was perfect. That's... You'd be in such a good spot here as Matthew if that's what you did. But didn't prize check efficiently enough. Definitely prize checked, just not efficiently enough. And didn't realize that Latias was prize. So we should have pushed up the Ogerpon, but didn't do it. Now we're going with Ultra Ball here. It seems like this is going to have to get second Noctowl for Nest Ball Sada, I assume, is what's going on here. Or just going for the Slitherwing. Maybe we have Sada in hand. Maybe I missaw. Killing Pete kind of turns off Owls temporarily. I mean, maybe. You never know for sure. But you're just going to get clapped back by the Clefairy anyways. The Clefairy is just coming back to the active and knocking you out. So it's not like Dean needs Owl access next turn anyways. This is maybe a good turn for Dean to actually go with that play, though, I guess. Yeah, here comes the Sada onto the Slitherwing. This does give Dean a Water Pawn angle as well, though. You could go Water Pawn, KO Slitherwing, KO the only Hoot Hoot off the bench for a 2-prize turn. That wouldn't be terrible. Wait, so if Dean had just brought up Noctowl last game, didn't Dean just win? Because Dean drew into the Crispin before the Turo was found, right? He needs to KO Fan Rotom with on Hoodoo. I mean, the Fan Rotom on Hoodoo doesn't really matter that much because... Oh, but I guess you don't want to attack with Slitherwing again as Matthew. But you could just... Ooh, okay, that could actually be something there, yeah. True, because attacking with Slitherwing 2 turns in a row KOs itself, right? So that could give the prize trade back over to Dean, I guess. So that wouldn't be a terrible play because it would like make it awkward for Matthew on the next turn. Yeah, okay, the Fan Rotom KO next turn actually would be pretty good, actually. Fan Rotom KO the Slitherwing itself is not great, but Fan Rotom gusts around the Hoot Hoot. That is a pretty good play, actually, because that makes things awkward because Slitherwing has 3 retreat costs and has 2 energy trapped on it. Or 2 energy on it right now. You can charm Slitherwing to not KO. True. If Matthew does play the Bravery Charm. True, true, true. Ooh, and Dean's hand is actually out of options, though. Losing the Pikachu. Yeah, Dean actually doesn't have anything. Oh, did he... He was about to evolve to Noctowl, and I think he realized. Caught it just in time. I think it's just literally attack. Dean doesn't have anything else. He's cooking. But yeah, you just need a swing. You need time. Attack, Dean. Attack! All right, there we go. He did almost evolve to Noctowl there, but then he was like, oh, wait, I don't have a Terra Pokemon. This is actually interesting. This does leave Dean with a 1-prize board. I wonder if Dean can play off that ever with like a Fan Rotom attack this turn and just chill again. Punished by Matt's misplay. Honestly, that is how that worked out, yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it punished. It's just kind of an unfortunate scenario, but that is kind of how that worked out, yeah. I don't think Matthew wanted to use Prime Catcher there, but then was forced into it once Latias was prize. And it looks like he definitely had that realization during his turn. Would definitely like to go with Raging Bolt knockout, but now we have the Raging Ball KO here from Matthew. What is the way back into this for Dean? Is there a way back into this? It has to be some kind of sob play, right? So this turn, if Dean can go Fan Rotom knockout, get a 1-prize knockout. No, is that even a... No, yeah, then you Sob Fez, and then you go KO Fez, KO Noctowl, right? Okay. Should have just used Fan Rotom to kill the Slitherwing to preserve his Clefairy? He couldn't. His hand didn't even have an energy for the Fan Rotom. Soblock's pretty good here, no? Matthew does play Turo and Palpad. So the Soblock is fine here. But Matthew also has 2 Hoothoots in play to be able to go Noctowl for Turo. So Soblock might just have to be what you do. It's not that good here, though. But I think Dean needs to start with like Fan Rotom, get a 1-prize knockout, and then go into Soblock the next turn. But with the hand the way it is for Dean, Dean's not doing anything unless there's a top deck. And Terapagos? Okay. Oh, wait, there's that play as well. You could get into the... There's no 2 prizes on the bench here for Dean. You could go into the Crown Opal. Opal the active for the turn. Maybe you should just try and slow things down with the Opal. I don't hate that. Is that the play? Or do you just go Ursaluna plus Iono? Now, Ursaluna plus Ionos is terrible, right? That's so bad. We lose to so many things. I think we got to go for the slowdown. Yeah, slow down the game here. There's no E-switch, so it has to be a Crispin here as well. It has to be through Crispin. I don't think you want to put a 2-prizer in play here as Dean. So I think you need like Ultra Ball Crispin, and then you just go Opal and chill. So Ultra Ball for a follow-up Noctowl. Goes for the Nest Ball. I don't like this. What are we Nest Balling for here? No, this is just bad. If this grabs Fez, it's just game over, right? Well, this means that Dean is going for a more aggressive play, right? But already put the Crystal in play. Yeah, I don't like this. I feel like we should have just gone Opal and chill for a turn and just see what happened from there. Like, just get Ultra Ball plus Crispin here, and then it's punch with Terapagos, go Opal, and then see what Matthew does. Like, we need some way to slow down the game. Putting another 2-prizer in play is, like, not slowing down the game. Bunch of garbage off the draw. We have Ultra Ball in hand still. Now it has to be Ursaluna. I feel like the play from Dean here, if you're putting the Pheasantipity in play, your play is now Ursaluna plus Iono. I feel like that's going to be the play here from Dean. We'll see. At this point, I feel like this is what we're forced into. Dean is scrambling. Well, he knows there's not that much time left. So we definitely, when there's less time in the game and people are playing faster, we definitely should. It's definitely correct to judge plays differently because we know the players are misplaying. There's a Nest Ball. I think it's going to grab a Grass Ogerpon, but there's no E-switch left here. So I don't know if Dean knows the last E-switch is prized, but you can't get to Crown Opal through the Grass Ogerpon. I don't know if that's Dean's plan. Maybe he's going to cycle with it first, but you need an energy for your Ursaluna here. There's Iono. I don't know if we had to bench that other Hoothoot, though. That's actually questionable, to be honest. We maybe should have put the... I feel like Dean maybe should have put Latios down instead of the Hoothoot for the mobility, or just leave the bench space open. Yeah, I don't love that Hoothoot bench. No energy! Oh, wait, no, we're not done. Oh, my God. Yeah, wait, why are we not toweling? What are we grabbing? There's no E-switch. Oh, he doesn't know there's no E-switch. He doesn't know there's no E-switch. Yep, he didn't know. He didn't check. Dude, All right. I mean, he's playing fast. He's playing fast. Yeah, not leaving the bench space open for Latias. Yeah, he thought there was E-switch in there, so he's going to go into the Turtle. But even then, you need mobility for the Turtle on the next turn. So Latias on the bench there from Dean was definitely the better play. We definitely need to put Latias on the bench from Dean there over the other guy. Latias had to make its way down over the last Hoothoot for sure. Yeah, didn't check for the last E-switch there. Like I said, we definitely judge plays a little bit differently when there's not that much time left and the players are obviously playing faster because you're just going to play worse. When everyone's playing at as fast as possible or faster than the pace they're normally playing at, they're just going to play worse. It's just going to be the reality. I don't even know what you do here as Dean, to be honest. I don't even know what you do. I don't know what you do. Sure. Punch with Ursaluna. This gives Fez draw over to Matthew. No Mew in play, so the draw power isn't as powerful as it could be. Immediately push on the Raging Bolt there from Matthew. Draw for turn is a Lightning Energy, so Matthew literally needs a Grass Energy to win the game here. Grass Energy, Crispin, Sada, anything will do. Fez, Noctowl should wrap this one up from Matthew. Going to get that Sada here. Should be more than enough. He just wants to confirm. Yeah, there we go. There's the fist bump. And Matthew, or yeah, Matthew gets the dub 2-0. Prediction payout. I want to go back to this first turn from this Clefairy play. Once again, Dean is playing Rush, so keep that in mind when we like analyze this. Want to punch him with Turtle? Honestly, probably should have. Yeah. Did he have the right energies in deck for Crispin Opal? Yes, he could have Crispin Opal for sure. He had Grass Lightning in there. He could have made it work off the Noctowl no matter what. The Opal was available. The peak active. We shouldn't have even benched the Clefairy, to be honest, but it's fine. We go over to Matthew. Matthew just goes for a setup turn plus pass. Attach the active pass. That's fine. I mean, maybe Clefairy was just the play from Dean every time, right? Did we really have a better play besides Clefairy? Maybe not. I think Clefairy was probably just the play here from Dean. Yeah, that's fine. The Clefairy play is fine from Dean. It's not great, but we didn't really have like a better option. Did he have the right energies in deck for Crispin? Oh yeah, I already read that question, yeah. Got the KO. And then this was a mistake here from Matthew. Okay, but okay, this is actually like worse of a play than it actually looks like, to be honest. What's the general consensus of the matchup? It should be favored for Bolt, right? If there's Briar in the deck, I think it's favored for... If you play the Daichi list, I think Daichi's list is actually very favored. Not fair. Daichi's list is like favored against Regimold because you have Badoo to shut down Prime aggression, and you have Briar. So if you're playing the Daichi list, you're definitely favored. I think in general it's probably pretty close to 50-50 though. Like for like Dean's list is probably like pretty close to 50-50, if not unfavored. Yeah, close to 50-50, if not Bolt favored. But if you're playing the Daichi list, you're definitely favored for sure. Briar plus Badoo goes crazy for sure. Yeah, this play is actually worse than it seems like for Matthew, because as soon as you push Fan Rotom here, you're forced to use Prime Catcher or get Latias. But if you push Ogerpon, even if Latias isn't prized, you don't have to get Latias. So this play from Matthew is actually just terrible. It's not because like even if Matthew thought he was going to get Latias to begin the turn, maybe all of a sudden you realize you don't want to do that, and then you can just hard retreat your Ogerpon, right, into something else and KO the Clefairy. And you should always KO Clefairy here. KOing the Pikachu is I feel like KOing Pikachu is probably never correct. I guess there is an argument to KO Pikachu though. It does take away the Terra on board, but I don't know if you stress that on this turn from Matthew. Like saving Prime Catcher is just so good. Also, attacking with Slitherwing is so bad. Like attacking with Slitherwing is actually just terrible. You only play the card because it gets through Pikachu easily, but attacking with it is actually just awful. So you never want to attack with Slithering unless you have to. So yeah, to be honest, this play in general from Matthew is just pretty bad. And pushing the Phantom just makes zero sense ever, just because like, what if you just don't want to get Latias? Let alone what if it's prized, and it was prized. You need that energy to KO Clefairy? Wait, what do you mean? So what's the reason no Ursaluna in your Terra Box list in Discord? I just copied Daichi's list. Seems fine. I mean, Ursaluna's good in there as well. The energy to KO the Clefairy? It doesn't matter, Purik. Okay, so listen, think about it this way, Purik. If you push up Fan Rotom and you get Latias, Latias is prized, but let's say Latias wasn't prized. If you push up Fan Rotom and you get Latias, you can retreat Fan Rotom without retreating energy. If you push up Ogerpon with energy, you can retreat Ogerpon with a Latias in play without discarding energy. But you also get the added benefit of being able to pivot Ogerpon. Also, you can accelerate to Ogerpon or multiple Ogerpon plus Sada for 2 plus attach, and you can still get enough energy in play, even losing an energy off your Ogerpon to KO the active that turn. So even if you did need the energy on Ogerpon, you can still get Latias and not retreat the energy off it. But on top of that, you actually don't need that energy theoretically. What did Dean have in hand that he could have Ultra Ball instead of the double E-switch? It was like the rest of the cards were probably better. It was like Noctowl, Crispin, Noctowl, Crispin, Crystal. So those are probably all better than the E-switches. How'd the match end? Raging Bolt 1-2-0.
I'm here in the lounge with with Matt Nixon, our winner from the last round, moving now to 4-0 at the Portland Regional Championships with Raging Bolt. Matt, how are you feeling, man?
Feeling good. The time change different on the West Coast has kind of helped. I'm from the East Coast, so I'm wide awake right now because we're 3 hours ahead on the East Coast. So feeling good. Deck's been running well and ready to keep playing some Pokemon.
That's awesome. Yeah, let's talk about that matchup just a little bit there. You find yourself up against the Terra Box. You're obviously choosing to play Raging Bolt for this event. I guess first talk to us about why you chose this deck for the event and then maybe how you decided to approach that matchup.
Well, it was really, I decided to play Raging Bolt. In the past, I've been playing Goldango. However, I have played Raging Bolt at majors before. So with the quick decision to switch to Raging Bolt, I went with the deck that I was familiar with as opposed to trying something completely new. And then in that matchup, as far as the Terra Box matchup, is really just trying to get those first 2 prize cards, hoping they don't play for Briar. I've seen some that play Briar to where if they do get the first 1 prize knockout, that they can kind of swing the prize straight with that. And really, that was it. I feel like both games I had really good draws, even though my opponent was able to go first as he wants to in the matchup. But I just seem to have everything when I needed it. So.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that first game.
Okay.
You use your Prime Catcher pretty early. The Professor Turo hits the discard pile. Your opponent goes for the Sob. Did you find yourself getting nervous at any point there?
Yes, because once I completely blanked out about the Wellspring and the Sob. So when I Ultra Ball, I just really kind of I wasn't even thinking about the Sob play. So I was really just trying to thin my hand, thin my deck, and I was expecting another Iono. But once I saw the Sob come down, I was like, oh man, I really need to find my Pal Pad to get it back in the deck before he can even set up the 3, because he had 3 prize cards left, I believe. And had he set it up to where he could Wellspring, knock out, I think I have my Fan Rotom on the field, right. And then my Raging Bolt was already damaged with 180, so he could have hit the active and my Raging Bolt and took his last 3 prize cards. So I knew before he could do that, I needed to get the Pal Pad and get my Turo back, or else game 1 would have went to him for sure.
Yeah, it definitely became a little bit of a race there at the end.
It did. Yeah. I realized my misplay by getting rid of the Turo. As soon as I saw it hit the board, I was like, yeah. That's a card in the deck, the Wellspring.
But hey, it works out. You end up finding the Pal Pad. You're able to get back the Turo. You get the win there in game number 1. And then game number 2, you really slowed Dean down a lot by taking out that Pikachu EX, getting rid of the Terra Pokemon. It meant he wasn't able to use Noctowl.
Yeah, exactly. He had 3 Hoots on the board. He didn't put an Ogerpon, any other Terras down, so I knew his hand was pretty much dead because I don't think his second turn, I don't think he played a supporter. So I knew if I took that out, really his hand was relying on using the Jewel Seeker the next turn. And unless he had a great top deck, he was at least for that 1 turn, he was just going to have to go ahead and attack with his Clefairy again. And so which is how it worked out.
So I hear that this is a hobby that you get to enjoy with your son, that he's a juniors competitor. You were telling me that he's already locked up an invite to Worlds due to winning the Bogota Special Championships. Talk to us about that, being able to share this hobby with your son, what kind of some of the journeys you guys have been on together.
Oh, it's great. Ever since I played as a kid back in the late 90s, early 2000s, cool. And I kind of stopped when I got into the adulthood, but once my kids got into it, my daughter, she's a junior as well. She started out with the TCG as well, so it was great for all 3 of us to kind of have a hobby that we played together, enjoyed. For me, it reminded me my time as a kid, go and play at Toys R Us, the local leagues they had back then at the time. So now my daughter's transitioned to VG, and now it's me and my son playing TCG, and it's great because it gives me an excuse, to tell my wife, like, hey, I'm taking the kids, and really, I get something out of it as well.
Sure. We'll make sure she's not paying attention to this part, right?
She's not here today, so hopefully she doesn't see it.
Yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, that's very cool. Where are some of the favorite places that you've been able to take your family due to, traveling and competing for Pokemon?
Japan, for sure. So Japan Worlds was our first season. Both of my kids got their invites. So me and my wife had been to Japan and Tokyo on vacation previously. So I love this. One of my favorite places to visit. So being able to take them there and let them experience Japan was awesome. Europe, Brazil, we've gone to EUIC, LAIC. So just really traveling around to different states, different areas we may not normally just take a vacation to. That in the various different countries, and sure. Meeting all the great people we've met along the way. So it's been a great time.
I love that. Love to hear that. So you're 4-0 now, starting things off. A really, really strong start. What are kind of your hopes and aspirations for this event?
Just keep it going. I just keep it going. That's another thing with my wife is like, she's like, you need to start doing better. The kids can't be the only ones that do well.
Okay.
I've got to have some strong finishes. I've had a couple day 2s. Few day 2s and stuff, but no real deep runs, so we'll see.
Maybe this is the one, man.
We'll see.
Best of luck to you. I appreciate your time. Best of luck to you and your family as well. We'll be keeping track of the whole Nixon clan as we move forward through the rest of the season. Wishing you guys all the best.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're gonna get back to the casters and.
Dude, shut up, Chip. Nobody wants to hear it, bro. Dude, he is so happy that Raging Ball won on stream, bro. He is so happy right now. What the heck? So have you ever played any other Pokemon game like VGC? No, I only played one video game, like main series video game before. It pushes 19 months there, CMT. We have some wires to chew on, Chip. Yeah, get backstage and start chewing on some wires, Chip. Like, come on, bro. We say Chip is your best friend. I don't know. I don't think about that kind of stuff that hard. I got a lot of good friends. That's all that matters. So you better watch out. I'm cooking up the Gorbis deck. Bro, I'm not watching out, bro. That's a free dub. I hope I hit you game after game after game after on ladder and I boost my ELO to 3K. That's a dub. Saw your buy this versus rivals. Do you buy all those cards off the bat or when you need it for a deck? I buy all of them off the bat, yeah. So do you consider Chip as the meta deck for next rotation? Yeah, that's probably a pretty solid pick. Chop talking away for a beautiful Amelia moment. Classic Chop. That's a classic Chop moment right there. What are we doing? Chip rotates? Gotta find a new co-host for the podcast, I guess. How many rounds do we have? That was round 4. Round 3, round 4. So we have 4 more rounds to go. Am I gonna play next season? Probably. I know your favorite Pokemon is Shuppet. Thoughts on Banette though? Banette's whatever. It's like, yeah, it's whatever. When are they reprinting ADP? That's honestly a good question. The only reprint any of us really want to see is the ADP reprint. On Flowsun to reprint with ADP along with VS Seeker. Yeah, that'd be sick, man. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Also, can we get like Trashalanche Garbodor and Ability Lock Garbodor? Wait, is this live? Is Joe Bernard over in Portland?
A quick intro. Tell us about yourself.
So I've been playing for over 10 years. I also do some YouTube videos on the Pokemon trading card game for a long time, all about the competitive side of things. And I can also be found casting the European side of these tournaments.
Yeah, so it's a treat to see you here in the U.S. for regional championships. What's the experience been like for you so far? I know it's been a bit of a whirlwind trip.
Yeah, I mean, I came in last night, so I'm battling the jet lag, which is good, but hasn't hit me just yet. I've had my coffee and I'm all good. Honestly, it's not too different right now. The scale of it is massive, of course, but it's, you know, Europe's getting there as well. So at any point, I'm just trying to get those wins like any other tournament.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, let's talk about the tournament a bit. I know you're playing, you know, not like a super unusual deck, but a bit unusual compared to some of the top decks. What's driving your choice for this weekend, and how is your tournament going so far?
Yeah, so I'm playing Dragapult with Charizard. So you'd expect Dragapult, of course, but Charizard's there to try and balance the Gardevoir matchup, and it's much greedier than straight Dragapult, which means I just have a lot of threats on the board all the time, which actually means I'm pretty decent into Dragon Mirror, I think. I can just use TM Evolution, get multiple Charmeleon and Drakloak, and even if they're taking out 1 or 2 pieces, I still have Acceleration, and I still have threats.
Yeah, sounds good. Why not just mash a couple of good Stage 2 Pokemon together?
Yeah, they're the 2 best cards in the game, I think, so we'll stick them together, and it can't be that bad.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, when you were preparing for this tournament, were there any things on your mind, like if I play this deck, I definitely don't want to run into this, or are you pretty happy across the board?
I've hit 1 Terrabox, and that was my loss today, so I'm 3-1, and that's, I think, the toughest matchup. I'm playing League Headquarters for a bit of balance, but it's still tough.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Joe, I know we do have the next round starting in a bit, so I do want to give you a chance. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Dude, that's insane, bro. Joe literally flew all the way from Europe to a North American tournament to play in it, to then get an interview to push Charizard Dragapult propaganda, bro. That's insane, bro. That's dedication, though. It is dedication. Really trying to push the Zardpult prop. Pretty crazy. He's gonna shout me out. I flew all the way to Portland just to push some Zard prop, bro. Absolutely insane work. Oh, wait. We're back. I'm trying to change something on my layout. Chip staring at Puka's mic. Dude, he's getting hungry, bro. There's no cords around, bro, but it's the next nearest piece of technology. What do tables 1 to 7 have a star next to it on Arcanine? Because they're like the static seating. Tables, the highest tables are static seating. So like people with like, if you showed up with like a broken leg, they'll give you like a static seat to sit at. So you don't have to like move around the convention hall to find your seats all the time. And it's like they're more convenient seats to sit at. So table 1 isn't actually table 1. The highest number tables are the static seating tables. It made me think of the guy on the street during the interview where he just shoved the whole ass of mic in his mouth. I've never seen that one. Did someone explain to me the chip eating technology lore? What do you mean? Just look at the emote. Dude, I hate the pile of traffic trying to find my seat, my table. Does someone have the? I could just make that an actual emote. Does someone have the chip the chip chew image they could send me so I can make it into an actual emote on the channel instead of a Better Twitch TV emote? I don't know where the image came from. I assumed Delok added it to a better Twitch TV account. Where do I send it? On Discord, ideally, yeah. Discord or Twitter. Do it Discord ideally. Twitter DMs is also fine though. Times it's 2 now. There's 4 rounds left, and then what's it called? Starts at 8. I guess I'll probably just stream right into the Master Ball League. Decks are performing the best till now in Portland. I don't know. We won't know that until after the tournament's over. When did you move to Cali? At some point. So did you evolve from Ian? They do be saying that. Was there any spicy deck on stream? No, not yet. You think that Prime Chip would go day 2 in this format? Yes, format doesn't matter. Format is not relevant. The only thing that matters is how good you are at the game. Is Whiny Voice Togepi the optimal Togepi? Probably. Would he do it with Mamo? Probably not. But I don't think anyone's doing it with Mamo. I wouldn't predict anyone to get day 2 with Mamo Swine, to be honest. This is round 5, right? Probably the last round for a meme deck to be on stream. Hopefully they do not put a meme deck on stream this round. Please don't do it. Listen, I'm all down for meme decks to make it on stream, but they have to be better than like... I mean, maybe if they're 5-0. No, this would be 4-0. No, 4-0 is not enough. If they're 5-0, maybe. Next round would be fine. But not like 4-1. I want to see a meme deck that's like 6-0, 7-0. In contention for top cut in day 2. Like, yeah. Putting a meme deck on at 4-2, all we ever see is it just getting slaughtered. Like... Was Okie Dokie not that? No, the Okie Dokie deck was cool. What were they? What were they when they put the Okie Dokie deck on? The 5-1-1? Like this, 5-1-1 is solid. Like that record is okay to put a 5 wins in a tie. Sure, get them on there. I'm not trying to see a 4-0 Okie Dokie. Every time I like this round when they put a meme deck on, it just gets stomped. It needs to prove itself a little bit more. Like the Okie Dokie from Matthew. That was like 5-1-1. If there's a cool deck that is available on stream at 5-1-1, sure, go for it. 4-0? Nah, not good enough. Are meme decks the same as rogue decks? I guess in this situation, we should call it a rogue deck. Yeah, the rogue Okie Dokie deck from Matthew. They can kind of... no, they're not really... Meme decks are just bad decks. Rogue decks are something that's like, ooh, wait, that has potential. That's like... There's something there where it's like, okay, maybe your matchup spread's not the greatest, but like if you hit the right matchups or whatever. And they got a lot of matches to potentially show here. It looks like, yeah, Piper versus G-Shen on stream. I don't know who Henry's opponent is, but Haruki from Japan up against Lucas. I don't know who Callie's playing up against. Miloslav is there as well. I think it's Charles Paul Lego Jr. No idea who that is. Not sure who Halliburton's opponent is. And Magda's over there as well. Ooh. Miloslav and Magda showing up. Uh-oh. Wait, has Magda even been to an event since EUIC? I've not seen his name at all at any of the European events. Has he been showing up to these events and just like getting bodied, or is he just not showing up to anything post EUIC? Halliburton, don't let the Knicks see this. Yeah, if you're from New York, close your eyes. I don't think it was any special. Oh, has it only been special events so far? Only Stockholm? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because the other events were just special events, right? Yeah, sure. That makes sense. What do you think about protective goggles and Joltik? I don't think it's very good. I think it's a bad answer to Raging Bolt. Depends how much space you're going to commit to your deck for the Raging Bolt matchup. If you're going to commit like a lot of space, then it could be okay. You think Ryan will be back for Worlds? I don't know. I'm not thinking about future formats. I'm not thinking about 2 formats away from now. Don't talk to me about that kind of stuff. Are they going to show us the best of the rest? They're showing us day 1 again. So it's better to play 2 charms. I don't know. I mean, I like 2 charms, but I'm not saying if you don't have to cut a charm for protective goggles. So you're already thinking about deck building incorrectly. You can play protective goggles and 2 bravery charm theoretically. 2 charms seems pretty good. I currently play 2 charms on my list, but if you want to play protective goggles, that doesn't mean you have to cut a bravery charm. And if you're not playing it, it also doesn't mean you have to play 2 bravery charm. But yeah, bravery charm is pretty good in the deck. 2 seems fine. Honestly, the bravery charms aren't even that good if you're not playing like Picnic Basket to begin with, to be honest. Because if you just have Clefairy, nah, 2 charms is pretty good. 2 charms is pretty good. I take it back. But like, you don't have to play 2 charms just because you're not playing goggles. Or if you're playing goggles, you don't have to cut a charm. Yeah. 2 charms is like fine though. But like, if you can find something better than playing one of the charms, that could also be good as well. My list currently has 2 charms, but that doesn't mean you need to play 2 charms. It irritates me seeing it labeled as non-Pika and not Joltik. Me too. Joltik is the star of the show. Literally. You start thinking about NAIC format Monday or when DRI drops on live. I mean, I'm not ever not thinking about the format. Like, yeah, until I like actually play games with the cards. I'm not too invested in the thought. Like, Grimsnarl seems good, but that's because I played with Grimsnarl. That's about it. Yeah, like I'm not thinking about, okay, what is the best way to play Guardy? What's the best way to play Charizard? Like, until I can physically play, like, I feel like there's so little can be done until you physically play with the cards that it's just like not worth. Yeah, I just I'm not. So yeah, even on Monday, I'm not gonna be thinking about overly about the format. No, yeah. My thought process and progression of thinking about the format and coming up with thoughts on the format coincides with actually playing the format. All right, Grant Shen with the Dragapult versus Piper with the Gardevoir. Generally a favorable matchup for Gardevoir. Now, Dragapult Dusknoir, I think, start grinding Grim Games Monday, Tuesday. Well, Tuesday I'm not streaming, and there's also a patch. It actually works out because they're updating the game on Tuesday, so it's going to be down anyways, but I wasn't going to stream Tuesday anyways. Wednesday, we're doing the Dude stream, final Dude stream of this format. And then Thursday is when the set drops, so yeah, Monday, I don't know what we're going to do Monday. Recap Portland, recap Game 1 of Round 4 at the very least, and then, I don't know, maybe play if there's like some cool decks that come out of Portland. I'll probably play with those if we're playing more Grimmsnarl. There's plenty of time to play Grimmsnarl. I'm probably playing Grimmsnarl though. Like if I had to pick a deck right now, I'm playing Grimmsnarl for an AIC. But I don't have to pick a deck yet, so we can still play with some with the other new decks and see if there's anything else that comes out of it. I'm pretty locked in on Grim for NAIC. I can't really go wrong with it, right? You can't really go wrong. That is a lot of energy prize there for Piper. On Grant's side, nothing crazy. It is the Dusknoir build, which is the build. I think that is the better build to play this weekend as well. Like, you need to be able to compete against Gardevoir. And the Dusknoir build is way better against Gardevoir than the non-Dusknoir build. Double Dark is cray. You don't need to set up that many Monkey Dories in this matchup, right? You need at least one. We'll have access to at least one here for Piper. More than that is kind of whatever. I'll be curious to see if Piper is playing the Rabsca or not. Do they have to wear those shirts if they're on stream? No. They have to wear them if they're wearing a shirt that is not stream appropriate. But besides that, they don't have to. If they're wearing a shirt that's stream appropriate, they can choose to wear the stream shirt or something else. Looks like Grant is going first. We're doing the active. And the prize check-in's coming in. Monkey Dory and Dusknoir. Okay, interesting. You don't see that all the time. Luminous Energy. All right, so it's a Luminous build. Got Dusknoir, and you've got the Monkey Dory in there as well. They did show the prize cards there. I feel like sometimes they pull up the prize cards and I don't really even pay attention. One Duskull prize. Yeah, nothing crazy on either side, right? The Double Dark. Screamtail could be a little bit annoying to be prized, but Screamtail's not that big of a deal in this matchup, I feel like. They get to keep the shirt? Yeah, you keep the shirt. Prediction? I got you. You do get to keep the shirt. You do get to keep the shirt. Double Dark hurts? I don't think so. I think you guys are gassing the Double Dark being prized. Oh, okay, maybe not. You don't get to go double Monkey Dory KO Duskulls off the bench. All right, maybe you guys aren't gassing it. Maybe you guys aren't gassing it too much. You guys might be right, actually. Ultra Ball on Dragapult and the Switch. I assume just to get a Dracloak here. The other card in hand is an Arven. Arven was Arven Vessel Fire Energy. It would be nice to be able to play this Vessel right now. But there's nothing to Vessel away unless you're going to Vessel away the Arven. Honestly, Vessel away Arven? That doesn't even seem that bad. What are you saving the... What are you going to get off Arven? I guess if you don't get Bidoof, you get a Buddy Poffin though, right? Well, we'll see what kind of build that Piper is playing. We'll see if it is a TM Evo build. Okay, I was going to say, let's see if it's a TM Evo build. It is a TM Evo build. TM Evo active with an energy right into the Iono. Now I'm curious if Piper plays the Rabsca or not. So everyone switch over to the... Has everyone switched over to the TM Evo build is the question, I guess. Another TM Evo, Ultra Ball. Oof, honestly, the hand is not great. It's fine. Vessel away TM Evo, Ultra Ball away both energy. I think they're asking if Grant shuffled the cards from the Iono or not. If they've been shuffled. I have no idea what's going on right now. I've been playing the Team Evo build the last few days and the setup feels so much more powerful. I've been finishing games faster. It definitely seems like it has a more consistent setup for sure. You just get a random color shirt. They have like a bunch. You can like pick a color, or it could be a random color. You could ask them to just give you one. Oh, double Screamtail. Okay, no Rabsca. There's no Rabsca in there. Now, double Screamtail I don't think matters as much in this matchup. Like Screamtail's like an okay attacker in this matchup, but there's two. There's two. So the pricing of that doesn't hurt. I guess you guys are right. You guys are right. You can't get to double Monkey Dory, which is pretty good for like sniping Duskulls off the bench. So the 2 Dark Energy being prized definitely is impactful. You think they let you? Do you think they let me cut off the sleeves real fast to flex the guns on stream? Honestly, they would probably be okay with that. I think they would probably be okay with it. Like if you wanted to. like rip the sleeves off the shirt real fast if you really wanted to. I don't know why they would be against it. Yeah, there's the Ultra Ball. Second Ralt's on the way. So the only other, and immediately into the Team Evo. So double Guardy Arven is all Piper has to work with here. But I mean, you're not too scared of what Grant is probably cooking on the other side. And yeah, the turn from Grant is going to be pretty standard. Double Dracloak off the Jack. Has a Psychic Energy to work with, so you can split the energies on the benched Dracloaks. Or you could invest all the energy onto one Dracloak and then put the cape on it, actually. So you protect yourself from Screamtail just sniping the bench here. I guess these are the turns where Screamtail could be impactful, right? Like, turn to snipe the Dracloak that has the energy. That could be kind of annoying. That could definitely be annoying. Maybe I'm undergassing the Screamtail being prized. And then now it doesn't matter, actually, though, because Piper plays 2. Dude, was chat just right the whole time? All right, second Dracloak. Boffin's pretty good. But Fez is... Oh, I feel like you gotta go Poffin here, right? Maybe not? I guess the hand is kind of lacking in draw power. I don't know about that, though. You're not using Fez this turn. I kind of like the Poffin grab. Get another Duskull, get another Dreepy. It would also shuffle the deck so the Fez is back in the mix for the next turn. You still have double... I see. No, you would have double Dracloak going to next turn as well, because even if a Dracloak gets KO'd here... If a Dracloak does get KO'd here, you have Night Stretcher for Dracloak. Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, the more I like getting the Poffin instead. I was thinking about putting the Monkey Dory down. I don't think I like that. That just kind of eats up a bench space. I don't love that at all. Especially because, like, what if Piper just has Screamtail snipe around... What if Piper has Screamtail snipe around your active? Piper doesn't have that. But could have. Here comes Yarvin. Get a bunch of stuff you can't really use. And then you really don't want to knock out the Badoo here as Piper. You just want to like, kind of like pass, right? I've been seeing list running 3/3 Guardian. What do you think about that? I like it. I've liked 3 Gardevoir since, like, the first Gardevoir list I made had 3 Guardi EX in it. 3 Guardi EX feels super good. And then 3 if it's a TM Evo build, the 3 Curly also makes sense. All right, just accelerate active, take the knockout. Okay. This feels like it's like in a decent spot here for Grant. I feel like you're in an okay spot here for sure. Only 1 prize card drawn from Piper. You have the threat of double back-to-back Dragapult set up as well. This feels pretty good. Here comes the Fest for 3. Honestly, if you can find Unfair Stamp here as Grant, I think you're like cooking. Look, number 1. Of course, you need a little bit more to go with that, but Dusclops has been found. That's cool. You could counter catcher up a Gardevoir Punch, Gardevoir KO, Monkey Dory off the bench with Dusclops. Does Piper play Mew? No clue. Yeah, anyways. There's an Arven. Oh, you just don't have... You just kind of don't have anything here, I'm not gonna lie. Going into the Arven, that could... I mean, is it just to go for Unfair Stamp? I feel like it is, right? You're just grabbing Unfair Stamp here and hoping to draw Dragapult energy. I guess you kind of have to leave the Dust... I guess you are just... Are you just punching the active here? I guess. It feels kind of bad, but I guess that is just kind of the play. Goes for Rescue Board Vessel. Oh, are we just chilling this turn? You're not giving up a Dust Claw. Are we running back to Badoo here? Oh, maybe we're just running back to Badoo here. He has Stretcher for Pult. Oh, he has Night Stretcher for Pult. Oh, also, Unfair Stamp isn't even that good here. What, Piper has like a 2 or 3 card hand or something like that? There is the Stretcher for Pult play. True. This does work then. And I guess, yeah, I was keeping the Vessel in the beginning of the game. Working out here as well. Gonna be a pretty good sequence here for Grant, it seems like. I think the Clefairy is gonna be clapping back on the next turn. Or actually, Guardy through Clefairy, probably more so than anything. There we go. Psychic active, looking pretty good. Establish Rescue Board if you really wanted to. Oh, is going for the counter catcher play here. Interesting. I was wondering if that was going to be our approach. You probably do not want to pop Dusclops here. Ooh, this also oh wait, this traps all the energy. Yeah, there's no energy. There's 1 energy in the discard pile. This is actually super awkward for Piper for the situation. So 200 active, obviously. I feel like you just put the 6 on the Monkey Dory so you can threaten that KO off the bench, but it looks like that is what Grant's going for. 6 on the Monkey Dory. Okay. Nest Ball in hand here, though, for Piper. So we can Arven for... Actually, there might be a Psychic in hand as well. Oh, okay. So we are able to move the active. It's basically going to be dead, though. And then we have Nest Ball plus Bravery Charm for... Oh, we also have... Oh, that's awkward. Goes with the Vessel first. We can get Psychic Dark, and a Dark can come down to the Monkey Dory to move some damage back over to the other side. We can get Clefairy as well off of... So you can go Secret Box for like Nest Ball plus Research plus Artisan. And the question is like, what do you KO the active with? I guess a Clefairy with a Bravery Charm seems like a pretty good attacker here. You can also Bravery Charm your bench Monkey Dory to get that out of range of getting knocked out as well, which seems kind of good. There we go. There's the Secret Box. Research Nest Ball, Artisan. Immediately into the Nest Ball. Here comes Clefairy. Okay. Artisan. Oh, I guess you're Bravery Charming the Clefairy here, though, right? Second Monkey Dory found. Oh, we weren't able to Vessel for a Dark there. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because we didn't have enough cards to support that Secret Box. I thought we had +1 card in hand. This is fine, though. Wait, did we not get a... Am I trolling, or did we not get a Bravery Charm off that? Did we not get a Bravery Charm off the Secret Box there? Oh, I guess maybe we don't want it. I feel like putting it on the bench Monkey Dory was pretty good, though. Oh, I guess if we're not healing, though, it doesn't matter because it's still in range of dying. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, actually. Never mind. It's on Clefairy. But that was the one in hand, wasn't it? Unless I'm messing up that. Because we got Artisan, Research, Nest Ball off of Secret Box, right? So we could have gotten another Bravery Charm there, but we chose not to. But I guess also the Bravery Charm on the bench Monkey Dory actually doesn't do anything. Unless we also get the Dark Energy. But the chance of us getting the Dark Energy is probably pretty low. There's the retreat. What do we attack with, though? Or do we just attack with the... Oh, wait. Should we just attack with the damaged Gardevoir, actually? Wait, maybe we should just attack with the damaged Gardevoir in the active. Ooh, but putting another damage on this Gardevoir is also pretty bad, I feel like. He's going to retreat. I feel like you attack with the other Gardevoir, though, right? Not... Oh, wait. Actually, there's... Hawlucha. Oh, my gosh. We can't attack with the other Gardevoir because then both Gardevoirs could die. You have to attack with Clefairy here. Yeah, you have to attack with Clefairy. Hawlucha does go crazy here. I feel like, actually, no. I feel like we should attack with the active Gardevoir here. Definitely not the other Gardevoir. No, the other Gardevoir here this is a bad play here for sure. Because now with Hawlucha, Grant can go Dusknoir Hawlucha and KO both Gardevoirs and just the game's over. Oh, I guess we can load up 1 energy on the Clefairy so we don't just lose. Yeah, okay, we don't just lose, but if Grant plays Ursaluna, then it's basically over. Because Grant will be able to go Dragapult this turn for 4 into Ursaluna for 2. No Dark Energy still found out the prize cards. I don't think it's going to matter. This is pretty good for Grant, I think. Does Grant play Jamming Tower? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Most Dusknoir builds, I feel like, don't play it. Grant's thinking about sending up the Monkey Dory to be able to utilize the Rescue Board. I'd rather have my Rescue Board on my Pheasantipity, I feel like. I feel like the Pokemon that's always more likely to get trapped in the active is the Pheasantipity, not the Monkey Dory. Luminous Energy off the top. We have Dusknoir. So we need Dragapult and Hawlucha. Hawlucha's on the bottom of the deck, I believe. We did see Hawlucha this game. We don't know where it is, though. If Grant pops Dusknoir, then Clefairy KO for game. Oh, true. That is true. But Piper wouldn't have that. Ooh, was the Monkey Dory bench actually might have just been actually, oh, the Monkey Dory bench was actually the Monkey Dory bench was so bad for Grant because now it's like 1 more Pokemon in play to fuel Clefairy's attack. Yeah, I didn't. The Monkey Dory was definitely sus. But now we're seeing it kind of get punished here. Because Piper would need like a lot of Pokemon. But would have access to Artisan. Because if you get Ionor and Fair Stamp here as Grant, you can KO both Guardies. Also, there's so many energy in the discard pile here for Piper as well, right? Like, Piper doesn't have that many energy to work with. Oh, also to KO the... You don't even need Dusknoir to KO the active, actually. There's the Shuffle. There's the Hawlucha in there. I feel like Grant should stop benching Pokemon here. Dusclops would have actually worked on the active. We actually don't even need the Dusknoir. I mean, evolving to the Dusknoir is probably correct just to get out of the deck, but... I feel like the Dreepy is actually a misplay here from Grant, because now Piper would need less cards to get this return knockout, unless Grant's going to do something else. Grant has, what, 6 prize cards left? Grant has 6 prize cards left. Piper has 3. Pop Dusknoir. Grant hadn't put Monkey Dory down last turn, which he probably shouldn't have. And then we don't bench his Dreepy this turn. And then we do use Hawlucha. Our bench is Dragapult, Fez, Hawlucha, which means a full bench from Piper would KO us. But if we Iono or Unfair Stamp to 2, it's very possible Piper just can't fill the bench and find an energy for the Clefairy. And then we just win on the next turn, right? With Ursaluna or something. Oh, we have to figure it out, I guess. We'd probably just win next turn. Maybe? Maybe not. I feel like that has to be the better play to go for here as Grant. I feel like this was definitely a mistake. Well, oh, we have the Iono here to start with. Okay. I feel like that's always the play here from Grant, is to draw 4 prize cards this turn, KO both Gardevoirs, and then look for the Unfair Stamp. Iono's a good start. But we still have Fez draw. We still have a lot of draw power here. Found the Night Stretcher for the Dragapult. But this Dreepy bench and the Monkey Dory bench make it that much easier for Piper to get the return knockout. So that's just like misplays from Grant. The Monkey Dory shouldn't have a bench to begin with, and putting the Dreepy down just makes it easier for Piper. Especially because you at least have the Iono to begin with. Like, just work with that. Unless Grant has some other play that he is playing towards here, we'll see. But also, if we're going for this play, Grant should have popped the Dusknoir before... No, this Grant has to be doing something else, because he didn't pop the Dusknoir before... using the Iono. So he must be doing something else. If not, that's just a massive mistake, right? You just always pop Nor before Iono and Iono to 1 less. You probably take the Dragapult here. Let's see if he does something different then. I see the energy and a Night Stretcher in hand here for Piper. Artisan's also in play to get another Pokemon. Oh, Grant also needs Hawlucha, though. We don't have the Hawlucha yet. We're a Hawlucha short still as well. There's the Dragapult. I guess we could counter catch or KO the Clefairy. That's so bad, though. Well, actually, if we go KO Clefairy, KO Gardevoir, maybe that's not that bad. KO Clefairy, KO Gardevoir. That sounds kind of bad. Let's see. Here's the counter catcher coming out now, though. Appreciate the 5 months there, Dragonbane. Can't KO the Clefairy here, right, though? Unless we pop Dusknoir, which I don't think we're doing. So are we just punching the Clefairy? Or did Grant just bring it up to make the energy awkward? What if Grant had just gone counter catcher Monkey Dory pass? What happens if Grant does that? Yeah, what if Grant had gone counter catcher Monkey Dory pass? That would have been interesting. Or maybe not pass. Maybe you stay as Dracloak. Oh, no, you could evolve to Dragapult and punch it for 70, I guess. Well, maybe you stay as Dracloak and punch it to 70. Grant is going for the punch. This doesn't KO the Clefairy. Looks like he's probably just going to put all 6 on the Gardevoir to get in Hawlucha range. Now, Piper doesn't have energy for the Clefairy here, though. Yet. I don't think there's an energy. I don't think there's the last Psychics in the discard pile. There's the damage split, 5-1. So Grant's hoping for no energy. Bravery Charm, Night Stretcher. But I don't... Oh, Dark Energy is in the hand. Attaches it immediately to Monkey Dory. Oh, no, but we can always just retreat and then attack with Gardevoir again. Oh, yeah, this play doesn't ever stop us from being able to do anything. I thought for some reason that the Clefairy had to... Like, I thought Clefairy had 2 retreat costs or something. I don't know what I thought, to be honest, but that's obviously not what's happening. Moves damage off the active to the active to play around, and then there's the KO. Okay, I think... Okay, now we can't even use Dusknoir. I mean, this is just over, right? The game's just over. Is there a route? I guess Ursaluna doesn't die. Right? If we attack with Ursaluna here, it doesn't die. So if we have Iono Ursaluna punch into Dragapult attack next turn, maybe there is something there. If Grant can move the Dragapult or the Ursaluna and attack with Dragapult next turn, maybe there is something here. There's so much damage on board right now, and only 1 Monkey Dory set up here for Piper. And Piper kind of can't use the Monkey Dory because then you give... No, that's not true. Because if Grant attaches to Monkey Dory for turn, you're not attaching to Dragapult for turn. Also, yeah, you can counter catcher. If you can find another counter catcher here as Grant, you can bring up the bench Gardevoir to make things more awkward. No, but you don't want... I guess you could just counter catcher and not punch with Ursaluna. But Ursaluna punch active seems pretty good here, right? Yeah, Ursaluna punch active here does seem pretty good. And Iono to 1. Because the Ursaluna is just not under any threat. Dream Tail for a win? True. The Screamtail play is so maybe we do need a counter catch or something. If there's no energy in the discard pile here for Piper, you could counter catch the Monkey Dory and just try and trap it, I guess. Yeah, currently Artisan for Screamtail does just end the game. Unfair Stamp is found. I mean, if you're going to play it, it would be this turn. So you could cycle the deck, play both Ultra Balls, thin out the deck as much as possible, and then play the Unfair Stamp probably. That doesn't seem bad. It's your last chance to play the Unfair Stamp. Oh no, but that gives Piper +1 card. I guess that is just bad. I take it back. Never mind. Unfair Stamp not getting used. Oh no, it wouldn't be Counter Catcher Monkey Door. It'd have to be Counter Catcher Clefairy or the... Actually, no, wait, this doesn't... No, this does lose the Screamtail, because you can just KO the Monkey Dory, or the Dracloak on the bench also dies to Monkey Dory plus Retreat too. And Screamtail was found off the prize card. So you're actually also hoping that Screamtail was the last prize card. Yeah, there's an... Yeah, Grant needed to be more aggressive on this last turn. This turn made no sense from Grant. This turn right here. Grant needed to be more aggressive on this turn. Benching the Monkey Dory was a mistake here from Grant on the previous turn. Because it meant he couldn't play around like Clefairy just being like a attacker off board without Gardevoir. So the Monkey Dory bench was bad from Grant because he didn't need it, but he did it anyways. And he could have pushed Fez here as the pivot. And this turn he just needed to commit to the line. He just needed to go pop Dusknoir, put damage on active, Iono down to 2, try and find Hawlucha plus Dragapult. Don't get Dreepy. Take Dreepy off the board and then just KO both Gardevoirs and hope that Piper doesn't draw to enough Pokemon plus energy for the Clefairy to return knockout. But he does like this halfway play. I don't even know what he was trying to do, to be honest. I don't think he got the play he was looking for, but I don't even know if that was the play he was looking for. Maybe he was like, maybe he didn't pop the Dusknoir because he was like, well, if I draw Unfair Stamp, then I can go for the Dusknoir play, but then still use the Unfair Stamp. It feels like such an in-between play where if you whiff, you lose anyway, so you may as well just go all in. It feels like Grant should have gone all in and did like a halfway play where it was like, just in case I whiff the Hawlucha, I haven't committed my Dusknoir yet, so I don't just lose next turn. I think you just go all in there. I think you definitely just go all in there. I feel like the halfway play doesn't make any sense. Then you just give Piper one last card off the Iono there. Might just knock out the Clefairy with Dusknoir. I actually don't hate that. I think you still give Piper like 2 turns to play the game though. I think Piper still has 2 turns to play the game. That's the problem, is like Piper would have 2 turns to play the game. I don't think you could win in... If you go for that play, you don't win in 2 turns though. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. Do you prefer people to watch you on Twitch or YouTube? Whatever is better for you to watch me on works fine for me. I feel like you need to set up 2 bombs to win this matchup. 2 Dusk. Yeah, I think that's what you want to do. But Grant prize second Dusclops if he only plays 2. I assume he's only playing 2. All right, so it looks like Grant chose second here, but it looks like a pretty good start here from Piper. Prize cards. The Bravery Charm is probably the most important thing that's prized here. Prize 1 Gardevoir EX, 1 Ralts. I guess the Ralts could be a pretty big deal as well, actually. I assume only plays 3 Ralts. Did you forget Fez? I wasn't paying attention. I don't think it mattered. I don't think there was anything to draw there that changed anything, but I've been at the loop from the TCG for almost a year now. Does Sylveon EX have any relevance in the meta as a rogue deck? Is it Sylveon EX in EVBox? Yeah. No, it's good. EVBox is like a solid meta deck right now. It's not great. It's just solid. What are the top 2 prizes? Oh, my bad. Top 2 prizes are Stretcher, Bravery Charm. Has anyone played any variation of the Ends deck so far? Yeah, we saw Lucas Zing on stream with the Cyrano build get the tie against Michael Davidson. Davidson probably should have won the set, though. He made some mistakes. All right, Artisan off the rip here from Grant. Also has the Badoo in the active once again. See Grant's prize cards here soon. Unfair Stamp kind of sucks. But it is in the first 4. But yes, you want to use it early game, though. You want to use it early game for sure. I Dragapult and a Dracloak. Also, and pricing any Dragapult line besides like I feel like pricing a Dreepy is like if you're gonna prize in like this match is if you're gonna prize a piece of the Dragapult line, pricing a Dreepy is best because naturally drawing into Dragapults and Dracloaks is so important as the game progresses. Yeah, the Stamp is like the worst prize card here for sure. Is your genuine opinion on that deck? Long-term possibility in this rotation or not as competitive? And Zoroark? The deck is like fine right now. In the future though, it's gonna be really iffy because of Shaman. So it'll just come down to how popular Shaman is. That'll just yeah. If Shaman's popular, it's bad. If it's not, it's good. Actually, it's not good. It's fine, but probably good because it's gonna be like one of those super under the radar decks where like no one is ever gonna be like hating on End Zoroark. So if Shaman just drops off the face of the earth as an inclusion, then all of a sudden End Zoroark would be like a really good play probably. Honestly, the Grimstar matchup is also just bad. So who knows? How long should you take the prize check? Probably try and take around a minute, but if you go over a minute, probably not going to get penalized for it. Probably fine. All right, the Dreeps are in. Attach to Dreep. And then Badoo for 10. All right, let's see what Piper can do over here. I see a Research in hand. I see double Curlia just in the hand. Who needs TM Evo? Of course, we have the Artisan still to work with as well. A couple different options in the hand. Ionos and Researches. Goes with the Iono, preserve the double Research. I like that play there. Could have Research seen some more cards. The Rare Candy is probably also not like a super powerful keep at this point, but just keeping the raw draw supporters in the deck is definitely like a pretty big deal. Then immediately into the Artisan. It's the Badoo. So a little bit of Badoo war going on here. You love to see it. A classic. Everyone's favorite. Psychic Energy to retreat, and then has the Dark Energy for the next turn to kind of basically win the Badoo war by getting Monkey Dory set up on that next turn. Catch retreat, and yeah, there's the Badoo for 10. You still go to tournaments, Azul? Yeah, whenever I want to go to a tournament. Immediately into the, so there must be something on the bottom of the deck. There's a Research on the bottom deck and some energy. Immediately into the Artisan here from Grant. There's a Dreepy in hand, so I feel like Duskull would be the better grab here. Are we trying to quad Dreep this bench? We do have the Jack in hand. That is a lot of Dracloaks. Settles for the Monkey Dory, actually. Okay, interesting. So wants to win the Badoo war through the Dory. Yeah, not trying to lose the Badoo war here. Interesting, interesting. I don't know if I like that or not, to be honest. It seems fine. We're attaching a Luminous this turn to a Monkey Dory instead of to a Dreepy, though. I don't know if I like that. Attaching for turn to not Dreepy or Dracloak to not Dragapult line feels bad, though, I feel like. Into the Jack. Dusclops and Dracloak on the way. Get to protect the Duskull before it ever gets threatened. That's pretty good. And we have another Dreepy Dracloak line in hand as well, so triple Dracloak potentially coming out on that next turn. So Grant is setting up pretty well here. Is fighting back in the Badoo war as well. Getting him on that did absolutely zip in game one is a bit sus, not gonna lie. Well, he's not just putting it on the bench. He is gonna use. I assume the Luminous is going down to the Monkey Dory here. Dreepy or Poffin. Goes for the Poffin. Sure. I mean, you're gonna be bench locked here anyways. But I guess I don't actually like this play here from Grant, because what if Piper goes like snipe your Dracloak off the bench? Wouldn't you want another Dreepy to recover from that? Oh, I guess that's what the freaking Poffin would do then. Yeah, never mind. Same thing. Poffin makes more sense. He just insta loses to Guardy Screamtail if he attaches the Monkey. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, like, what if you get Screamtailed here? Is it even that? Like, what if Piper just has Research? See, we're not even attacking to the Monkey. Dude, why are we getting the Monkey Dory, bro? Put it back. Oh, the Monkey Dory is so bad here. Well, listen. All right. It's so bad. It's so bad. Dude, send him back to the deck, bro. Can we get a Duskull, please? Can we go back and get a Duskull? What is the sound in the headphones? It's just white noise. Retreat into the Monkey Dory. Oh, we're going with a TM Evo angle here? Okay, so Piper's not even going to be able to take advantage of the Dory War. Has to go for the TM Evo. Oh, we're Monkey Dory in first. One over to a Dreepy, sure. And then, yeah. TM Evo. Both Curlias into the Guardies. We don't get to do the Badoo thing. Okay. Dude, yeah, the Monkey Dory is just so bad, bro. Can we just, yeah, oh, all right. The Monkey Dory is not bad. The Monkey Dory is bad if we're putting the Monkey Dory on our bench. We better be using it. If we're not using it, put him back in the deck. We definitely should have got a Duskull there from Grant, I feel like. The Duskull was the play for sure. The Monkey Dory is fine. The Monkey Dory is fine if we're going to use the Monkey Dory. We're not using him. Artisan is just going to be in play next turn. So definitely a mistake there for Grant. He thought he was going to do it for sure. He was like, I'm going to Monkey Dory here. But then the more he realized, he was like, wait, I can't attach. I have to attach to a Dracloak for turn, which I think is probably correct from him. He does have to attach to a Dracloak here. Piper doesn't have that much like energy to work with. That is true, but if Grant attacks with the Dragapult here, you only need 2 to attack with Clefairy to KO the Dragapult back, so. Ooh, we are getting Dusknoir online here, though. We could see like a... we could see like a 3-prize turn here. Actually, is Grant just on pace this game? I think Grant's just in a really good spot. If you just attack with Dragapult this turn and KO the active and KO the Badoo, aren't you just on pace to win the game? Because you have Ursaluna to close it out, right? This is actually looking really good for Grant. You got a 2-prize knockout this turn. You have Dusknoir to work with in the future. You don't have to pop Dusknoir this turn. Oh, your Badoo might cost you, actually. The Badoo might cost you here for Grant. That's the only thing. Your Badoo being in play might be costly in the late game because that gives Piper a free prize to take around the Dusknoir play. Yeah. The Badoo is not great here for Grant, to be honest. Mew plus Clefairy can kind of end the game next turn if Piper plays Mew. Yeah, that's true. The Mew plus Clefairy combo. We're just going for the Badoo punch here. I don't know. I feel like this was the time to get aggressive. Well, no, but I guess because Piper can take advantage of that prize card later anyways, you may as well play it like this, I guess, right? No, maybe this was correct. Attach Retreat. Now here's Piper. I don't think you want to KO the Badoo this turn. You want to save it for... You want to KO it on a turn you can attack into something else. Oh, but Piper is going to get aggressive here and knock it out. Okay. I felt like you wanted to wait a turn here as Piper here. You just want to... No, but then I guess the Monkey Dory from Grant could activate. And maybe is that what you're scared of? Because, yeah, then Grant could activate the Monkey Dory. And actually, that would be scary. Yeah, so this actually probably makes sense from Piper, actually. Yeah. Sure. Take away the counter catcher option and stuff like that. I feel like Grant should have just attacked last turn, though, right? But I guess the Badoo is always on the... the Badoo being on the bench makes it so hard to use Dusknoir. But see, now I feel like this is a worse spot for Grant to be in, was to let Piper get back into the Badoo instead of just KOing. I feel like Grant should have just attacked there. The more I think about it, the more I think Grant should have just attacked. Because now Piper got to deal with your Badoo in an efficient manner, doesn't let you take advantage of your Monkey Dory, and gets to keep the Monkey Dory set up. So now Piper has the threat of like double Monkey Dory sooner than later. I feel like Grant should have just got aggressive. Now we need to get like another Duskull in play to actually have like a good line later. And see, this is why the Monkey Dory needed to be a Duskull. Although did Grant prize a second Duskull? At this point, you can't put Duskull in play. But the turn you put Monkey Dory in play, you could have put Duskull in play and it might have worked out. No, there's no Duskull's prize. So Grant could have benched second Duskull. No Dusclops or the Dusknoir's in play. No Dusclops prize either. So you would have potentially been able to evolve it as well. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how Grant played out the last couple turns. We find a Luminous here. I don't think it really matters. We also got ourselves a Dragapult. Is it going to be a 70 punch with a Dracloak? Ooh, that's interesting, actually, though. That probably is the correct play, right? The 70 punch with the Dracloak. That is actually a cool play. Do not get Badoo. You can't put a Pokemon in play here. No, you can't. You just lose. The game's over, right? Are you okay with Piper KOing your Duskull with double Monkey Dory? You can't be okay with that, right? Piper drawing 3 prize cards here is so bad for you. Now I feel like you could have put the Duskull in play 2 turns ago when you had a chance to evolve it to a Dusclops. Dusknoir the Monkey Dory with energy. Down to 4. Ooh, I don't hate that actually though. Dusknoir the Monkey Dory with energy. Well, but no, that's still just the 1-for-1. So you're giving the prize card over to Piper anyways then, right? Yeah, the Monkey Dory should have been a Duskull so we had time to get it out of Monkey Dory range. But now we're past that point. And now putting Duskull down just feels bad because Piper drawing 2 prize cards here is so good. And that's what we tried to avoid. We tried to avoid giving Piper the out to the 2 prize knockout by attacking with Dracloak here. Azul, the stream delay made it so he only heard you this turn. Grant's pretty good. Grant doesn't need me to coach him. Secret box found. Okay, that should lead to... Well, if there is vessels left. If there is vessels left. Let's wait and see if there's a vessel. If there is a vessel, though, this is second Monkey Dory. The only thing I can think about there from Grant... Oh, is Piper just going to Screamtail this turn and KO the Duskull and the Dusclops? How good is that play? Is that play good? Because we see the Screamtail's on the bench here from Piper. That actually might be what she's going for. Vessel coming in. Psychic second dark. Oh, do we have enough Psychics in the discard to do that, though? I don't think so, right? Maybe Screamtail KO the active. Maybe just leave your Guardians on your bench. Ultra Ball coming in. Only getting rid of one Psychic. Interesting. Wait. Oh, because we got Psychic Dark. No, this makes sense. Okay, so if we're Screamtailing the active here, I guess. Or the Monkey Dory. Yeah, it looks like there's not enough Psychics for Piper here to actually KO the Dusknor and the Dusk. But I don't think you really need to KO the Dusknor here. I'm personally not scared of the Dusknor here. Oh, that's 3. Oh, there is 4. Oh, okay. Maybe that is what Piper's going to go for then. Wait, 3 loaded. KO on the Duskull. Okay, no, we're just going with the Gardevoir swing, which also this just seems way more than fine. Yeah, Grant's love for Monkey Dory has put him in definitely a more questionable spot than he needed to be in. I mean, this is the turn. Like, Grant has to have a big turn this turn. We do have back-to-back Dragapults available. They have plenty of energy in play. So back-to-back Dragapults is possible here for Grant. I mean, we're just giving up on Dusknor at this point, I think, for Grant, though, right? We're trying to go Dragapult, or Dragapult to... What are we? We're punching a Gardevoir, though? This is so bad. I mean, okay. It is... I don't know. All right, hold up. How do we win this as Grant? How do we win? There's 2. We're staring down 2 full HP Gardevoirs, double Monkey Dory. There's an Artisan in play for a potentially 3rd Monkey Dory. Screamtail's on the bench, ready to snipe our Pheasantipity. If we pop Dusknor, it feels like impossible. So we're never popping Dusknor at this point as Grant, I don't think. Dude, I think this all just comes back to that turn where Grant could have KO'd the Badoo and the active Monkey Dory, and then instead just pushed his own Badoo. I think it all just comes back to that turn. All right, we'll see how the Iono goes. The Iono, it's still possible to make a comeback through Iono, because Clefairy's not guaranteed here. That's the thing here. Yeah, the biggest thing here is that Clefairy is not guaranteed. I do see a research in the hand there for Piper, so it's probably not far away. You can't win this turn as Piper. I don't think Piper plays the Mew. Definitely plays Fez. We saw Fez get discarded, but I don't think plays the Mew. I mean, everyone plays Fez. The state of that Dragapult is making me twitch. Yeah, one energy's this way, one energy's this way. The Dracloak's the other way. Counter catch the bench. Okay, counter catch the bench Guardian. Okay, I didn't see this line available. There is only 1 energy in the discard pile here, so this actually gives a pretty solid line. Getting aggressive with the Duskull as well. Put a luxurious cape on that. All right, I don't hate this. I mean, as far as plays go, I do this play for Grant. I like this play. This is actually like he put something decent together here for sure. We still have double Monkey Dory. Well, there's Artisan. So hold up though. This might be a little bit more tricky than that. Oh no, the Duskull only has 160 HP, right? Doesn't it just die to Screamtail? Oh no, but there's not enough energy in the discard pile. Just into the research here. There's Vessel, so we can retreat for sure. And Nest Ball, so that could get Clefairy. So we can KO the active here, get 2 prize cards, take away the possibility of... take away the possibility of Dusknor affecting the board state. And without access to Dusknor, it's not looking good for Grant. Especially with, yeah, there's just, it feels like, oh, double Vessel here, sure. Get it all. Nest Ball coming in as well. Yeah, there's the Clefairy. So the question is just which Gardevoir do you attack with? You probably retreat to the... You either retreat to the Clefairy or the bench Gardevoir, I guess. You KO the active, take away the Dusknoir option. Double Monkey Dory, heal some damage out of play as well. Yeah, it's looking pretty cooked, feeling pretty cooked. I mean, it's cooked, it's cooked. It's over. Just gonna go into the bench Gardevoir here, and then we got some Monkey Dory healing to do. Just move 6 onto opposing Monkey Dory, and then, yeah, Gardevoir knockout. All right. 3 energy in the discard pile now. That's the only, like... Okay, we still have a play here for Grant. We bring up the Clefairy, and we knock it out. Nope. Nope, okay. And we need to protect our Monkey Dory somehow. We need, like, a Bravery Charm for our Monkey Dory. So Grant also has to play Bravery Charm. Bravery Charm to Monkey Dory. Counter catch a Clefairy. Iono to 1. Pray. We'll see. Dreamtail being in play wins it with that play. Oh, true, you're right. Is there a win condition? Yeah, because there's a Screamtail in play. What's the win condition? Ursaluna is the win condition, or no, is the only play that keeps Grant alive on board Bravery Charm to... Is it Ursaluna KO Clefairy? Is that the only play that keeps him alive? And Bravery Charm for Monkey Dory? But then there is the second Screamtail. Oh yeah, and somehow get a Jamming Tower, I guess. Yeah, there's the concede. Yeah, there's just no out. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clean. I think there was definitely some mistakes from Grant. Grant just needed to go all in more. Yeah, Grant just needed to be more aggressive. This is the turn right here from Grant, where he just needs to go, and he just doesn't go. He just needs to go this turn. I think you just need to attack. You have a Dragapult ready to go. Just go up there, knock up a do, and then put it on Piper to have a response. But then you have second Dragapult. You have second Dragapult to respond to that. Plus Dusknoir still to work with. Especially if this monk, like if you, ooh, yeah, imagine this. Imagine this board state here from Grant. Imagine Monkey Dory is Duskull, and we attack with Dragapult this turn. And then next turn we have access to Duskull, Dusknoir, like Iono down to 1 or something. Or even attack with Ursaluna. Yeah, this was just a huge miss from Grant here. If we had gotten Duskull instead of Monkey Dory and then just swung this turn, we're just in business, I think. Well, no, did he have a Dragapult? I guess that's the only question I have. Is there a Dragapult here? Or is it possible he didn't have a Dragapult? No Dragapult in hand. That's the only thing that would make that not possible, I guess, is if he doesn't have Dragapult. Maybe that's why he did this. But I thought we saw Dragapult, and I was like, oh, okay, we're swinging this turn. And then he didn't swing. Yeah, he's Jack. He had Dragapult. Yeah. This is a huge miss from Grant. The first mistake was getting Monkey Dory instead of Duskull. And then if we had Duskull on our bench here, plus the swing this turn, that would be insane. We'd be in such a good spot, I feel like. But honestly, maybe we don't even need the Duskull here. Even not having Duskull, I feel like we're still in a really good spot, to be honest. Did he have a third Duskull to play? He prized one? No, he prized one in game 1. This game, he didn't have one prized. So the second Duskull was in the deck. He looks like he does only play 2, though. Yeah. Definitely some mistakes. Yeah, he needs to do something that turn. I feel like that was the turn to do something. Because then, yeah, Piper just went back into Badoo and just, like, Badooed him. And then you have no access to counter catcher. And then if you don't do anything that turn, then Piper is just going to, like, go in. Like, yeah, then it just gets really bad. So you have to do something that turn as Grant. But then it's just, like, bad no matter what. Yeah, I don't think I'll put Monkey in the deck, to be honest. No, Monkey Dory, he's still... it's for the mirror match more than the Guardy matchup, for sure. The Monkey Dory in the deck is for the... definitely for the mirror match, not the Guardy matchup. It's hard to get value out of it in the Guardy matchup. Because the one-hit KO potential is too high. Putting an energy attachment onto your Monkey Dory in the Guardy matchup is very unlikely to happen. Do you see any candies from Grant? We did not. I would bet there is a candy in there, but we did not see one, no. I'm not falling for this meta manipulation. Surprised Paul is still most played when Guardy is so rough. It doesn't really make any sense, to be honest. It doesn't make that much sense. I agree. Guardy's going to probably have a really good tournament. I wouldn't be surprised to see like 4 or 5 Guardy in top cut. Would not be surprised to see that. They are feeding on the pulse. I mean, Guardy doesn't really have any bad matchups as well. It's like another thing to put that. Like, there's not very many bad matchups for Guardy. Too bad Dango got pushed out. Wasn't great for Guardy. Dude, I mean, as far as I could tell, I would predict Guardy to be favored against Dango. If Dango's actually favored against Guardy, there's no reason to not be playing a Dango deck right now. Because Dango's Pult matchup is like fine, if not favored. I personally don't believe that Dango is... Yeah, I personally don't believe that Dango's favored against Guardy. But everyone keeps telling me it is. So if it actually is, I don't know why more people aren't playing Golden Go. Maybe your Raging Bolt and Joltik Box matchups are just that bad? I mean, if they are, I guess.
Moving to 5-0 here at the Portland Regional Championships. Piper, congratulations on the impressive start. You've definitely been here plenty of times before, but how does it feel?
Feels great as usual. Still playing Gardevoir somehow, some way. It's pretty fun, and yeah, feels good. Yeah,
talk to us about that, because you've played Gardevoir, through many different formats, many different iterations as well. The Banette getting into the mix in the past. Talk to us about this build of Gardevoir. There's some interesting things in your list. Maybe some more interesting exclusions as well.
Yeah, so I really don't like the Drifloon card. I didn't play to Vancouver either. Ultimately ended up on second Screamtail just because no Hisuian Heavy Ball, and prizing it in a lot of matchups is really impactful. And the Drifloon, it really doesn't do a ton. It's kind of bait in a lot of matchups, it feels. So the double Screamtail's been really good. I'm playing the Evo version instead of the Brent list with the 4 Research and double Candy. It really just makes the Dragapult matchup super easy. As you saw in like both games, I was able to get my Guardy X's, 2 Guardy X's out pretty easily, which both the 3-3-3 line and the Arvins and Evos contribute to. And once I set up the 2 Guardy X's, the game becomes really easy for me because they can't really board wipe, especially with the Nor build, which I definitely was struggling into a bit with the Brent list, which I played something pretty close to at Milwaukee. And yeah, this build feels a lot stronger. I like the feel of it a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we saw in both of those games, it felt like you just set up these dominant boards that no matter what Grant did, you were going to have some sort of response. That's the general game plan in this matchup.
Yeah, especially with the 4 Arvins, it's super easy to like get your Clefairy off of like an Unfair Stamp or Iono, and you get the Bravery Charm with it, which forces them to pop a Dusclops on it in order to kill it. So overall, like the matchup becomes like really easy once you get set up, and the Arvins also make it so you can find the Evos really easily under Buddy Lock. And in game 2, I broke my Buddy Lock against Grant to set up the Gardevoir EXs, because the Gardevoir EXs are better than like shutting down your opponent. That's one thing I like in like Pokemon, is always like focusing on my own board rather than like disrupting my opponent, because it's like I'm more in control of what I'm doing than what my opponent can do.
Sure. Well, we do have our casters standing by, Ethan and Kyle. I think they've got a couple questions they want to ask you. I'm sure they had a great time casting that last match. Guys, what are some of the things you want to hear from Piper?
Well, first, Piper, congratulations. Another swift 5-0 with Gardevoir. Is this the wave? Have people been sleeping on this build? Have we been playing it wrong? Is Brent wrong and playing no Evo in his list?
I mean, it won the Brazil regionals last weekend, or the Brazilians won the Santiago regionals last weekend with it. I mean, the Evos feel really good. I feel like I have a lot less dead hands than the Brent 60, so I think it might be better. Everything feels a lot smoother, and you're losing a lot less into Pult Nor, and a lot of the good players are playing that deck here, so...
Yeah, it seems like it's lined up very well for you. You talked a little bit about the double Screamtail and how you just want to have that. Do you ever find yourself using both copies, or is it just having the awareness to like not have that one in the prizes?
Yeah, so with the 4 Arvin and 2 TM Evo, you need like a lot of cuts to get there. So one of the cuts was the 4th recovery card. So the second Screamtail also means you get to there's a lot less stress on your recovery cards in the games. So that feels really good. I used both of them against a Guardy Mirror match earlier because Screamtail's just so good in the mirror. Like, prizing it's basically game losing, so that's one of the big reasons that I wanted the second Screamtail as well.
Yeah, that consistency being really, really important. Now, you talked about this matchup being something you felt pretty practiced against, and that was evident in your gameplay as well. What are some of the things that can worry you about how a Dragapult player could potentially approach the matchup? Was there anything you think Grant could have done that would have put you in an awkward spot, or does the matchup just feel that good?
Like maybe game 1 he could have tried to gust my Guardy with like 240 on it for a couple more turns and like set up another Dusknoir, but I don't know if that's ever like a valid strategy. Like it takes so long to do that without the rare candy. I'm assuming he's not playing rare candy with the monkeys and Luminous. Like
can't fit it all.
Yeah, like John cut it for Milwaukee, so I'm assuming they're not playing the candy. So I don't think that was like very feasible because it just gave me too much time to be able to retreat. I don't know, like once I get the 2 Guardy EX in play, it just feels so easy. So and it's so hard to stop me because I have the 3-3-3 line, the Evos, like all that. It's super easy to just draw into them. Like I had 2 Raw Curlias in my opening hand game too. Like I definitely drew pretty well, but it's a pretty good matchup overall.
Definitely. Well, that one feels like a good matchup.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're kind of hoping to avoid now that you're 5-0?
Not really. Like, I guess Goldengo is a little bit suspicious now. Zoroark actually doesn't feel that bad. I feel like a lot of the issues with the Brentless is you kind of miss a turn or are too reliant on hitting Candy Guardy, but with the Evos, you don't miss as often. Like, you just have the Curlies in play ready to go. So, I think it's definitely still unfavored, but I don't think a ton of people are playing it. Like, I saw Lucas Zing tied earlier, so that's out of my bracket. So, yeah, feeling pretty good.
Well, off to a great start. And I know you have a lot of people that you work with. Is
Yeah.
there anyone you want to say thank you to before we get you out of here?
Yeah, shout out to Julian, Noah, Ian, Bodie, Andrew, Matt, Paul. There's so many. I think that's everyone. I guess Ryan too. And Mikey. He's not here, but I'm sad he didn't pull up. He has an awesome cube that he won't let me play because he doesn't come to events anymore, but it's okay.
Well, congratulations again, Piper, and shout outs to all those people as well helping you along the way. We'll get you out of here, get you ready for your next Swiss.
Anything to mute Chip, bro. Anything, bro. Interviews are always so good until Chip asks another question, bro, and that's just agonizing pain until he's done. But we get through it. What are your thoughts on the on Rotom as a tech card in the Joltik box, Terra box style decks? Bad on that line. What about the Terra Crusher Regigigas? Also bad. Why don't you go, Azul? Because I didn't want to. All right, when they go to they're gonna cut to a break here, probably. We gotta look at Chip's mic at the start of the day and then the end of the day to inspect for nibbles. True. You gotta look out for him. What do we see so far? Guardy, Polt, Zoroark. I'm seeing like one deck in there. Limitless Labs off. I want to double check stats on Guardian Polt because I feel like Polt just can't win. No, the labs percentages are like pretty close, I think. It looks like Limitless Labs might be down. Yeah, I just tried to load it. Yeah, it looks like Labs is maybe down. Could be. Weren't you attending, Azul? I was, yeah. No prediction from Chip? What? Yeah, what the heck? Where's Chip? The Chip predicts. What's the joke about Chip nibbling his mic? He chews on cords. He chews on cords. Have you seen the meta breakdown yet? Yeah, but it's like the same thing that every event has been so far. Something crazy. It's the exact same. Are we meeting at 10 then? Because I didn't want to. He ran back home. Yeah, I went 0-3 drop and ran back home. He was chewing on a wire. He's a wire chewer, bro. Chip knows the script of the tournament, so they can't have him predict to save leaks. True. But the other casters don't? What the heck? I guess is that the person who's like the lounge host? The person who's the lounge host is you're not doing Worlds this year? No, I'll be at Worlds. You probably play box or stamp. Secret box. The lounge host is the script writer. They write it in between rounds. Yeah, I didn't end up playing in Portland because I just couldn't find a deck that I wanted to play. Was there ever a major event in any format where a rogue deck won the entire thing? Yeah, of course. You remember vividly? Off the top of my head, I can't remember, to be honest. A rogue deck won? Yeah, they definitely are. It happens all the time. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but that you remember vividly. Audino winning Worlds? That's one, yeah. Audino, Mega Audino winning Worlds was definitely one for sure. stuff like that. Crash Lance Garbiter back in the day. Yeah, that deck was super rogue. One of the most rogue decks. How it flew under the radar for so long to look out the dub was kind of crazy, to be honest. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go make some food. Shut up, Chip. Shut up, shut up, shut up. What are you talking about?
He is playing Ceruledge EX, a super spicy pick for the weekend. And then
Ooh,
David
spicy.
Cohen, the 2011 world champion who actually defeated Ross Cawthon in that final match all the way back in 2011. He's making a return to the game. He is now 4-1 with Dragapult on the weekend. So
Ross Cawthon is playing Ceruledge? Let's go, bro. You love to see it. I think. So chat, this Thursday, new set drops. I actually am away next weekend, but I will be able to be streaming on... So I'm not streaming over the weekend next weekend. I'm away next weekend. But I will be streaming on Thursday. I'm gonna try and do but I'll be back the Monday after that to stream, so. But I will be doing a 12-hour stream, or attempting to do a 12-hour stream with the set release on Thursday. I'll also be giving away a box, booster box of Destined Rivals as well. So make sure you come out to the stream on Thursday. Attempting a 12-hour stream, booster box giveaway. Yada yada. Are you excited for the new decks coming? No. It's probably going to push me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It probably turns me into a Yu-Gi-Oh! Main, to be honest, the new decks that are coming out. Play Lorcana instead? The Mickey game? No shot. You like the current meta? It's fine. It's chill. I guess on a scale of like dislike to like, I like it, yeah. Did you know the 04 Championship Guardy deck is exactly the same as the current Guardy EX upcoming Mega Guardy? Oh no, I didn't know that. But I've played it before. You're actually right. It is kind of the same thing, right? One of them accelerates energy, the other one hits really hard. Well, I guess I knew that. I just didn't think about it. UK food still mid? Of course. I mean, what's changed? I appreciate 22 months there, Sweeney. What do you think are the main drawbacks of the prospective Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck? That's just worse than the other decks around it. That's it. Worse than the other decks in the format. Actually, I do have an answer for this one. Usually that would be my answer for those kind of questions. The answer is actually that has no onboard draw support. That's the answer. Like the amount of lack of onboard draw support had Tord playing what was Tord playing? Lucky Helmet in his build at Champions League. Yeah, so the drawback, what the deck is missing, is onboard draw support. Thanks for another watch along, mate. Appreciate 200 bits there, Steven. So can I ask you, how do you see Terra box now that Destined Rivals is coming? No, you can't. So don't unask that. People seriously travel to London and only eat at tourist pubs? Probably not. I've ate at some good places in the UK. I have ate at some good places in the UK. But like the average level of food in the UK is just lower than most places. It's just mid. Any deck that needs onboard draw should play Paul and Dango, but you can't do that in the Rockets deck. The Rockets deck has to be only Rockets cards to take advantage of the good Rockets cards. Unless, I guess it's not 100% true, you could play with onboard draw support. You would just have to not play Ariana, maybe. Yeah. That might be the way. If you want to play Ariana, then you can't play non-Rockets Pokemon. But Ariana's the only one that's super limited, right? I'm pretty sure Ariana's the only one that's super limited because it's like draw up to 5, but if you only have Team Rockets Pokemon in play, you draw up to 8. You still need 4 Rockets in play to attack with Mewtwo? Yeah, but that still leaves 3 bench spaces open, right? Or 2, my bad. Dunsparce, you can make the non-rocket draw support go away first. Honestly, that's not a bad shout. That's actually not a bad shout. You could play the Dunsparce, so you can just ship it back to the deck. And listen, it's not for a lack of options. Like, you can play Mew EX, you can play Pheasantipity. You can play all of these things in your Rockets deck. The problem is, that all of a sudden you lose access to Ariana. We put in play earlier, but you could just not play Ariana, or you could play something like the Dunsparce, or you maybe only play Mew and Pheasantipity, and you just try and avoid putting them in play, but then you put them in play eventually towards the late game or something like that. That could be possible. So like, it'll be fine to do these things. All these things are fine. But yeah, that's one of the big flaws. Rarely do I think about these things, but this one is a pretty glaring flaw for the deck, is the lack of onboard draw support. Usually when people ask me like, why is this deck not good? I don't know, it's just worse than the other decks. But for the Mewtwo deck, it's the lack of onboard draw support. You see the clip of the Durant mill? I did, yeah. Problem is a playset of secret rare art rare Mewtwo as a house down payment. That is not a problem at all. That is one of its least problems. Well, you know, now that I see the name Ray there, we got Ray Chen versus Miloslav on stream. Has Raymond Long played it all this season? Was it last season where he won the tournament and was like doing really well overall? Or was it the season before that? Has he not played like the last 2 seasons? I haven't seen his name at all. Hey, sorry if this question is far for the next format, but I want to know if you think Zard did go to Japan because of no Badoo or because the card will be good in the format. There was plenty of Badoo in Japan, so I mean Badoo's still there. It did better in Japan because there was less Dragapult being played or succeeding. Is due to the fact that there was less Dragapult being played or succeeding. But there's plenty of Badoo. Plenty of do. Yo, the Toad Scroll? Toad Scroll? I feel like this doesn't have a great Guardian matchup, but we'll see. Wait, shutting down Night Stretcher against Guardy is actually pretty big. Yeah, you're right. Shutting down Night Stretcher is a pretty big deal. But I feel like just attacking with Guardy X is also like fine. We'll see how this goes. Yo, what's up, Forerunner? Can Guardy accelerate energy with the Cruel? Yes. That card would be played way more if it just killed Guardy. Playing the MTG RCQ today, went 1-4. Come on, Forerunner, you gotta step it up. Sorry, you got him in the next one. Streamtail can snipe the blocking Toadstool. It can, yeah, but I'm sure Ray plays like ways to recover it. Like you just leave a Toadstool on the bench and you just go like Nitro it back. Plays Iron Leaves as well. I assume also plays Ogre Pawn, right? Area 0, Ogre Pawn, yeah. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy yet that we've seen. And it looks like Miloslav. I guess we don't know if it's the Brent 60. Although he was in chat the other day and he was saying he liked, I think he was saying that he likes the Brent build more, the Candy build more than the TM Evo build. So we'll see what he's on. Deck with bug catching set has my eyes. You're a big bug catching fan? All right. Good record to get the meme decks on. Off meta decks, rogue decks, not meme decks. Could be a meme. All right, here we go. Looks like Miloslav is going first. Open the Fez, which is a fine, I guess. Secret box in the hand, as well as some Ultra Balls. Prediction? Oh, I got you. Prediction's up. Bet with my heart, 2K for the toes. Immediately into the secret box here. I think could just set up for Candy Guardy, actually. I think you could just literally... You could get Artisan Candy. Yeah, you could just set up for Candy Guardy out of the hand, to be honest. You could grab the Candy, the Artisan, the Bravery Charm. Maybe you get like an Arvin. Oh no, there's not Arvin in here. Maybe you get like another Research or an Iono to burn off the Ultra Ball if you want to preserve one of the other cards. Yeah. The question is, do you think your lone Ralts is going to die? Does Miloslav know what he's up against here? Does he know he is up against the Toadstool deck? Or do you even care? Like, if you see the Ogre Pawn and you're like, oh, it's probably Raging Bolt, are you just like, I don't think they can get the turn 1 attack KO anyway, so I'm just going to not play around it, which is also reasonable, to be honest. It looks like gets the Candy, so he's going to play for the Candy play here. Yeah, there's the Ralts grab. Didn't grab a supporter there, which means we have to... Actually, I don't like the lack of supporter grab. I feel like we wanted a support, because if our top deck's really good, we can always utilize all the other cards in hand, I feel like. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the no supporter grab there. I think we should have grabbed a Iono or a Research to get rid of with the Ultra Ball. Because like Bravery Charm, even on the Pheasantipity, could be decent, if not a Monkey Dory. Well, I guess we're attaching the Dark Energy to the active here, right? Or yeah, we're attaching Dark Energy active. And then we're Ultra Ball in a way, Bravery Charm plus top deck. But if we had gotten supporter, then we could have put the Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity instead. But supporters are pretty high value on this deck, so I guess maybe losing the... But I guess you're locked into discarding the top deck, I guess, is the only thing. All right, Toadstool off the top. Mental give Miloslav. Oh, hold on. The hand is broken. Immediately into the Artisan. Seems fine. You're going to KO the lone Ralts. That Ralts is dead. Ray has the KO. Actually, we're just a Grass Energy away. We are a Grass Energy away from the KO here for Ray. We have Prime E-Switch in hand. Get another Toad School on the bench here. I guess if you played Iron Bundle, you could go for the Iron Bundle here. And well, but you're always researching, so you always go for the Toad School anyways. But yeah, pretty unlikely to whiff a Grass Energy after seeing 9 cards at least here. Because we'll do Pawn, Pawn, plus Research. See another 9 cards. What do they play? Hit 70 turn 1? Ogre Pawn. E-Switch. You can do 120. You can theoretically do more, actually, but we're going to see 120. I still need to find one more Grass Energy, though. There it is! That's it! The attack! Dude, that is so crazy. Pawn number 2. Another research, that's not what you want to see. Yeah, I definitely don't blame Miloslav for not playing around this by getting double Ralts. You can't really expect this play coming out. You never play around this. It's kind of unfortunate. The only question here is, like, when do you concede as Miloslav? Probably not yet. Fresh 7 off the research. Another Nest Ball to work with. There's the Toad School that you want to see on that next turn. Get that down as soon as possible to make things awkward. You have Nest Ball in the hand as well. I don't think you need a stress to get off this Nest Ball, though, so you don't have to play it, but he's going in with it. I don't really want to see... I don't know what you grab here, though. You could grab another Ogre Pawn, because, like, you have the Artisans in play to use to get your another Toad School on the next turn. So I do like the Ogre Pawn grab here. The energy on the Ogre Pawn. As another Nest Ball, go ahead and plays it. What are we ever grabbing off this, though? I don't know if this is worth playing, to be honest. We could have saved it for later to get, like, Mew and Pheasantipity. Going for the 4... Okay, sure, just 4 Grass Ogre Pawn. Why not? I don't know. We need more Toad Schools, I feel like. I don't know. This seems... I don't know. This is, like, feels unnecessary, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I think if we get Iono next turn, we'd rather just have, like... more if we get Iono next turn or something like that, I'd rather just have Nest Ball in the deck to find Mew and Pheasantipity later once we get them out of the prize cards. I'm not a huge fan of that 4th Ogre Pawn there. That seems kind of fine. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I guess, do we need it anyways, though? Once we find Area 0, do we just kind of need a wider hit? Maybe we do. Immediately into the Artisan here from Miloslav. I thought we'd maybe wait until after we play the research. But maybe we're going to find something to put the Bravery Charm on, actually. That could be what we're doing. I guess that wouldn't make sense. We don't really want to use Pheasantipity before we also play the research as well. Looks like did grab a Ralts there. Nest Ball and Ultra Ball. Either play both or you use the Bravery Charm. He's thinking about using the Nest Ball, so I assume he's going to play both. The other thing I don't really love about that from Ray, though, is like you want to get like a 3rd Toad School established, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like we should have got like... We should have just waited and then just used... I feel like we should just like waited and then used Artisan to get another Toad School in play. I actually just want to see another Toad School come down, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that from Ray. I think we should have waited. Goes into the Fez. Interesting. So maybe trying to find some more cards to use with the Ultra Balls before committing down the... Or maybe he's trying to hold on to the Rare Candy even. Ooh, that could be what Miloslav is trying to play for here. Is trying to hold on to this Rare Candy combo. So we can grab 2nd Ralts. And then I guess you could even retreat into a Ralts. Or the Monkey Dory here. And then you could... Oh, but now we're playing cards again. So maybe we are researching here. Then what was the point of using Fez before research there? Were we looking for an Iono? Well, now we're just playing one Ultra Ball. So maybe we're saving the other Ultra Ball. Then we're going to retreat the Fez into like Cleffa or something. Or Badoo. It looks like it is going to be the Cleffa. So we are going to hold the hand here. We are going to hold the hand here for Miloslav. But I feel like then holding the Bravery Charm was probably better from Miloslav, and then you just discard the Research and then draw off the Cleffa. I feel like that makes a little bit more sense then. I feel like the Bravery Charms are like pretty important to be able to get 1-hit KOs on some of these Pokemon. I guess the Ogerpon's not as much. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm overrating the Bravery Charms in this matchup, to be honest. Just retreat into Cleffa, and then just use Cleffa, preserve the Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball for next turn to go Candy Guarding. Sure, makes sense. Couple energy drawn there. And over to Ray. Knockout, of course, already guaranteed. And we can set up the baby school here. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see a... I wish we had benches for a Toadschool here. I just wish we had benches for a Toadschool here. I do not like that 4th Ogerpon coming into play. Area 0 in hand as well. And that's a pretty big deal because Miloslav is down both Artisan. So the Area 0 will stick in play here for the rest of the game. Which is going to be a pretty big deal. Slime something colony. Slime mold colony. And into the Iono. Fresh 5 for Ray. Fresh 6 for Miloslav. So this will shut down just the Night Stretcher from Miloslav. But that's a pretty big card to shut down for sure. The draw there isn't anything special. He's going to actually cycle with the Ogerpon here. What if you ever play a Briar in this deck? The problem here for Ray as well, the Mew and the Pheasantipity, I believe, are prized for Ray. So all of the potential draw power. Another Toadschool is pretty good, though. That's a pretty good find. There's a Toadschool EX as well. Miloslav needs to give it a read. I don't think it makes a difference in this matchup. Prevents effects of attacks. So I don't think that's making a difference in this matchup at all. Should be fine. But the candy combo here for Miloslav is now on the bottom of the deck, which is not good for Miloslav. Stops confusion. Sure. It does stop. Okay, it could do something. It does stop the confusion of the Monkey Dory. Fair. All right, Pheasantipity drawn off the prize cards here for Ray. Vessel coming in from Miloslav. Concede angle? I think you can still make the comeback here as Miloslav. I think you can still make the comeback. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could just go knockout, right? KO the active Ogerpon, KO another Ogerpon, and then Drifloon, Bravery Charm, get another big one at KO, right? I think it's like still very winnable here as Miloslav. As long as Ray doesn't get back-to-back 2 prize knockouts, like, should be fine. Sure, you already answered this multiple times, but just got here. Thought you were playing in Portland. I decided not to go. Does it stop Screamtail? No, it does not stop Screamtail. So the only thing it stops is the Mind Bend, I think. Which I guess could come up. All right, giving it a thought. A lot of cards in hand. I don't know if there's a candy, though. There's a Counter Catcher. He's looking maybe to try and buy some time here. Does go for the Counter Catcher on the Toadschool, which does need 2 energy to attack and does have 2 retreat costs. There's an E-Switch in the hand here for Ray, but we also need another E-Switch or a Grass Energy to make this work. And then into the Iono from Miloslav. I was hoping if I don't find the KO on this Toadschool this turn, hopefully you do not find a way to actually move the Toadschool. And that actually was definitely a questionable play from Ray on the last turn. Should you have evolved the Toadschool to the Toadschool without an energy on it? Definitely questionable. Candy Guarding was found here for Miloslav. There's not a ton of Psychic Energy in the discard pile, but you could still punch with Gardevoir this turn. I mean, it kind of feels like you might as well moment. Looks like it's an Ultra Ball in a way. It looks like Badoo was drawn, and maybe a Screamtail is being targeted as a discard target. You could KO the baby Toad Scroll off the bench though to be able to get access to Night Stretcher in the future. That would be a play potentially. Can Toad EX KO Guardy? I forget the exact attack, but I'm pretty sure it can, yeah. Actually, there was a feature. I want to check the overlay out on Twitch. I went to this last time. What's prevented this deck from being real? Other decks just being better than it. Is the overlay active in the thing where you can like mouse over the cards live on Twitch? Or no? I thought you could like mouse over the cards while you're on Twitch. Is that not a thing? I'm trying to like do it right now. It's not letting me do it. But I feel like that did work at some point. Does it only work sometimes? Attacks so Monkey Sword. No, but it stops the confusion of Monkey Dory. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to what happened. Is Miloslav still deciding? It has never worked properly for me. But has it ever... Does it actually work? I swear it worked at one point. I swear it worked for me one time. Like, is it a thing or am I just making this up? Ability for Monkey Dory works, my bad. Oh yeah, the ability's fine. It's just the confusion on the attack. All right, there's the punch into the active here. What does Ray have? I see an Ultra Ball in hand. Oh, I think the hand actually is dead. And there's no Mew in. There's an Ultra Ball and a Nest Ball in the hand here for Ray. Yeah, so we could definitely look at this as... I feel like this is potentially a mistake here from Ray because it does open up the counter catcher play from Miloslav. And we see Miloslav taking full advantage of it. Going for the counter catcher play. And now things are going to get awkward for Ray. Mew is prized. Ray does play the Mew, but it is prized here. Oh, wait, we're not done yet. We have Bug Catching set. We need some Grass Energy to cycle with the Ogre Pond. We need to get an E-Switch here, though. There's a Latias. Latias is not good enough here. The Latias is actually just an interesting inclusion in general. I feel like we have enough mobility with the E-Switches. The Latias is kind of weird. What's getting stuck? Is there Ursaluna in this deck, maybe? Discarding energy kind of sucks. Probably. Oh, true. I guess it would cap the damage. Sure. Oh, we have E-Switch energy in hand. Wait, did we just always have it? Am I just trolling? I think I'm just trolling. But actually, how much damage does this thing do? Let me look this thing up real fast. $80 plus 40 more damage for each of your bench Pokemon with a grass on it. So we're looking at 240. So we're one energy short here. Actually, was there ever a point where Ray could have split the energy up more and chose not to? Actually, I feel like there maybe was. Ultra Ball in a way, Iono and Toad School. Wait, Ultra Ball in a way, Iono. Does Ray think the Mew is in the deck? Oh no. Yep. Ray thought the Mew was in the deck, and then yeah, searching through realizes, nope, it's prized. Uh-oh. Definitely a big blunder there. Iono would have been good to try and cycle to that last E-Switch. Yeah, was there a moment on a previous turn where Ray like over Ogre Pond energy in play when could have just attached to something else instead? I feel like there was. I feel like that did come up. So we're not getting the one-hit KO here. Yeah, the Mew and the Fez were prized. Latios gets grabbed and put on the bench. I don't even think I like the Latios getting grabbed here, to be honest. I think I would have rather seen Fez get grabbed. Yeah, I don't like the Latios grab here at all. Now, there's only one card left in the hand. It is a Super Rod. Over to Miloslav. I don't think Miloslav's, yep, the hand is not great. The Curly top deck actually is pretty good because the active Gardevoir, actually, I don't know, maybe we are just retreating this Gardevoir here. We actually might just retreat this Gardevoir. Fez prize. We got off the prize cards earlier on the last turn. The leaves, oh yes, that's true. The leaves retreat also worked. Well, I guess leaves retreat isn't even that good. Attacking with the Toadstool is like the same thing. The leaves doesn't really change too much, I guess. Oh no, leaves to the active and then retreat it back to the bench. Oh, that would have worked. Wait, that's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, you could have used leaves, taken 2 grass energy off the Ogerpon. Oh, maybe that's what Ray was going for, was leaves plus retreat. Oh, that would have been a really cool play, actually. But yeah, the leaves is prized. All right, moves 30 off the Gardevoir to the active and then is retreating into Monkey Dory. Oh, to swing for 60 and get the KO. All right, 2 prizes over to Miloslav. And this is where it sets up. Yeah, the Latios take, I think, was pretty bad there from Ray. Because now we don't have anything. But we could have taken Fez in case Miloslav wanted to go for a knockout there. Now our hand is just 2 Super Rod. And now this opens it up for Miloslav to just be able to take over the game from here. Yeah, the Latios grab was pretty bad. It should have definitely always been Fez there. We should have always grabbed Fez off that grab there. Grabbing Toadstool EX and 2 grass off the Super Rod. Man, from the incredible turn 1 to now, yeah, now all of a sudden things are not looking that good for Ray at all. I would definitely say I'm giving the advantage to Miloslav at this point as Ray sends up the Ogerpon to take a 1 prize knockout. Going down to those odd 3 prize cards just means Miloslav can just win in 2 attacks. Ray can also win in 2 attacks, but Miloslav's going to be attacking first. And it's all set up on board here for Miloslav. You could attack with Gardevoir. The Drifloon with the Bravery Charm is set up. Honestly, Gardevoir seems like a pretty good attack here. Yeah. So probably just push Gardevoir to begin with and then kind of assess from there from Miloslav. Briar? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if there's a Briar in there or not. Bravery Charm off the top has Clefairy and Iono. Clefairy is actually a pretty good attacker here. You could just swing with Clefairy, actually, as Miloslav. And as far as actually... Oh, but like Briar's not really like a real play here. You're never attacking with the damaged Gardevoir. You're never attacking with the damaged Gardevoir here. Double Monkey KO, Baby Toadstool, Screamtail, Toad would be lit. What does that Toadstool have 60 HP? Dude, what a scam. That would be a pretty good play. But actually, the Screamtail's in the discard pile right now for Miloslav. So unable to recover. It looks like Miloslav is maybe playing around the possibility of... He's playing around the possibility of like Countercatcher Briar onto the Pheasantipity here. I guess it's the same thing on the Gardevoir though. So does Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity matter? I guess to just limit the possibility of Pheasantipity getting KO. Doesn't bench the Clefairy here. Interesting. Just goes Iono, does not bench the Fez. Wait, what are we attacking with this turn then? Don't we want to save the Drifloon in case a big Toadstool comes to the active next turn? If we're attacking with Gardevoir EX here, then all of a sudden Briar could happen. Let's see. I assume you wouldn't want to attack with Drifloon here. But that means if you don't want to attack with Drifloon here, then we're going to be attacking with Gardevoir EX. And we could still draw a different Gardevoir EX off these. Another Night Stretcher. All right, the Night Stretchers are dead. I feel like benching Clefairy there made too much sense, right? Wasn't bench Clefairy, attack with Clefairy just the play? Bench Clefairy. Yeah, how was bench Clefairy, attack with Clefairy not the play? What am I missing? Attach to the active Gardevoir, moves it to the bench. I guess Drifloon is going to be the attacker of choice here. But if Ray knocks out Drifloon with a Toadstool EX, it doesn't turn on Countercatcher. So then Miloslav would have to go through a Toadstool EX, which I don't think Miloslav can do. Maybe double Monkey Dory plus Clefairy is possible. Oh, wait, no, we can maybe build up enough damage on the Toadstool with Monkey Dories, actually. No, I guess we can go through a Toadstool EX here through the through Monkey Dory build up. Yeah, I guess it is still possible. I guess the Briar play is possible here from Ray, but it would also have to involve a counter catcher. So not only would Ray have to be playing Briar, but also counter catcher. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a prediction. I don't think Ray plays either of those cards. We'll see though. I said I wouldn't be shocked at the inclusion of a. I wouldn't be shocked at the inclusion of a Briar. I doubt there's a counter catcher in there, especially with playing Prime Catcher. We have, yeah, it's not just Briar though. We also need to bring up the Gardevoir off the bench. Okay, I mean, there's a research, but that means no Briar if we play the research. We'll take a look here as well. Is there a Briar? I don't see a Briar. Is eyeing up the Pheasantipity. I assume you do want to Iono here. There could have been. There's a lot of blue trainer cards in there. There could have been a Briar in there. Geomasky X could OKO Lily's Clefairy if there's 6 energy between the two of them. But you're fine with that because then Gardevoir just comes up and KOs the Ogre Pawn. The thing with this attack here from the thing with this attack from Miloslav is that you can KO the active with anything as Ray, and then like Gus KO Guardy off the bench on the next turn. But it looks like it's probably not going to matter. Into the whatever that card is called, Bug Catching Set. Couple grass energy found. We have a lot of Ogre Pawns to cycle with, but with Research Prize, that means there's no whatever the other card is called. Briar. We can't play Briar if we play Research. I checked as well. I fact checked that. Oh, it feels like this one is about over. But I'm excited to see game 2 of this match. Also, I guess with that in mind, what is the best way to play this matchup as Ray? I feel like you gotta choose second, right? It's definitely, it feels like a choose second game for sure. You have, I mean, finding Iron Leaves is tough without Ultra Ball, but you have the things that could find it. You have E-switches, so turn 1 attack with Ogre Pawn's not that difficult. I think this is definitely a go second matchup for sure. Gotta be a go second matchup. To lose this game as Ray is tough. Yeah, this is definitely a tough loss to take for sure. You had KO on Lone Brawls off the rip. Like you were looking like you're going up 2 prize cards before Miloslav really put anything together. And then I think Ray did make a mistake of evolving to a Toadstool EX without an energy on it. I think that was a mistake. Did find the E-switch combo. Of course, the prize cards are rough, but Ray could have played it better, right? If Ray had just done some prize checking, would have known Mew and Iron Leaves were prize, which means we shouldn't Ultra Ball there. Or if we do, we don't Ultra Ball with Iono, then we play Iono. But all right, Toadstool EX knockout. So Miloslav can win with Counter Catcher or Monkey Dory here. Oh no, Counter Catcher's not active actually. I take it back. But if we had attacked with Clefairy, Counter Catcher would be active. Dude, I feel like the Clefairy attack from Miloslav was just so much better. Am I trolling? I'm not trolling. It was definitely better, right? Because also if it does die, we get access to Counter Catcher. So Miloslav here just needs Monkey Dory. Needs Monkey Dory Dark Energy, but does not have access to Night Stretcher. Okay, it's possible to whiff for sure. Research in hand. 4 Night Stretcher. Oh wait, does Clefairy also work here? I feel like Clefairy also works, right? Because how many bench Pokemon are on Ray's bench? I feel like the Clefairy also knocks out the active here. $100. If we fill up our bench for Miloslav here, yeah, we win with a full bench and a Clefairy. All right, so research and pray. Here we go. All 4 Night Stretchers. Did you not win with Charm Drifloon? You can't play the Night Stretcher. Okay, Ultra Ball, Dark Energy. We still have Fez to work with as well. Miloslav isn't just playing to win the game. Making sure off the Vessel should lead to the dub here for Miloslav. Ultra Ball or Vessel number 2 comes in. My bad. Maybe we need a piece still. Oh, there is a Monkey Dory. No, I think Miloslav just has game here. The Monkey Dory math lines up, right? Maybe he doesn't realize that Monkey Dory Guardy attack wins the game. Draw 3 off Fez. Plays an S-Ball. There we go. Monkey Dory. Yeah, he had Ultra Ball the whole time. All right. Just going through the motions. That's fine. Not a big deal. And Ray packs it up. Okay, I think Ray should go second. I think he should go second. Try and cheese, get a little cheesy, get a turn 1 attack off, really put the pressure on the Gardevoir player to try and find enough Ralts on the first turn, or find a Ralts, and then look for that turn 2 Candy Guardy start swinging. I think that's what I'd like to see here. We'll see what Ray chooses, though. You try and take as many actions as possible so I don't have time for game 2. I don't know what is the clock at. I doubt it. There's still a lot of time left, right? Yeah, there's still 24 minutes left. I don't think that's like realistic. If anything, he probably should be playing faster. So he probably should be playing faster. So he has enough time for potentially game 3. Because yeah, 24 minutes is plenty of time for Ray to win this match. Definitely. Why didn't you go to Portland? I didn't want to. Tough pill to swallow for Ray. Yes. Honestly, I feel like now that I said I didn't want to, is that why people think there's like some other reason why I didn't go? Do people think I'm just like not saying the real reason I didn't want to go by me just saying I didn't want to go? The truth is I just didn't want to go. I couldn't find a deck that I wanted to play. It's kind of the same thing as not wanting to go. Wonder how many rumors are going to float around as to why I didn't show up to the tournament. Azul has a phobia of boats and ports. Yeah, going to Portland's always a tough one. My boat phobia is strong. You're just scared? True. Would you ever be a judge? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I have no want or desire to judge tournaments as of right now, but who knows what the future holds. I don't think that far ahead. Azul didn't go because he died of Ligma, just like Ninja. This is an AI impersonating Azul. Were you gonna fly or drive? Fly. Was a little scared of Pete Grigsby? Well, of course, but everyone knows that. And I'm not the only one. Maybe make money versus for sure make money on stream? No, that is not something... People bring up the money aspect of it all the time. That is not something I even like remotely think about. That is something people bring up all the time, but it's not something I make the slightest consideration with when deciding whether or not to go to a major tournament. I guess you're not motivated with the game anymore. Yep, that has to be it. You got me. All right. Monkey Dory Ralts here from Miloslav. I assume... I actually don't know who... did Miloslav go draw pass, basically? I don't actually know what happened there. Pretty good bug catching set coming in from Ray. The question is just, do you take... double Ogre Pawn seems really good here. I think... Oh, we have the Prime in the hand? Bro! How does Ray always have it? Maybe you go the double Grass Energy. Oh, we always take one Ogre Pawn. No, you could have... No, yeah, you definitely go one. Does Ray literally have Prime E-Switch in hand? There was definitely Prime. Was there an E-Switch? Dude, even if there's not an E-Switch, that's still just gross. We definitely should have... should we have just played the Prime first? I think we should have just played the Prime first, to be honest. Wait, unless Ray chose first here. But there's no way Miloslav would have benched a Ralts if Ray had chosen first. So this means that Miloslav went first. But that means Ray's misplaying here. Ray should have played the Prime Catcher. The first thing Ray should have done is play Prime Catcher. Dude, Ray is playing so slow. You gotta go. We gotta go. Get rid of the Iota and the E-Switch. Because Miloslav didn't do anything. Miloslav would have benched 2 Ralts. If they could have benched 2 Ralts. Dude, the lack of... What's it called? Is stressing me out. Alright, Miloslav might win 1-0. But it's not because of Miloslav. It's because of Ray. The lack of urgency. The lack of... Dude, this is stressing me out, bro. The lack of urgency is insane right here. All right, Miloslav actually might win 1-0, but it's not because of Miloslav. It's because of Ray. It's 1-1 is what do you mean? Oh, shoot, it is already 1-1. Wait, what happened at the first game? Wait, how is it 1-1? Dude, am I trolling? Miloslav conceded game 2? Wait, Miloslav just won the last game, right? Am I trolling? Miloslav gave Ray game 2 as good sportsmanship? Wait, what the heck happened? Wait, how is it 1-1? He insta-scooped? Wait, did he actually? No memes? Did he actually insta-scoop? Am I trolling? You don't even like check your opening hand? He just insta-scooped to game 3? Wait, why did he insta-scoop? Oh, wait, he insta-scooped and then chose second. Dude. Wait, when did this happen? I just like missed it happening. They were just talking. It happened. I mean, I don't dislike the play. I just didn't see it happen. Wouldn't you even wait to see your hand? You can see the moment he sees his hand. Oh, you can see it. Oh, yeah. I don't hate the insta scooping, especially as long as you check your hand. No need to see hand. No, you definitely check your hand. You definitely check your hand. That's trolling to not at least check your hand. Just mash shovel 7 times. Offer to cut. They cut. Check your hand and then concede or keep. Now I'm on track though. I know where we are here. Miloslav immediately scooped to game 2, chose second. All right. I hope he gets punished. It'd be so funny. But it's not. You only get punished if it's a bad play. I don't think it's a bad play from Miloslav. Nothing to punish. What's in the discard pile there? Is it 2 Curlias? Let's talk about why you're talking about your fear of boats. I guess, yeah. If you lose, it doesn't mean you got punished. That's not how getting punished works. Benches the Screamtail? Lone Ralts? Dude, Lone Ralts is insane. Wait, can't Ray just like play for the Guardy KO now? And we have the prime. Well, we just have the prime in hand. But now we don't only have bench space for 1 Ralts. All right, I don't like the Lone Ralts. Okay, yeah, I don't like the Lone Ralts because now if it just gets KO'd, we're so screwed. Because now Ray can spawn trap the Ralts. I feel like you shouldn't bench a Screamtail just so you can maybe get down double Ralts next turn. I mean, you're not playing as if Ray is gonna have the prime catcher this turn, and the boss play is also unlikely, to be honest. But going to the, just in case Ray has it, I feel like you want to go into next turn. But the thing is though, like my problem with this play is Ray could just not take a KO on purpose, which I don't even think would be a bad play from Ray, because then you could try and just chase down the lone Guardy at some point, right? That's my problem with this play, is that it lets Ray not take a knockout this turn. Oh, and Ray already has it. Ray has Ultra Ball plus Prime. All right. I mean, this is exactly where we were. Game when he had 0 Ralts, turn 2 still won. Yeah, but that was different, Pedro, because he had bench space for 2 Ralts prized. I guess there could be 2 Ralts prized. That's different though, Pedro, because he had bench space for double Ralts on the following turn. Did they show us the prize cards? There could be 2 Ralts prized. Then this would make sense. All right, yeah, we have the prime on the Ralts. The question is just, does Ray find boss to follow this up? To continuously just spawn trap the Ralts over and over and over again. Nice, and Iona to cycle deck. I mean, the only thing Ray cares about here is finding boss. I'm sure if Miloslav had the ability to bench another, what's it called? He would have, but... And it's not great there for Ray. Kind of mid, no boss. So he scooped game 2 so he could pick which turn he takes. Well, kind of. You also gave your opponent a win. Of all baby, Crucial wins the game. Well, I think this Toadstool came into play this turn. So Miloslav, if there is 2 Ralts prize, Miloslav has 1 turn to find Night Stretcher. But there is 4 of them. So it's probably safe. All right, Ray's continuing to cycle the cards here. Once again, we're looking for boss. Because Miloslav is stuck at 1 bench space. Gets the Latias into play to prevent any kind of counter catcher shenanigans. I like it. It means you can also bench Fez pretty aggressively here as well. And feel safe about it not getting stuck. Going first greater than Quick Scoop, go second. What do you mean? Do we think Miloslav scooped him too because he had all his Bulu bucks on Ray? Ooh, possibly. But you can't make it look obvious. All right, we did get a Night Stretcher off. Ralt saved. Investigate him. Dude, he's all about the Bulu bucks, bro. I don't know if Ray has a boss yet, but a boss here would be pretty devastating. 11 minutes left, so honestly, we have plenty of time. We have plenty of time here. Maybe to not set up a Fez to snipe bench as Miloslav here? Or do you mean as Ray? Oh! Wait, you're cooking with that. Ray can just spawn trap the Ralts with Pheasantipity. Wait, holy smokes. Wait, is that what Ray should have done from the beginning? There's a second Ralts in the hand there. Every time I see the scoop game 2 shot, that player loses or breaks game 3. Setting up for the potential mind bend. Oh, but you don't even confuse. Mind bend doesn't even confuse. Pass. Fez, 1 E-switch in hand. We can do the Fez play. Cycles the energy. I don't even know if we should cycle that. We should just like bench Fez, attach to Fez, E-switch to Fez. Oh, we needed area 0. We don't have bench space here. Our area 0 got bumped. Okay, we're back. Bench Fez, E-switch to Fez. Does Ray see the Fez play? No! Oh, it would have been so cool. All right, we could still... No, we're just... Oh, there's... No, dude. No! There actually might be 2 E-switch left in the deck. There might be 2 E-switch left in the deck. So Ray would have to see the play and then also find both E-switch. Dude, the Fez play would have been just so nasty, man. Punish the Miloslav, lone. Ooh, we got the Toadstool, though. That's good. There's 2 energy on the Toadstool, which is like... We can work around it, I believe, here. We should be able to work around it for sure. Cycling 1 more. No boss still. We're still digging for the boss. Okay, we got the Toadstool, and we got a Super Rod to recover some of the rest of our squad. Still in a fine spot here as Ray. Honestly, the question for me, though, is... Should Ray even take a KO here, once again? Or do we just trap Miloslav in a board state of 1 Ralt? So that way we can eventually chase and KO the Gardevoir. And with 2 Artisan down as well, Area 0 is just kind of sticking in play. So Ray could just like wait to chase Gardevoir EX and KO it. And then that would be pretty tough for Miloslav to deal with, to be honest. I guess there is targets for Screamtail to go after here, though. You could take away the Toadstool. So it might be hard to ever build up to a board where you have that much energy spread around the board to chase the lone Gardevoir, to be honest. Does Milo play Ray Candy? Yes. It's like, if it's not the exact Brent 60, it's very close to it. So double Candy, Secret Box. Azul, I'm guessing others have already asked, but I thought you and Chip were both heading to Portland. Did plans change, or am I delusional? I ended up not going. Okay, this opens up a bench space, which is big for Miloslav, but also has a pretty big hand and the Fez draw as well. Candy Guard here seems reasonable. Yeah, there's the Secret Box. Okay, Candy Guardy on the way, so definitely very winnable here still for Miloslav. Yeah, I don't hate the insta-concede play here from Miloslav, but I do feel like... Well, I'm actually going to go back. I'm actually curious if Miloslav even looked at the opening hand before conceding, or if it was just literally insta-concede. I feel like you should definitely shuffle up and look at your opening hand. Because if your opening hand is just broken, like, I feel like it's worth the RNG of seeing an opening hand, for sure. Like, I feel like missing out on that RNG for plus 1 minute doesn't make a ton of sense. Just like base whether or not to concede off the opening hand. He did look at the hand if I recall correctly. Oh, okay. He didn't instant concede. The commentators stated that he started Screamtail pass. 99% got donked. Oh. Oh, he drew pass. Oh, okay, okay. They just didn't show it on screen at all. It just kind of happened. It didn't make its way to the to the screen. You ever scoop game 2 because of time remaining? Of course. You sometimes scoop game 1 because of time remaining. With that context, it makes much more sense. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think the RNG of your opponent opening poorly and you opening really well is worth not going the optimal first or second to at least see how maybe the first turn plays out. I feel like you have to take advantage of all those possibilities as often as you can. No Candy Guardian from box? That's not good. Are you sure? There's no way. Are both candies prized? Wait a second. Or do we not have a Guardy? Oh, I feel like there's a Guardian hand. No, it's Clefairy. Okay, there was no Guardian hand. Okay, so we have to get Candy Guardy off this research here. For Miloslav. Ultra Ball? Candy? Okay, we got there. Thinking about just giving up both Nest Balls here off the Ultra Ball? Sure. Candy Guardy on the way. United Wings for Portland? Regionals? Don't talk to me ever again. It's kind of crazy that he didn't have the Candy Guardy combo off the Secret Box hand. The hand was huge. Azul, do you speak Spanish? No. All right, Candy Guardy is online. Why not? Wow, what a genius question you just asked. What do you even attack with here as Miloslav? You could actually just do anything this turn, right? Attack with Screamtail. Attack with Guardy. KO Fez. KO Mew. Don't snipe on Ogrepon. You could take out the baby Toadstool on the bench, but that doesn't seem very good. What? No, not you, Watergon. Smug. Labs is back. Guardy win percentage against Danglepole is 33%. What? It's only winning 33% of the time? Now he's playing for the tie at this pace? No. We're cooking. The game is still going to end here for sure. Miloslav is in a very winning position for sure. Or very winnable position. Arch just goes for the Fez KO. Sure, take away the draw power. Now over to Ray. Prize trade is evened up. Ray would like to go 2 prize knockout, 2 prize knockout, but it's very unlikely at this point. Oh, did Ray even play Super Odd Plus Research last turn? I guess not. Just held everything. Nitrogen shut off for the rest of the game. But I think Miloslav does have enough ways to be able to continue to go back to back 2 prize knockouts. Are the Guardy lists in Japan better than the ones being played in NA and EU? It's impossible to tell. Also, we don't know the Guardy lists that are being... I mean, I don't know the Guardy lists that are being played in Japan. To calculate that would be like... a waste of time, I guess. It'd be yeah. It's not impossible to calculate. I guess you could somehow calculate it, but who knows? Who knows? The correct answer, I guess, is just who knows. Who knows if the lists in Japan are better than the lists over here? What we've seen. Do you like the TM Guardy or Brent version more? I don't know. I'd have to play with them. I mean, it's all Gardevoir. Gardevoir's just good. You couldn't go wrong playing either build. One of them is definitely better for sure, but I have no clue. I'd have to play them. You probably should cycle the Iron Leaves to the active here, right? Take an energy off the... Yeah, sure. Just get an extra grass energy in place so you can threaten KO on guard EX. There we go. Mew for 2. Oh, just trying to maximize the draw power. Oh, got the boss. Wait a second. Hold on. Is this Gus KO on Guardy here? Wait, is that even what you... Yeah, why not, right? Go for it. Actually, is it though? Hold up. 200, 280. Yeah, it is it, right? That's the knockout, right? Am I trolling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 40 times? 280, 320. Yeah, we're doing 320 right now. I don't even know if we've attached return. We could attach a Mew, but probably don't want to do that. Oh, was research already played? No, we just went super odd restart, right? Am I trolling? I swear we just went super odd restart. Mew needs grass, right? No, because there'll be 6 Pokemon on the bench with grass energy. It's 80 plus 40 for each one on the bench. Dude, 50 seconds left. Go faster. Yeah, so this makes sense here. Okay, instead of being a 1-0 because Ray is playing too slow, this definitely could tie when... because Ray is playing so slow. I don't think Ray is playing at a pace that there should be like a warning or prize penalty or anything. But if we're trying to win the game, we got to go. Dude, the Iron Leaves in here is sick to get the extra grass energy in play. There we go. Knockout Gardevoir. 320. Now we're just a boss away from winning the game next turn from Ray. 20 seconds left. $13 seconds. Here comes the Screamtail. Draw for turn. Miloslav is now turn 0. Countercatcher is active, but there's nothing to trap on the bench, I don't think. Is there anything that Miloslav can trap on the bench? Yeah, nothing's trappable. Miloslav can get a 2-prize knockout this turn. I guess if there is Candy Guardy still left in the deck, that would be our 2-prize knockout next turn, right? You can just go like Iono KO Mew. Iono plus KO Mew with Screamtail. And then Candy Guardy win next turn, right? I said, yeah, it's still winnable for sure as long as Candy Guardy is available. Is that the second Guardian in the discard pile though? Oh, the other win condition here for Miloslav actually would be if both Guardies are in the discard pile, you could KO the Toadscruel, and then next turn look for double Monkey Dory plus KO. Brings up the Iron Leaves. What's the retreat cost on Iron Leaves? Isn't it just 1? But I guess if enough energy gets removed from play, then Ray would not be able to KO Pheasantipity at the end of the game, potentially. So if you were hard retreat this, plus you KO something off the bench that has energy on it. See what the draw is here. Oh, there is Candy. What? There is still Candy Guardian available. All right, we're chilling. We could Candy Guardian. No, you would Candy Guardian this turn, right? Because you lose to Gus KO Fez. Your Fez already gets KO. Actually, would you lose to Gus KO Fez? Oh, wait, maybe Miloslav should have actually brought up the Ogre Pawn and then sniped the Iron Leaves off the bench. Wait, how much is Screamtail doing right now? Screamtail's only doing 200 damage, right? So we could Candy Guardian to make it do a little bit more. So you could have... Yeah, so Miloslav could have made it. So... Ray couldn't KO Fez by going KO... Wait, KO that, KO that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it would be short on the Fez KO. But now because Miloslav brought this up, the only other play that Miloslav could do here would be to KO the... I mean, you can KO Mew, but Miloslav could have made it so there wasn't enough grass energy in play for Ray to win. If you had brought up the Ogre Pawn instead, and the Ogre Pawn hard retreated, plus you KO'd Iron Leaves off the bench. But now you can also just KO the Mew to take away the draw power, which is probably just as good, to be honest. KOing Mew to take away the draw power is probably just as good, to be honest. Wants to confirm exactly what the card does. So at this point from Miloslav, I think Fez is always in range of getting KO'd unless Miloslav takes out the slime mold colony one. Oh wait, we can go bigger. Oh, we're actually gonna KO the Toadstool EX. We're all in on KOing Toadstool EX. Okay, so this will make it a lot harder to KO the Pheasantipity this turn from Ray. Now to get the Fez KO is really, really tough because you would need energy, Toadstool EX, and then even then, you would need another energy in play as well. Oh, Pheasant Nest Ball though. Nest Ball finds Latias, which means we don't lose the energy to retreat the Iron Leaves. And then between Fez and Mew, if we can find energy, Toadstool EX, and Boss, we win. We KO Pheasantipity to win. As long as Latias is still in the deck, but I think Ray did super rot it back into the deck. This is turn 1. Turn 1 for Ray. Grass Week on Fez, right? No. All right. Nest Ball. We checking if Toad is Terra? No clue. The Nest Ball's a big hit here. Grass, Toadstool. Appreciate the primes up there, the Sneaky Seal. Over to the Rat Pack. If Ray can't win, Ray could just trap the Gardevoir in the active, yes. As for 2, or Mew for 2 first. Because yeah, there's all the energy on the Screamtail. I don't know if Miloslav plays the Turo. What do we got? Oh, Bug Catching Set's not bad. Do you Bug Catching Set first, though, to try and increase your odds of getting Boss? Depends how many cards are left in deck, right? Second Toadstool EX is prized. I would assume Ray plays 3. Because you need to be able to hit it off the Bug Catching Set, so... Goes for the Fetch Draw first. E-Switch Boss! Toadstool EX! Wait, and the E-Switch! That's just game! Toadstool gets the dub! Insane dub for the Toadstool. And we could go further. We do have the bug catching set. And that's it. Dude, that's an insane dub. Let's go. The Toadstool dub. Insane. Let's go. All right, let's go back and see that. I want to see the scooping, bro. I want to see the scooping in game 2. I just did not see it happen. This was game 1. Miloslav won game 1. The meme deck at 5-0 actually won. You love to see it. That's why they at least need to be 5-0, bro. When the meme decks are 4-0, they always get bodied on stream. You gotta wait for 5-0. Or 5 wins at least. So there, Miloslav asked for time remaining. And then they're showing the replay. And then during the replay, did Miloslav get donked? Oh yeah, they're set up, and then Miloslav concedes. Okay. So yeah, Miloslav concedes there. So it was like a Screamtail pass or something, and then just packs it up. The hand must have probably just been dead. Or not good enough to make it worth playing out for any more time. Respectable for sure. Do you think he threw conceding so fast? No. I mean, I can't see his hands. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that information without being able to see his hand. It all depends on the hand. You definitely at least want to see your hand before you just insta-scoop a game. I would say you should also probably wait to see your opponent's hand too. I think those two variables are always worth seeing. Oh, I guess Miloslav did not wait to see the opponent's hand. So maybe I would have waited to make sure that Ray wasn't also dead drawing. As soon as you see that Ray's not dead drawing and you are dead drawing, then I think conceding is fine. But I think you can't. That seems like a lot of win percentage to leave on the table of the games where your opponent's dead drawing. I feel like I want to know games where I want to win the games where my opponent's dead draws. I don't know. So I maybe would have waited to see my opponent's hand. That would have been the only thing that I would say about Miloslav's situation there. Maybe should have waited. Ray plays Billy. Yeah, maybe to try and donk. I mean, you just play Billy to have you have less dead hands in general. If you can donk with it, it's good, but yeah. Should have been testing Toad instead of Terrabox and Joltik? I guess, man. What the heck? Toad was it. Have you heard of Northeast Airlines? No, I don't think so. Comptech? Maybe. I wonder how many people Ray has baited by starting the lone Ogre Pawn. Probably has gotten quite a few more turn 1 KOs than maybe would have if they knew it was a Skrull. Maybe we'll get an explanation for game 2 in the interview. Possible, yeah. We'll see once we cut to it.
Ray Chen in the lounge, moving to 6-0 with Toad Skrull EX. First off, congratulations. I mean, absolutely incredible start, especially there in the last round, defeating the defending Latin American international champion with the deck you're choosing to play as well. I mean, just what's going through your mind right now?
First of all, thank you so much. And I don't know, I'm just really happy to be here. And when I went into that match, I was thinking like, oh wow, like he's really gonna know what to do against me, and he's really good player. So then it was kind of a fever dream, like games 1 and 3 and even 2, but I mean apparently he didn't have any basics or anything, so he just, I don't know, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was a wild set to watch play out. First off, I just got to ask about the deck that you've chosen to play, Toad Skrull EX. I mean, this is not something that's been on anyone's radar. You know, Miloslav had to pick up and read the Toad Skrull when you put it in play. Talk to us about where the idea for this came from and how you landed on playing it for this tournament.
Okay, the idea actually came like pre-rotation when I was thinking of playing it with Hisui and Lilligant. And then once rotation hit, I was like, wait, this thing, like, it stops Pult's second like attack, and then it one-shots Pult, so the gears started turning in my head, you know? And eventually one night I just wrote a list, and then I haven't changed the cards at all actually since that. It was about a month ago.
Wow, yeah, that's incredible to hear. I mean, and that non-EX Toad Skrull as well, being so strong into the meta, the way people have decided to build their decks. We saw that funny moment in game 1. Miloslav has to research away all 4 Night Stretchers. I'm sure that's a beneficial change for you in the meta as well, seeing how everyone is leaning on Night Stretcher, right?
Yeah, definitely. I also played against a Goldango earlier today, and that's just funny. Like, it's really hard for them to play the game at all. And then, yeah, so many decks just need to Night Stretcher back Pokemon throughout the game, so it kind of works out.
So game 1 goes kind of long, and you do end up losing that game. It was really close, you know, had to take that odd prize in there, which messed up your prize map. Miloslav was able to pull ahead. Game number 2, though, didn't really happen. Talk to us about what the conversation was at the table with this moment.
Yeah, so Miloslav looked at his hand after the 7th card, and then he just said, I scoop. And then I was like, wait, what? And then he said, yeah, I scoop. Because apparently his hand had no basics and like nothing else. So I had cards in my hand. I probably wasn't going to be able to take the knockout. And I really appreciate that he scooped so he could actually finish the match because he didn't want to tie either.
Of course, yeah, that's a heads-up play from a very experienced player for sure, and something I think time management's a very important skill in the Pokemon TCG, and very, very few Pokemon players do it well, especially even the best players. So it was cool to see from Miloslav, and it does end up resulting in you guys having just enough time to finish that third game. And Game 3, I mean, it was extremely close. Talk to us about that end game. You know, the play from Miloslav to use that Monkey Dory, move the damage off the Scream Tail, get to that odd number so he could take the KO on your benched Toedscruel, and forcing you to find as much as possible on that last turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible play. To be honest, I did expect it. I didn't expect the counter catcher, but it didn't end up changing anything because I had the Latios. And I was just, in that moment, I knew, like, I gotta find a boss or I'm gonna lose this game. And then after that Fez, I was like you could see my face on stream. It was not likely. I think I had one boss in like 9 cards left. So it was not likely for me to hit, and I was just, yeah.
That was awesome to see. I mean, you play against one of the best players, you play against one of the top archetypes in the meta, and you're able to come away with a 2-1 victory, moving now to 6-0. Now, I did look back and see some of your past tournament results. I did notice that last year at Portland, you played a Greedent Iron Valiant deck. I'd say kind of on a similar level of spice as the Toedscruel. Talk to us about what draws you to these off-the-wall archetypes. You know, what keeps you from playing something like Dragapult that everyone plays?
To be honest, I just have more fun playing those decks, and I wasn't necessarily trying to qualify for Worlds this year because I could only play 2 regionals. So whenever that happens, then I'm just like, I'll just play whatever I think is going to be the most fun, and I'm going to hang out with my friends. It just happens to be working out really well today.
Yeah, extremely well, I would say. 6-0 now. It seems like this deck is built pretty nice into the meta, right? You talked about how the ability of Toedscruel EX is really strong into the Dragapult decks. We saw you were obviously able to take down Gardevoir, though I could see that matchup being very close. Talk to us about kind of the other matchups in the field. Is there anything that you're kind of scared of? Anything you really want to avoid?
Yes, definitely EV Box. It's really bad. They can just 1-2-3 with Briar. So definitely not EV Box. I would love to see more Goldangos. And then everything else is 50-50 or slightly worse for me. So the matchup spread is not exactly the best, but I think the fact that people need to take the time to realize what the deck does actually helps a lot. So
yeah, that's a huge advantage. When your opponent, like Miloslav there, has to pick up and read your cards, you definitely already are feeling like you're in a good spot. Well, congrats, Ray, on the incredible start. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout-outs you want to give before we get you out of here?
Okay, I guess I'll just say thank you to my mom, dad, and my sister for being an amazing family. And then I also want to say thank you to all the tabletop people, which is just a big group of players, and every single one of them, they're really cool. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to see the Tabletop Village crew represented. We could hear quite the crowd out there cheering for you as you were able to close out your game. Congrats, Ray, and good luck in the last couple of Swiss rounds tonight, and we'll be looking forward to seeing what you're able to do tomorrow as you've locked up a Day 2 spot already. Let's get back to the casters. And
what round was that? Oh, I didn't pay out the prediction either, right? Prediction paid out. That was round 6. So 2 more rounds left. I guess I actually might take a break between now and I might take a break between now and the what's it called? Master Ball League later. Possibly. Appreciate the 68 months there. Horsey, appreciate 24 months there. Doom Design. I think there's something else I need to do, but maybe not. Get back and look at the hand that he scooped with? Sure. It was during the interview that they showed it, right? It looked like there was maybe a research. But there's no Ralts. No, actually, maybe it is just dead. It actually might just be dead. If anything, there's maybe a research, but it's like Vessel, Screamtail, Countercatcher, Guardy EX, Candy, Night Stretcher. Maybe another Countercatcher or Night Stretcher there. And then top deck was Guardy EX, I believe, so. I don't hate the concede off that hand. What country has the Master Ball League later? Indonesia, I believe. Yeah, it's Indonesia. Master Ball League is best of 1. Wait, actually, like, isn't it just Top Cut? Top Cut is best of 1? What's the format for Indonesia? I don't know if they have Grimmsnarl stuff legal or not, so I'm not actually sure, to be honest. If Top Cut, best out of 3? Oh, okay. Is the box giveaway just for America? No. When you're running over to play in a Master Ball League? Or is it like Japan where it's a lottery? I don't think it's a lottery, but it's like just as complicated to register as someone not from the country, I believe, if not more. Yeah, it's just as complicated, if not more complicated, to register for the Master Ball League tournaments if you're not from there, if not impossible. If these 2 rounds are over pretty quickly, then I probably will take a break between now and Master Ball League later. Yeah, there's going to be a stream for the Master Ball League, yes. Literally nobody wants a Cornerstone kit. What? Oh, this is NAIC. This is the NAIC kit. The Psyduck stuff is kind of chill, to be honest. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the... Dude, the Ogre Pawn? Bro, get him out of here, bro. What time is Master Ball? At 8 p.m. So 3.5 hours from now. If the next 2 rounds go by quickly, I might take like a 1 hour, 2 hour break. We'll see. If not, I'll probably just stream through. Go play some ladder or something. While we wait for it. It's very similar to the UIC stuff, no? I have no clue. I don't remember what the UIC stuff looks like. Imagine putting Psyduck on the kit and not giving us a Psyduck to stop Dusknoir. Yeah, dude, what the heck? Test out some Toad in between. Sure, I'm down. Okay, actually, maybe we'll just do that. Maybe we'll just go play some Toad, sure. What's your primary source of caffeine, Azul? Usually energy drinks. Energy drinks are pre-workout. Oh, you couldn't wear logos? No, you can. You just have to get them pre-approved. They changed that going into this season or last season, I think. They changed it going to last season. You just have to like submit ahead of time. You can technically like almost wear anything on stream. It just has to be like a sponsor and has to be like brand safe, obviously. But yeah, it has to be pre-approved for you to wear it on stream. Do you think Pidgeotix could start making a return to Dex? Who knows? Maybe. Also didn't go to Portland because they speak Spanish there. Yeah, I gotta stay away. It didn't make any sense. I live in California. Has to be sponsors and not like Nike merch or something. Yeah, it has to be like a sponsor. It has to be a sponsor. So actually, technically, it could be Nike, to be honest, because like if you're sponsored by Nike, you could submit the Nike logo to be approved to wear on stream. Yeah. If you just go up there with like, yeah, it has to be pre-approved. It has to be a sponsor that's pre-approved, basically. Why don't you go? I didn't want to. I'm sponsored by My Balls Itch Inc. And would they allow it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a great question there, J-Dubs for Life. That's a really interesting, intriguing, in-depth question that I'm glad that you asked so we could go over to make sure that, you know, we all think about that. Yeah, I think, yeah, if you were sponsored by My Balls Itch Inc., yeah, they would allow that for sure. You should get approved, but they'll approve it, like, because it's a sponsor. Glad you asked this question. Love to see lowest rarity cards. Same. Lock in. Or like a team jersey, right? Yeah, like a team or like a just some kind of anything that is sponsoring you. A brand, like it could be a brand, it could be a product, like team, doesn't matter. Anything that's a sponsor brand, whether that be like a product or a team or whatever, all the same thing. I declared itchy balls on my opponent with Badoo, and the opponent called the judge. Yeah, what the heck? That's so rude. Tabletop Village is just a local card shop. Don't think it's a sponsor, right? I have no clue. But yeah, those things like that can be allowed. Actually, I wonder if there's something like that if like maybe if Tabletop Village just gets their logo approved, then anyone who's wearing Tabletop Village merch would be allowed to wear it on stream potentially. It's possible actually. That it might not even have to be like the player individually. It might just have to be the brand or whatever. I'm sponsored by Ligma Lagoon Saloon. Dude, top sponsor right there. One of my favorites, to be honest. Personally, for me, one of my favorites. Every time my opponents try to play a ball card, I say, stop playing with your balls. You're under item lock. Can mayonnaise be approved on stream? Probably not, no. Mustard, though. We got you. I wonder if we could convince Moist Critical to sponsor a player and get us close to Fnatic versus G2 in the PTCG. How does Moist Critical sponsoring a player get us close to Fnatic versus G2? What? I feel like you're just saying things. You ask why Chip looks like he dressed up for Sunday worship? No. When are we getting Anthony Fantano on stream? One day, maybe. Who knows? Pokemon official merch allowed? Yes. You can wear anything on stream. You can wear anything official Pokemon, or basically that's blank. Yeah, anything official Pokemon or blank. So like the shirt that Chip's wearing right now, if he was picked for a stream match, well, they would never pick Chip. If they pick Puka for a stream match, he could wear that shirt on stream because it's just like a blank t-shirt. So you can do official you can wear official Pokemon merch or like anything that's blank, basically. Like even I have like champion shorts, and the little champion logo they cover up with a piece of tape when I go on stream. They didn't used to do that, but they started doing that this season or last season. Well, like post-COVID, they weren't doing that, but at some point, a season or two after post-COVID, they started doing that. Thunder or Wolves tonight? Dude, let's put the Wolves out of their misery, bro. Just 4-0. Wait, what is the series at right now? Whatever. The Thunder are winning in 5 or 4. Just end it, man. Just end it. I forget. It's 2-0 OKC right now. All right, so OKC in 4. It's over, man. Can I wear a Azul sponsored shirt? If I'm sponsoring you and you get it approved, yeah, sure. What do they make you do if your entire pants are unapproved logos? That would actually be weird. Like if your pants, like if you're wearing like Supreme pants where it has like Supreme all over them, they might have like spare Pokemon merch backstage for like pants and shorts. It just doesn't come up very often that they would need it. So they probably are prepared for that. Gucci fit. They probably actually do have pants or shorts or something backstage to give you if they can't just cover it up with a piece of tape. Or they're gonna tape all your pants, but you wouldn't want that and they wouldn't want to do that. So they must have some pants backstage. It just never comes up that they need pants, because either they'll put a little piece of tape over a logo, or your pants will be fine most of the time. We have Supreme tattoos. They cover those up. They'll cover up tattoos. They've done that before. Do they make people tape up the American flag? No clue. Did that happen to Miloslav at LAC, or did I just remember him wearing 2 pair of shorts? I don't remember. Didn't he say something about lucky shorts or something? I thought there was something about lucky shorts. Are costumes illegal? Like, what if I dress up like a clown and was 8-0? I think you... they probably just wouldn't pick you on stream unless you made it to the finals, to be honest. That would be my guess. They probably just wouldn't pick you to be on stream unless you literally made it to the finals. They'd be like, we're not dealing with this. We're not putting them on stream. If they make it to the finals, fuck it. The clown's on. I think they would probably not put you on stream unless... If you dressed up as a clown, you probably could do that fine. I feel like people cosplay at Pokemon tournaments and play in the tournaments, so they'd probably be okay with it. They probably like, we're not dealing with this if we can avoid it. Who you got tonight? OKC or Wolves? OKC in 4. So I shouldn't say just the American, but national flags in general. I wasn't sure. I have no clue. I have no clue if they cover up flags or not. I don't think so, because they let like players go on stage with like flags. Like they let players like bling flags on stage and stuff, right? Or do they not do that? Maybe they don't do that. I feel like they do. Do they care about Pokemon bootleg plushies and t-shirts? Yes. It has to be official merch or a blank t-shirt. It has to be official or blank. They do cover flags confirmed. Our jersey has a flag and it was covered for up for Maddox. Interesting. What if I cosplayed as Kaiba? They would maybe have a problem with that. I mean, they would let you cosplay as Kaiba in the venue, but they probably wouldn't put you on stream unless they had to. So you'd have to cosplay as Kaiba and then make it to the finals. That would actually be really funny, to be honest. That would actually be really funny. Maybe they'd make you take some of the cosplay off, though. Like, I don't know, what are like key clothing items that Kaiba wears? It would just be the hair. Would the hair be the standout part? So they'd shave your head then. So do you know how we can see other categories on Limitless, like seniors and juniors? Yeah, it's just that there's just a tab that says seniors and juniors on Limitless, like on the tournament pages. You just click that. What about the hot dog VGC player? I do remember the hot dog VGC player. I mean, it's like a pretty innocent like meme though. That's kind of funny. Kaiba's a little bit different though. It's like a different card game. I don't know how they... I don't think anyone has a problem with hot dogs. Hot dogs are pretty hot dogs aren't very controversial. You know what I'm saying? Like hot dogs aren't very controversial. I mean, neither is Kaiba either. I guess Kaiba's not very controversial either, but it's like from a different card game. It's like literally Yu-Gi-Oh! So I don't know if they'd have a problem with Kaiba. Not sure. Do they ever like talk about that kind of stuff like in the interviews and stuff? Actually, now I'm kind of like wondering, like if they ever interviewed Kamal and like, or like, yeah, do they ever bring up like other card games when they talk to players who like were, or when they're like watching players play? Do they ever bring up that they play other games? Like this player's like a pro from, like when Kamal played against Tor, did they bring up that he's like really good in Yu-Gi-Oh? Or like same thing with Alberto. Like did they ever bring up Alberto being a Yu-Gi-Oh player, like a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player or whatever? Or do they like avoid that topic? Ian Rob, Yu-Gi-Oh champ, exactly. I think they did for Kansi. I mean, it's like a cool thing to talk about for sure. It's a cool thing to talk about for sure. I think it's like fine. They probably avoid that insult. Like, it'd be a cool thing to bring up. Like, you interview Ian Robb after he wins on stage in a Pokemon tournament. Like, last week, you know, you just top 8 the Magic tournament. Now you're over here playing Pokemon. What's that like? I think they did for Kamal too, but it was vague about it, of course. It's kind of cringe that if they're purposely being vague about it, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of cringe. I don't think there's like a problem with being like, you know, professional player from Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, or like top player from Yu-Gi-Oh. They won over in. I mean, saying other card games, I guess, is fine, but like saying Yu-Gi-Oh seems fine as well. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. They don't want players aware that they can play both games. This man has won so many air fryers. Not only is he great at card games, but he's known to have a vast air fryer collection. Known for his air fryer collection. I want people to know I play Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. Bro, that's what Alberto said. Alberto was on Farfa's podcast, and I watched the episode with him, and that he said Alberto said when he came over to Pokemon, he didn't want people to know he was from Yu-Gi-Oh because there's such a strong stigma. Is that the word I want to look for? With like Yu-Gi-Oh players being cheaters and stuff like that, like the community not being great. They didn't want people to know that he came from Yu-Gi-Oh when he came over to Pokemon. But he also said he doesn't understand where that stereotype of Yu-Gi-Oh players being like scummy and cheaters comes from, because he said like he doesn't feel that in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene. So it definitely made me question if that's true or not. Strong ligma. Maybe it is just kind of all, maybe it's gassed up a little bit. What do you think about my plus 25 betting line for you attending NAIC? I'll be at NAIC. He knows he's capping, does he? Yugi cheats a lot. Yugi specifically. Scummy, yes, but we have very little cheating. So is everyone just like, I don't know, rule sharky? Is that the way to put it? But like, you can't be mad at people sometimes for that. Some people, I mean, what people think is rule sharking sometimes, or a lot of times, is not rule sharking. My only problem with Yu-Gi-Oh players is that they stink all the time. That's a DQ. Yugi versus Ash in a fistfight, who would win? I think Yugi for sure, right? I think I give the dub to Yugi. All right, here we go. Oh, Reagan's actually had a tournament this year? What the heck? Trying to get his invite in a single event? Reagan versus Rogerson. Are they both undefeated or not quite? Reagan gets... Wait, what do you have to get the invite from a regional? Is it literally you have to win? Or can you get second gear invite? You literally have to win, right? How do you play Pokemon shirts? By being on stream at tournaments. What's the Toys terminal that they're apparently allowed to wear on stream? It's Rogerson's sponsor. They're a shop over in... Why is it eluding me? Is it Singapore? Country is eluding me. Yeah, Singapore, right? Yeah. Okay, I thought I got it right. They sponsor some American players. Davidson is also part of their team. You already have your invite? Pass us invite, I don't know, to Worlds? Nope. The wing priced huge? Well, it can be. I feel like it also just doesn't matter sometimes. It is priced, though, actually. Okay. Slithering is prized. It can matter. Definitely can matter. All right. Looks like Caleb's going for sure. Opens, dude, the double ditto start, bro? What the heck? All right, sure. The double ditto start. It looks like it is. It is Terra Box. It looks like it is not the Pidgeot build, which is something I was curious about, to be honest. Both players are, what are the records? 501. Okay. So this is not a win and in, but this is a pretty big part of putting yourself closer to be able to make top 8. Both players are already qualified for day 2. But both players would definitely like to be a little bit closer to getting to top cut, for sure. I wonder if Rogerson plays the Briar. Thank you for all your great content. Much love. Appreciate the 6 months there, Mafia. Trying to mogging that tiny regular ditto. Yeah, true. Honestly, that regular ditto might be so scared that the ability might not work here for Reagan. We'll see going into the turn if it actually functions. All right, into the fan roadie. I assume double Hoot Hoot or triple Hoot Hoot is on the way here for Caleb. What record do you need to get day 2? 521 or better. If you get 521 though, you won't make top cut. If you go into day 2 at 521, you won't make top cut. Most likely. It'd be very unlikely to make top cut. However, it is technically possible. Okay, the owls are in. And a nest ball as well here getting used. Lining up the Pikachu, it looks like, and does go for the Pikachu. Are we done yet? Maybe not. 512 has a good chance of making top cut, but also might still be out of the running. Appreciate the 4 months there, blank. We can actually check that after this one. What's the minimum you have to get day 1 to have a decent chance of getting top cut? 512, but sometimes that's also out of range, and X2 is the cutoff. What are your thoughts on being able to day 2 but not being able to win the event? It's fine. If someone made, if they allowed people who are 4 and 4 to make day 2, do you think they should be able to make top cut? No. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. The correct question is, like, at what record do we think people should still be able to make top cut? It's not about whether or not if you make day 2 you should be able to make top cut. The question is, at what record do you think people should still be able to make top cut? And I think X12/X2 is a fine record to make top cut most of the time. Sorry, I'm new to Pokemon. People in top cut only play others in top cut? Yes. Once you get to top cut, yeah. That's just basically when it becomes like a bracket. So the same thing as like any kind of sport or anything like that. How many rounds today? 8 rounds today. Two rounds left, including this one. Is it my eyes or is Reagan's hand dead? I'm not sure, but we did open Ditto, so I feel like it can't be that bad. Otherwise, that could have got Squawk, unless Squawk is prized. Or maybe he doesn't even play the Squawk. Cycle on the Ogerpon? No, there's Ultra Ball and Mew and Hoot Hoot. Oh, yeah, there's stuff. There's stuff. The hand is not... I mean, I feel like we're Ultra Ball in here for sure. Oh, also plays the E-Switch. Interesting. Could Ultra Ball away the... You definitely get rid of the Noctowl because you have Night Stretcher in hand, I feel like. Oh, unless you're going to keep Night Stretcher and... Oh, okay, you could keep both, I guess. I guess that does make sense. I assume this is just going to go to get Fan... yeah, probably just going to go get Fan Rotom here, I guess. Yeah, that's fine, right? Because then even if your active does get KO'd... Even if your active does get KO'd, then you can Night Stretcher for it. Yeah, this is chill. This is chill. How do you feel about your prediction of Grant winning the tournament after watching his stream match? Not super hype on it, no. I think Guardy is going to dominate this tournament. And then some other stuff that is like fine against Guardy might squeak in as well. But I think Guardy's going to have a very good tournament run. Based on what we've seen and also like the innovations that people are still like applying to Guardy to further its power. Yeah, Guardy seems like it's going to probably be very successful this tournament. The question is just like what else will pop up. And I don't think there'll be a ton of Dragapult and Cut. Maybe a couple. Oh, did we just Ultra Ball for Hoot Hoot instead of Fan Rotom? Interesting. There was the Fan Rotom in the deck, right? Interesting to not go for the Fan Rotom there. I guess you get to keep your bench. Is playing the Briar here for Caleb. That's pretty good. So here you'd prefer to not attack with Pikachu, but I honestly don't know what else you would attack with. But also the hand just isn't that good for Caleb either, I don't think. I feel like Caleb maybe should have gone for double Noctowl instead of triple Hoot Hoot. When double Hoot Hoot plus, or Hoot Hoot, double Hoot Hoot plus a Noctowl. Yeah, I don't know how this turn's going to play out here for Caleb. Or, yeah, for Caleb here. Terapagos would be the best attacker here. Terapagos would be pretty good here. Yeah, I agree. Caleb's playing the Judge. Okay. But the Terapagos is prize, so that's obviously not going to happen. Is going Judge Area 0. Wait. Yeah, so Caleb is just not going to attack this turn. All right. Just going for a disruptive line here. Interesting. You appreciate the prime sub there, Captain Sidestep. Yeah, so we're not doing anything this turn as Caleb then. It looks like is valuing the Vessel Grab here just to get an energy established on the Pikachu probably. Instead of trying to bet to hit an energy off of the Judge. Yeah, so we're not getting aggressive here as Caleb. It's gonna be a slow turn, slow start. Giving up the Clefairy, which can be a pretty good attacker in this matchup actually. But we do still have Night Stretcher and Super Rod, I'm sure, so we still have outs to that. To attach into the Judge. Okay. Yeah, I mean this isn't like that ridiculously good for Caleb, to be honest. It's kind of neutral, to be honest, I feel like overall. It doesn't majorly put one player at the advantage over the other. Reagan has 2 cards in hand, though. I think he had 3, but there's a Noctowl in the hand. Like, the Noctowl holds so much value. So, Caleb is hoping to take away the Noctowl here. Have you seen the clip of someone milling 17 cards with Durani X? Yes, I have. All right, fresh 4. Area 0 Ultra Ball. I mean, the Ultra Ball becomes Noctowl next turn. You could Ultra Ball... Oh, no, it's Jamming Tower. You could Ultra Ball for Mew right now to start drawing some more cards, but opts not to. Saving it for the Noctowl next turn. Hand here for Reagan's pretty good. That's pretty good. Vessel Energy. Nest Ball. Professor's Sada. I don't think you're complaining if you're Reagan. The question is just, what do you do this turn? Honestly, just Fan Rotom KO Fan Rotom here, I think would be pretty good. That's not bad. Pretty good draw. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, the question is just, what are you attacking with? We did see the E-Switch from Reagan, but I think it got discarded on turn 1, so Baby Bolt isn't great here, I guess. So Raging Bolt or just attacking with Ogerpon, I guess, would be a thing. Sure. Wait, when did Reagan attach a Grass Energy to Mew EX? I missed that. Did that happen turn 1? What Pokemon are we gonna ever copy with Mew EX? Copy Waterpon to snipe a Hoot Hoot off the bench, but we're only doing 100 to the active. Pika? Copying Pika is not good. That's exactly what the Pika player wants, is you to punch their Pika but not KO it. Terapagos? That's not how Mew works. Oh wait, no, that is how Mew works. I was like, you had me like, yeah, I guess Terapagos, sure. I was like, you can't do that. No, that is actually how the card works. I mean, I feel like it's just a Raging Bolt swing here for Reagan, but maybe I guess you get Raging Bolt. Maybe you just get Baby Bolt and attach to it and pass. Is that ever the play? Now just get energy on board for Bolt later. I feel like that would be better to commit to the active, but I guess Reagan was playing around the active getting KO'd. Okay, I guess that is fair. That is probably why Cal, to be honest. Yeah, that probably is the most value we're getting out of it. Sure. Copy Crown Opal. I mean, it doesn't matter. Crown Opal doesn't stop colorless Pokemon. So the Terapagos will just knock you out with Crown Opal. He's going for the Baby Bolt here. Oh, wait, actually, but Baby Bolt Punch Pika is pretty good here, right? Oh, no, you can't do that. Never mind. Maybe Reagan plays 2 E-Switch. Oh, actually leaving Baby Bolt in the active here, though, is pretty good for Reagan because it's the only Pokemon... It's a 1-prizer that Fan Rotom can't KO and Waterpon can't take a 2-prize turn off of. So maybe you just Sada to the Baby Bolt and you punch something on the bench. But it's like Baby Bolt's your best active Pokemon here as well. Even if you're not getting a ton of value out of it, just Sada to it, draw some cards... Hopefully find a Noctowl for next turn. That hand's not great. But if Baby Ball dies, Nest Ball can become Pheasantipity. Yeah, so I kind of like this play actually here from Reagan. Just do 60 damage. Somewhere. Oh, you do a Prime Catcher. You could prime up the Pika and then punch it ahead of time. That would be a play as well. Especially with Slithering Prize, I actually don't hate that. I don't hate Prime Pika punch it for 60. Because your Slithering is prize. Now, I don't know if Reagan checked that. He's just going for the hard retreat, though. So I guess you can punch one of the Hoot-Hoots on the bench for 60. And set it up to be 2-hit KO'd, which is pretty pathetic. Just don't select the Pika, Reagan. Oh, both players forgot it's a Terra Pokemon, but all right. This is the one time I remember. Dude, that is so good. Oh my gosh. That's beautiful. I'm not surprised Reagan didn't know that. I'm not going to lie, because he has not played very much this season. I was like, is he going to do it? Yeah, I'm not surprised Reagan did that. I'm not going to lie. But it is funny that Rogerson didn't realize either. I thought for sure Rogerson was going to be keyed in on that and then be like, nah, it doesn't do anything. Then the judge stepped in and was like, all right, chill out, players. Why do the players forget the Terra ability? Yeah, what the heck? Dude, what are these idiots? They're forgetting the Terra ability on the Pikachu? Why are they forgetting this? Why wouldn't they just remember this? Hello, what are we doing? Remember the ability. Why are we forgetting this? Imagine if they just didn't forget, right? You know, that's what I'm saying, right? You got it, Blanks. You're right. Like, why are they just forgetting, right? Like, this is so cringe, man. It's so cringe. Just don't forget. If you didn't forget, you wouldn't have forgotten. What a bunch of bots, dude. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's not an ability. True. All right, Area 0 and into the research here off the Noctowl. Rogerson can get the KO here. Does need energy. Does need energy plus crystal or a Noctowl to find those two things. Actually, no. KOing the active would be so bad though. KOing the active with Pikachu would be terrible. Honestly, what were you even looking for here as Rogerson? Honestly, punch that thing with a Fan Rotom. Yeah, honestly, punching the active with a Fan Rotom is actually pretty good because it sets it up for Water Pond. Okay, actually punching the active with Fan Rotom is actually pretty good. It sets it up for Water Pond, KO the active plus KO Hoot-Hoot. The hand here for Rogerson actually can't do that. So if Reagan just KOs the active Fan Rotom with Raging Bolt, the Water Pond play can't happen unless Rogerson top decks. Pokemon Cycle, there's a Noctowl. All right, many a play is available here for Reagan now. Basically anything, I would assume. Yeah, I assume Reagan can basically do anything. You always KO Hoot, though? I don't know if that's true, though, because the only thing threatening you is... Oh, Caleb does have Lone Hoot on bench. You're probably right, to be honest. You probably do KO the Lone Hoot. Actually, because that's the way for them to get off the Water Pond any play anyways, right? If Caleb is going to Water Pond you next turn, it comes through the Hoot. Yeah, you're right. You definitely KO the Hoot here. It is unlikely, because that makes it like almost impossible for Caleb to ever pull off the Water Pond play. Of course, we know Caleb is just a crystal away from top decking to getting to it, but Reagan doesn't know that. And you just let the Fan Rotom kill you, yeah. Has Zorak been featured yet? We did see Zorak round 1, yeah. Or first stream round. Same difference. Crispin being searched out here off the Noctowl. Slight misplay by Reagan. Now you have to attach that third energy to snipe rather than two-shot with 2 energy. Wait, what do you mean? Did Reagan not have another energy in hand to use for to attach to the Baby Bolt to snipe? Favorite steak cut? I don't know. I haven't eaten enough steak in my life to have a favorite steak cut, to be honest. Steak's pretty good in general, but steak. Snipe rather than 2-shot to the 2 energy with 2 energy. Oh, I see what you're saying, Celebrus. I mean, it doesn't change anything because Caleb would have always evolved. No, because you're always KOing the Hoot-Hoot here, no matter what, right? So, like, Caleb would have evolved the damaged Hoot-Hoot, so he would still need a third energy to snipe the Hoot-Hoot. Yeah. Because Rogerson evolved one of the Hoot Hoots this turn. Rogerson would have evolved the damaged Hoot Hoot. So then you still need a third energy to snipe KO the last Hoot Hoot in play. So it doesn't change how many energy you'd end up with on your Radiant Bolt. And I assume that is what Reagan's going to go for here. How was the Toadstool game? It was pretty intense. It was pretty hype. Which Pokemon would taste best as a steak? Well, probably Miltank, right? I can't imagine anything else being better than Miltank. Being worse. Being better? Yeah. Yeah, there's a Snoop. Goodbye, Owls. All right, Rogerson is kind of living off the top deck here, to be honest. For like a really solid play. Oh, that's Nest Ball. That's Fez. If you draw Crystal here or E-Switch, Crystal or E-Switch does lead to a Rogerson Water Pond attack to get the first 2 prizes. And getting the first 2 prizes in this matchup is everything. First 2 prizes is literally everything in this matchup. Thinking about going back in, maybe? Oh, do you just commit the Water Pond to increase your odds? I actually don't hate this here from Rogerson. Throw on the Water Pond, just play the Crispin, maximize our odds of seeing E-Switch. No Noctowl to work with either. Oh, no, the E-Switch will still work. The E-Switch will still work. The Water's in hand, so you got to take Metal plus or Grass plus Psychic, probably? Yeah, so that way you can Crispin onto the Pikachu later. Probably leave the Metal in deck. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. I would rather have the Metal in my hand, actually. No. I do think the Metal in hand is better because then you can E-Switch off Ogerpon. So no, it's correct to put the Metal in the hand. It makes it easier to use Pikachu without Crispin next turn. So it's actually a misplay from Rogerson here. Because as long as Psychic and Grass is in the deck, if the Metal's in your hand, you can always accelerate. Put the Psychic in your hand, accelerate the Grass, attach the Metal out of hand. I'm not going to attach the Water yet, just accelerating the Grass and then draw 3 off the Fez. And whiff! Oh boy. All right. Oh, Clefairy with energy can come down and we can punch with Phantom for a prize card here from Rogerson getting our first knockout. Honestly, though, if Reagan can't take a 2-prize knockout next turn and only can take a 1-prize knockout, Rogerson is still in a fine spot. Rogerson's actually still in a fine spot to win the prize trade with Briar. I like the Clefairy Psychic coming down, though. I do like Clefairy plus Psychic being benched here. The other play would be to attach the Water to the Water Pond, which is also still good, though. The Water to the Water Pond is also still good. Actually, I actually don't know what one's better, to be honest. All right, Water. Oh. Hit him with a. All right, Clefairy Psychic. And then gets the one prize knockout, but that's fine. As long as Reagan does not get a 2-prize knockout. Now, if Reagan gets a 2-prize knockout, we're in trouble. Prime Catcher is in hand. I believe Reagan could get the 2-prize knockout. And wait, has Reagan only drawn 1 prize card? Since when? When did that happen? If Rogerson used Crispin for Pika and had Counter Catcher in hand. Ooh, where the Counter Catcher came off Fez, though, right? So I guess that would be an argument for Rogerson to have not used Crispin first, right? If Reagan uses Prime Catcher, I think he loses to Terrapago. Well, there's definitely a boss left, and you can snipe with Baby Bolt. I don't think so, no. You have boss plus Baby Ball. You should still be able to win. If Reagan uses his Prime here, just loses? I don't think so. I mean, it depends if Reagan plays Turo, right? Reagan doesn't have Bear? I doubt it. It still has boss plus can recover Baby Ball. That's 3 prize cards. Should be fine. You target Fez or Clefairy? I would target the Fez here. I just Prime KO Fez. Actually, that's a decent question, actually. Maybe it's not that simple, because Clefairy is like the best. Well, that's not even that's true. The Water Pond's pretty good here, too. Oh, wait, I guess Reagan could just take a 1-prize knockout here. No, if you take a 1-prize knockout here as Reagan, you lose to Briar. You have to take the 2-prize knockout here. I don't want to lose to Briar here. Yeah, I don't know if Reagan plays the Turo or not, because we saw the E-Switch already. Here comes the Crispin. Let's take a look. I can't tell. I see a boss. I mean, there also could be 2 boss. Reagan could also be playing double boss, and that would also work. Reagan discarded Turo already. Oh, you're right. Yeah, we did see the Turo get discarded already. Was that a counter catcher? From Reagan? Or from... Caleb definitely has one. I don't know if Reagan has one. I didn't see one. Could have been one, though. All right, the bolts are loaded. I don't know. Losing to... Water Pond with Briar. KO 2 owls. Take 3 prizes. That's pretty good. I feel like losing to Briar is really bad here. I would want to play around Briar here. Oh, and Reagan actually goes after the Water Pond to stop it from going after the Hoot Hoots. I don't hate this either, though. It's kind of cool. Now, I think this is where you would want a Crown Opal. I do agree. Crown Opal would be good here as a follow-up from Rogerson, for sure. Or actually, just Sob, I guess. But what do you Sob? You can Sob the Noctowl for a little while, but you can't Sob it for forever. The Mew can attack. The Raging Bolts can attack. The Ogerpon can attack. You could Sob Hoot Hoots and Noctowls, but you can't Sob them for forever. An interesting situation. Oh, I guess attacking with Pika here from Rogerson is also decent, though, right? The Pika attack is also decent. Iono plus Pika attack? I don't hate that. Wait, initiate with the Fez draw just to see some more stuff. There's also another reason that would have been nice to have the... Oh, I guess we took the Psychic there, though. Rogerson took the Psychic so he could attach it to the Clefairy, like... But maybe that's another reason to have taken the Metal, actually. The more I think about it, the less I like... I still like the Metal grab from Rogerson on that last Crispin, because we could have attached Metal to Pika instead of Psychic to Clefairy. And now we're in a situation where it's going to be a little bit more awkward. Go with the Fez draw first. We draw the Crystal. That's pretty good. Crispin and Ultra Ball in hand. We could go for the Iono. Could also go for the Crispin. Is eyeing up, lining up the Crispin here. Getting crispy with it. I wonder why Rogerson drew first instead of using Crispin if this is always going to be the play. Okay. Peak's loaded here. I don't know if Reagan has found Slitherwing at this point. And the Terrapagos is priced from Rogerson here, so you can't even go for the Terrapagos play. But the Terrapagos play did seem pretty good here, to be honest. Or Sob. Well, no, but Sob is not that good because there's no win condition off Sob, right? There's no Latias or Fez or anything in play. Terrapagos is finally found here for Rogerson. I guess Rogerson... And with the E-Switch, I guess Rogerson... Oh, but we already used the Crystal. Why did Rogerson put Crystal in play instead of attaching the Metal? Could Rogerson not have loaded up the Peak without the Crystal? Couldn't we have saved Crystal? Why would he whiff Crispy? Wait, could he have not whiffed it there? Let's just go back real fast. He had Metal Energy in deck? Yeah, why would he not preserve Crystal there? Why did he... I feel like preserving Crystal is just better, no? Because then we could have gotten into Terrapagos this turn to slow things down and actually make a comeback. He whiffs this one so we can hit the next one and attack twice with Peak. Attacking twice with Peak in this situation doesn't matter, though. You just lose the prize trade, right? Oh, okay. No, maybe that is fair. Because Caleb was like, my only win condition is hoping Slitherwing isn't available, I guess. But I feel like that's not the only win condition here. I feel like you could have still won with a comeback with Terrapagos or Water Pond. Does he know Slitherwing is prized? No, he definitely doesn't know Slitherwing is prized. To do a follow-up Crispin attack? But you could still do that. You could still go... Oh, I guess that does make sense. No, you are right. You are right. Because if we do commit to the Crispin now, we would need Super Rod plus Crispin next turn. No, I guess that is fair. This might actually be correct from... That actually might... Well, it's correct if you plan to attack back-to-back with Pika, I guess. But maybe Rogerson thinks that's the only out here. The Fan Roadies? Oh, we're whiffing here for... Oh, this is huge. Reagan doesn't have anything. The hand is just dead. We're throwing everything in play to draw 2 with Mew. Double Ogre Pawn. It works out. The peak lives. And Rogerson's going to be able to regain command of the prize exchange. Protect the peak. Now Rogerson has to not top deck Metal Energy. Bro, that would be tragic if he plays it this way and then top decks Metal Energy. I would laugh, though. Looks like going to go for the full punch, maybe. So that way you can KO with, like, anything. Or maybe just the 2 energy off the active, actually. I think maybe you should just punch it with 1 energy here, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Oh, we're swinging. I wonder if Rogerson plays Ursaluna. Wing prized? Oh, is it still prized? I thought we got it off the early prize cards. I thought we got it in the first 3. Oh, they'll show us right here with this. Oh, we're not trying to prize cards. They're not going to show us anything. Was it not prize card number 3? I swear we got the wing. Maybe I'm trolling, though. I might be trolling. All right, immediately into the Crispin from Rogerson. The Pika's reloaded. Going to go down to 1 prize card here. Has Clefairy and Fanrotom set up on the bench. So this is looking really, really good for Rogerson. Also gets a Hoot Hoot down. Yeah, Ursaluna is in the deck as well. And yeah, that's just a concede from Reagan. Yeah, it was pretty unlikely at that point. I don't hate the concede at all. So the wing was still prized. But even if it wasn't prized, I actually don't think... I don't think Reagan could have got there, to be honest, actually. I'm not going to lie. Hella Hoots on the board, but never a Noctowl. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if there was a better play there from Reagan, to be honest. Yeah, I don't even think there was a better play from Reagan. That just like it just drew into nothing eventually. Like had everything cooking in the early game, was going good, and then all kind of fell apart. Reagan would have lost a Sob on Mew. It's definitely possible. I don't know how many energy Reagan had left. Definitely was getting pretty low on energy. I think still had an energy retrieval, so actually I don't think would have lost to the Sob on Mew. I think did have an energy retrieval left. Unless I'm... No. He had used it at that point. Yeah, you are maybe right. The Sob would have maybe won the game, to be honest, on the next turn. With the lack of Turo, lack of Prime. Reagan had to Prime when he primed, right? You can't not Prime there, right? Because if you don't Prime... If you don't Prime, you just lose to Briar anyways. Now, I don't know if Reagan is actively... Like, I know... Reagan is probably aware of Briar. I don't know if he's actively playing around it in Terra Box, though, because not everyone plays Briar in Terra Box. Yeah, not everyone plays it. Does Reagan play Palpad? We haven't seen it, but definitely could. He's playing the Turo. He's playing the E-Switch. Did we see double Crispin that game? I don't know if we saw double Crispin or not. He's playing the Bravery Charm as well. I feel like there's not room for that. If you're playing all of that, I don't think you have room for Palpad. Not sure. How many Crispins did we see? We saw at least 1 Crispin. Maybe... Actually, no. I think we saw both Crispins. I think Rogerson had full control of the prize trade if he didn't prime that turn. Yeah, I agree. I think you had to prime that turn. It just feels really bad because Turo was already gone. Okay. The hand's pretty good here for Reagan. Nest Ball and Ditto in the hand. So Nest Ball can become Ogre Pawn, and then Ditto can become Fanrotom, and you can Fanrotom for another Hoot Hoot, another Noctowl. Get another Hoot Hoot if you want, or just get like another dead card to put in the hand to Vessel away or Ultra Ball away in the future. Seems fine. Or Nest Ball for Fanrotom. I guess it depends on what you want to leave in the active. I feel like I'd rather leave the Ogre Pawn in the active. Oh, no. No, yeah, I guess I would rather leave Ogre Pawn in the active because you can pivot Ogre Pawn to the bench more easily by accelerating to itself. But if you leave Fanrotom in the active, it's a little bit harder to move. No, I guess this does make more sense here from Reagan then, actually. I'm not sure about the double Hoot Hoot though. I don't think we're benching triple Hoot Hoot here. We could. Actually, if there's an area 0 in hand, we could go wide early and maybe benching triple Hoot Hoot is fine. I almost still don't like it though, to be honest. Retreat to the Ditto. Then Ditto becomes... Oh, but the thing is, Ditto kind of wanted to become... The only problem with this is Ditto kind of wanted to become Baby Raging Ball, didn't it? Because like attacking with Raging Ball next turn is like our best play. Or one of our best plays. You get sobbed, right? Oh, that is a fair point. I guess if we... Oh, actually, whatever we leave in the active gets sobbed, actually, right? Oh, I didn't even like think about that. That's a good point. Yeah, now everything gets sobbed. Oh, wait, this is really good for Rogerson, right? Because it forces Prime Catcher next turn if you want to have a good turn. And in fact, Rogerson could put no 2 prizers on the bench or try and avoid any 2 prizers on the bench and just sob the active, right? Oh, you could have a really clean turn here from Rogerson now because you can sob the active and only bench Hoothoots. That's actually kind of a sick play. So it makes me feel like Reagan should have either made the active... Maybe you don't fan road him here as Reagan. And the Ditto should become Baby Raging Bolt. Yeah, the Ditto should become Baby Raging Bolt, and you just don't fan road him, and you just have Hoot Hoot Noctowl in hand, and that's it. I actually kind of like that more. Does a smartwatch like Caleb's not breach the... Oh, immediately into Boss Sob as well. Wait, I don't even like that. Why not just sob the Ogerpon? The Ogerpon's not even a threat here, right? Do we care if Ogerpon like attacks this turn? It could attack. Wait! Reagan can copy Waterpon's attack this turn and KO a Hoot Hoot and not even use Prime Catcher. Because Reagan has Crispin E-Switch. So you can just use you can use Mew, copy Waterpon, punch the active KO Hoot Hoot. That's gotta be the play, right? You could Prime Catcher here, but Prime Catcher is the same thing, but you lose your Prime Catcher. Losing your Prime Catcher instead of using your E-Switch can't be right, right? And Rogerson knows about the E-Switch as well. Rogerson saw the E-Switch game 1. I think this is a mistake from Rogerson just because it feels like it's a waste of your boss. It feels like a waste of boss. And then you know Reagan plays E-Switch. So because you know Reagan plays E-Switch, it feels like you shouldn't make this play specifically. If you didn't know about Reagan's E-Switch, then I think this play would probably be fine, to be honest. It buys you more. You can like sob over multiple turns before the Mew gets online. Actually, it's still only 1 turn. It's still really only 1 turn. Yeah, it's still only like 1 turn. Hey, I'm new to the Pokemon TCG and was wondering what was the best beginner meta deck to play right now. Golden Go is usually my recommendation for that. Yeah, I recommend Golden Go. It's a good one. You can't Prime Catcher? Wait, why not? I mean, he could. I don't think he should, though. I wouldn't Prime Catcher. I wouldn't recommend it. But I think it is going to be the Mew copy Waterpon. Do you ever just sob them back to just... Yeah, do you ever sob them back just to... What is the meme I'm looking for? To establish dominance? I feel like sobbing back here definitely establishes dominance. This is still kind of not great for Reagan, though, because you're putting all this energy back into the deck after you just searched it out. Oh, wait, maybe you don't put the energy back into the deck. Maybe you just punch the active for 100. No, but that's also really, really bad. This is like also just like not that good, to be honest. Like you have no energy in the discard pile. You have no energy in play. This is definitely one of those situations where it could be where Reagan could just struggle to set up after this. We'll see. We'll see. Sob then hit next turn. I don't know. I mean, you got to do something here. I mean, it is like still a pretty cool, good play. I still feel like overall it's still like a decent play. I feel like. Looks like Rogerson is gonna go. Does Rogerson have Crystal in hand? Oh wait, maybe Rogerson is just going. No, I don't know what Rogerson's doing here, actually. I guess you can just sob again here as Rogerson, right? You just sob again. And then next turn you like go boss KO double Hoot Hoot. Or if Rogerson has Crystal here, you could just KO double Hoot Hoot. That would be pretty good. If Rogerson has Crystal attached, KO double Hoot Hoot, that's a pretty good play. Oh, yeah, it does have it. There's a Crystal in hand. So yeah, it's pretty good. Draw there is okay. Has E-Switch to work with for a future turn and the energy cycle on the Ogerpon, so that's pretty good. Noctowl, no Hoot. Okay, I mean, still pretty good, though. Still pretty good. We have Pheasantipity to rely on still. And who knows, our Water Pond might not even die here as Rogerson. So double Hoot getting KO'd. Not bad, not bad. But the only thing I think actually was a mistake from Rogerson was actually gusting up the Mew. Rogerson should have just held the boss and just sobbing the Ogerpon was good enough, I think, from Rogerson there. But the way it played out does end up in a board state that is that much better for Rogerson because now there's no energy in play. Because if we had sobbed the Ogerpon, then the Ogerpon here would still have 3 energy here. So to be honest, it actually ended up working out better for Rogerson overall. Cycle with the Ogerpon. I'm pretty sure the hand is dead. Nest Ball for Fez. Okay. It's coming together bit by bit here. Does at least have a Fan Rotom attack, but there's just nothing good to hit with Fan Rotom. I guess you could just punch the active with Fan Rotom if you whiff everything else. Or I guess the other argument here, instead of getting Fez, you could go get a... Actually, no. I think Reagan's out of Hoot Hoot, so it has to be Fez here. Yeah. We're out of Hoot Hoots here. Maybe I was thinking setting up damage on Mew to snipe off bench later. No, I don't think so. I think Rogerson was just trying to like slow the game down and put it in a situation where Reagan wouldn't do anything on the next turn. But you saw that. But yeah, like I said, you saw the E-Switch last turn, so you know it's pretty easy for Reagan to pull off the E-Switch combo this turn. I think that was a mistake from... Rogerson, because I think the E-Switch play is just like definitely gonna come. But maybe it's not a mistake. I don't know, because maybe you don't care if the E-Switch play happens. So you'd rather maybe it could be you want to force the E-Switch play out of Reagan, and because you know you have second boss plus Crystal, then you could take out both Hoot Hoots and leave Reagan with no energy in play. I guess that could be the approach here from Caleb. Maybe that's why Caleb played it that way. It was like, okay, even if you do the Mew copy attack, then you end up with no energy in play, and I KO both your Hoot Hoots. So maybe it does make sense. All right, Fez for 3 from Reagan. Baby Bolt and a bunch of energy, but I'm pretty sure there's no energy in the discard pile. I could be wrong. So I don't think you can Sada this turn. Baby Bolt comes down with a Lightning. Jamming Tower gets thrown out. That can make Crystal awkward. Also, no Noctowl from Caleb on the other side, so finding the Area 0 bump to this could be difficult. And he's going to go ahead and just retreat into the Baby Raging Bolt and then pass within the active, it looks like. Stamper box for Grimmsnarl. Box. All right, over to Caleb. A lot of cards in hand. But doesn't have a play. Night Stretcher. Is there an energy? Nope, there's a Hoot Hoot. So much nothing. Does have an E-Switch. Do you ever just... Oh, because you can't even sob right here. You want to put Area 0 in play, though, to give it to Reagan. You could E-Switch active and then sob the active. Although, does that... I don't know if that matters. Does that matter? Just sobbing the active? Maybe you just pass. Yeah, just the pass here. I like this the most as well. I like that. Your Hoot Hoot is in a little bit of danger, though, but then you get access to Fez Draw, I guess. So it's, like, fine. No danger either, though. Reagan's thinking about playing the Prime Catcher. You'd be able to prime something up, and then you could actually retreat the energy off the Ogerpon and then Sada it to your Baby Bolt, and then snipe the Hoot Hoot off the bench. Okay, this is a pretty good line here from Reagan, and this gives the Pheasantipity draw over to Rogerson. Yeah, there we go. We have the Fighting in hand as well. Okay, so we're doing something now here for Reagan. And honestly, as far as the prize trade goes, this does put the pressure on Caleb a little bit. Has a Vessel in hand as well. Could play that to get an energy in the discard pile. In case you get Judge or something next turn, that means all your Sadas are live. Grab a couple grass. Could draw some more cards with the Ogerpon. Yeah, I guess that as well is like a pretty good reason to get these grass out of the deck, right? Just draw a couple more cards over the next couple turns. What do you think about Makani Tran being 6-0? There's nothing to think about that. I think it's the worst thing ever. I think that's terrible. Makani Tran succeeding the PokemonTCG is my nightmare, and the whole community should be afraid. Makani Tran winning a major tournament is the worst thing that could ever happen. Are you happy? All right, cycle number 1 on the pawn. Another Sada, not very useful. And then snipe the Hoot. We said Rogerson's hand is not great. We do need something to work with here, but this does give us access to the Fez draw here. Ultra Ball top decked. I mean, that could find us another Hoot if this is a really bad draw. Energy, Turo, Research. We can Water Pawn this turn. Draw a prize card. Huh. Could also Turo the Noctowl to get another Hoot on the bench. Do we have a way to one-hit KO the active here? That's what we want to do here. Is just KO this Baby Bolt, I feel like. I don't think we have 2 grass energy though. Would you retire from Makani 1 Portland? Yes. Jamie Stops Crystal. There's an Area 0 in hand. All right, into the Ultra Ball. I have to imagine... Actually, I don't even know. What is this for? I guess we could get Terrapagos and just punch with Terrapagos? Or Clefairy? Sure, why not? And then Terrapagos with Briar next turn? Yeah, seems decent. Yeah, and we can also Turo the Noctowl this turn as well, right? Yeah, this works. Turo Noctowl. Clefairy knockout. And then next turn we look for... And we don't even have to put the Area 0 in play to give that access to Reagan access to that. We can just hold the Area 0 to the next turn. And we get access to the Noctowl next turn to potentially pull off the Briar win. Wait, yes, no, yes. All right, Clefairy knockout. A Hoot comes off the prize cards. You get sent up here. Things are looking pretty decent for Rogerson. Still need some pieces to put together. The Briar's in the hand, though, isn't it? I think the Briar is in the hand. We got Raging Ball and Sada, so we will be attacking with the Raging Ball this turn to KO the Clefairy. I mean, this does line up for the Briar play, though. This is not where you want to be as Reagan. You'd want to be on odd prize cards or so far ahead that it's not possible. I'm trying to think about like a different way to like approach this possibly as Reagan, but I can't come up with anything. Goes into the Pheasantipity first. A bunch of nothing, to be honest. The hand is like nothing. We do have the... I was actually questioning, can we even KO the active? We do have the guaranteed KO on the active. We do have the guaranteed KO on the active. Nope. Can't do that. That's a jamming tower. Is there an Area 0 in hand or something? Wait, am I trolling? No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. Reagan trolling. Okay, cool. We caught it. There is an Area 0. Okay, cool. This does give that over to Rogerson, though. I don't even know if I like that play there from Reagan. Rogerson does have an Area 0 in hand, but of course, Reagan doesn't know that. This makes it that much easier, and you're benching more Pokemon, too. Wait, it doesn't matter. Don't mind me. I don't even know if I like that from Reagan here, because that does give one more piece over to Caleb to pull off Terrapagos plus Briar. I feel like we probably should have tried to play around putting that in play. I guess setting up the thing that this does play around, though, is it does play around Ursaluna Iono. Like, if Rogerson doesn't have the Turo play, or the Briar play. Ooh, we got the Bravery Charm. That's a big deal. That's one more piece that Rogerson would need now to get around the active Raging Bolt. The Bravery Charm is huge here. We'll play a couple more cards here as well, just to thin stuff out. I'm not sure where our Turo is. I think we still have it. I think I see it in there. Maybe. So Sob is still like... Sob Countercatcher is still definitely a play here, though. Oh, Rogerson could also go like Iono Sob into Briar win. Ooh, that's actually pretty sick. Azul, I lost you. You're happy now? Thank goodness, bro. I actually need a couple more L's, bro. A couple more. You need to get 2 more L's or like an L and a tie, so I know I'm safe from you making top cut, bro. You know, I'm excited, but I'm not happy yet. I did it for you. I appreciate it. Countercatcher Rotom Briar with Wellspring is game as well. Oh, yeah. What the heck? You're right. Yeah. We can... Oh, wow. There's a lot of ways to win here for Rogerson. If we get Countercatcher plus Briar plus Attach Energy Switch. Even if we don't get the... Oh, wait. Is that just game then? Actually, that might just be game like in hand for Rogerson. Or we're really close right now. to winning through some kind of Briar play. And if we whiff, then we could always just go Countercatcher Iono into Briar KO as well, I guess. And the Briar makes this matchup so much harder for Raging Bolt. It's actually kind of insane. What was the card that someone asked me earlier about to play in Terra Box for the Raging Bolt matchup? And I was like, the Briar's probably just better. But I forget what the card was. It's a Bonon? Probably Gardevoir. Or maybe he's been playing Dragapult Dusknoir recently, actually. It might be that as well. Pearl? Oh yeah, the Pearl. Someone asked me about the Pearl. Yeah, I feel like playing Briar is better because it's better in more matchups. And it was also like a card that's good against Raging Bolts. Like you could play Pearl. There's nothing stopping you from playing Pearl and what's it called though, of course. How many Swiss rounds in day 1? 8. So there's one more round after this. All right, there's the knockout on the Clefairy. Both Raging Bolts are only a energy away from being able to attack. Water Pond gets set up from Rogerson. I feel like Rogerson has game here with the Briar play. Starts with the Fez draw. There's the counter catcher. I mean, if you okay, there's no way with a Noctowl we don't have it. Okay, it is possible. Can we need access to like a grass energy? So Vessel or Night Stretcher? There's Vessel. All right, we should definitely have it here. Wait, does Rogerson not see it ever? There's no shot, right? No, I think Rogerson sees it. Okay. Wait, does Rogerson not see it? No, there's no way, right? Huh. He's just like taking his time with everything, so I'm not like confident that he sees it. Might just be going through the motions though. No, there's no way he doesn't see it. Okay, yeah, he sees it. He sees it. Reagan's got to read the Briar. Okay, he does have it, yeah. How slowly he was playing that though did have me nervous. Spark and Crystal count as an energy when retreating? No. Does not. What do you think the odds are that was the first time he's seen Briar? The way he reacted? Probably pretty reasonable. I don't think Reagan's like kept up with the game at all this season, so. Was Briar legal last season when Reagan was playing? Because I don't think he's like played at all this season. I'm not 100% sure though. Does Briar specifically take one extra prize card, or can I call Judge and say I get an extra for each Mon? Judge Pump knocks out. I mean, you don't need to call a Judge. Just do what the card says. Can I call Judge? Just do what the card. Why? I don't know why a Judge needs to get involved here. It's like. Why is there a Judge getting involved? Just read the card and do what the card says. You're asking like, can I cheat? If my opponent cheats against me, can I call a Judge? No Judge involved. It affects the active Pokemon. If my opponent draws an extra prize card for Briar off the bench Pokemon, even if it says it does that, and my opponent's playing the card correctly, can I call a judge? Effective action once you play it, and the condition is, yeah, you can do Dusknoir combos, or you can use Dusknoir after you play Briar. Does Briar allow 4 prizers if you knock out 2 individual 1 prizers? No, it only affects the active Pokemon. You only draw an extra prize card for the active Pokemon knockout. So you could theoretically play Briar, Dusknoir KO the active, draw an extra... Wait, actually, is that how that works? I completely forget. That's how that works, right? Wait. Dude, I gotta read Briar. But see, I'm not calling a judge. I'm not calling a judge. Oh yeah, it works with Terra Pokemon. That's right. It's Terra Pokemon attacks. Let it be noted though, I didn't need to call a judge. I just went to go read the card. It did make me second guess there for a second. I was like, wait, how does this card work again? Yeah, but it works on Terra Pokemon attacks. Yeah. Otherwise, every deck would probably play the card, to be honest. If Briar worked with everything, everything would play it. There used to be a judge hotline. You're just in the middle of a PTCG live game and you're like, yo, judge. 1-800-JUDGE. 1-800-PTCG judge. No, that's too long. Like phone a judge and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Yeah, exactly. One 800 judge. Oh shoot, got the interview. My bad.
And I'm doing well so far. I only.
Well, or.
Bunch Emily and Adam, that's right. Here on the floor with our last round winner, Caleb Rogerson, locking up a spot in day 2 at the 6-0-1 record. Caleb, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. I haven't really played this deck much before, and I'm doing well so far. I only took 1 tie, and other than that, all wins. So hope to keep that going.
Yeah, talk to us about the deck choice for the event, because you've played a lot of Golden Go, Dragapult so far this format. You've had really solid success with that deck as well, top 32, top 16 finishes. Why this switch up whenever it was obviously working pretty well at the previous tournaments?
Yeah, well, I really like Golden Go, and that's the deck that I kind of vibe with the most. However, this tournament, I expected a lot of Raging Bolt, which is what I just hit on stream. And Golden Go is really bad against Raging Bolt. You really need to draw really well to win the matchup. And so I was kind of determined to not play Golden Go this time. I was going to go back to Dragapult, which is what I played in Atlanta. However, I felt that Dragapult was being pretty inconsistent in my testing. I think it was still the deck I knew the best, so it was the safe choice, but I decided to go with Terra Box, and it's working out so far.
I would definitely say so. 6-0-1, great spot to be at this point. I mean, quite a big switch up from Golden Go, I'd say. You know, Golden Go, while it is technical and you have to sequence really well with it, you're trying to do the same thing for the most part every single turn, attack with your Golden Go EX. This deck, you've got so many different options, so many ways you could approach every single situation. How do you balance that out and make the right calls?
Yeah, well, I've played some Noctowl decks before. I played Palkia Noctowl, and I played Terapagos Noctowl early in the season, and so I have some experience with the deck. Last time I played the deck, I used Noctowl without a Terra Pokemon on stream, so this time I didn't do that. That was good, but yeah, I think really the deck comes with a lot of puzzles and figuring out which is the best attacker to use, but I do have some experience with that, and usually I just try to pick whatever will win me the game the quickest, and if I can think through all my options, then I'll land on whichever is usually the best one.
And it's not only the Pokemon you attack with, it can be the supporters that you play for your turn. Let's talk about the end of that game number 2, the Briar play. 3 prize cards with the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawnee X. You know, how long into that game were you planning that play out?
Yeah, I think that the Briar is huge, and specifically the Raging Bolt matchup, also the Joltik box matchup. And so that game, I was definitely going for the Briar once he just took the single prize the second time to go down to even prizes. If he went for something else, then I obviously could have gone for a different game plan, but really in that matchup, I want to bring in Briar a lot, and that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, and it works out very nicely. Your opponent was a little surprised by the card, it seemed like. Caught him off guard, and it ends up getting you the win. So you're 6-0-1 right now. We got 1 more Swiss round left today, 4 Swiss rounds tomorrow. Does this deck have what it takes to carry you into another top cut?
Well, at the beginning of the tournament, I didn't think so, but I mean, here we are. So like, take it round by round, and hopefully we can get there.
All right, best of luck to you, Caleb. Any shout outs you want to give real quick before we get you out of here?
Yeah, I mean, shout out specifically to Rahul, who had pretty much this list built, and I kind of took the deck from him, and I'm going pretty far with it so far. And shout out to everybody else who I test with and talk with consistently. A bunch of them are doing super well, and I know that some of them also cooked up some other decks that I didn't end up playing. So hopefully we can see some of those decks do well.
Lots of variety in this tournament for sure. Congrats, Caleb. We'll get you out of here, get you some rest before your next Swiss.
And back to the desk. Or like cosplay as an air fryer and get to World's Finals to protest us not having them as prizes. What if, Flame? What if you did that? You're not going to do it. Because all you do is come up with what ifs. You never act, bro. You're always with the what ifs. What if I did this? What if I did this? What if you did anything, bro? Get the air fryer cosplay and show up to the World's Finals. You won't. Because it's always what ifs with you. It's never... What is the word? It's never... doing. Azul mocking us in top corner. What if you locked it the fuck in? Yeah, what if you locked the fuck in and did it? Or got the schmovement like that. I'll do it. You won't do it, bro. It's never action with you. It's not... You never lock in. If my parents let me, and here's the excuses, bro. Right when you get pressed on why not, why haven't you done it? It's always my parents, dinner's ready. I gotta feed the cat, bro. It's always something with you, Flame. That's not true, Zubby. Is Azul the David Goggins of the Pokemon TCG? Depends. I'm talking to YouTube chat or not. Depends if I'm talking to YouTube chat. All right, I'm gonna run and fill my water bottle, grab an energy drink, grab some food, real quickly. What? But before I do, give a shout out quickly to Surfshark. Surfshark is an all-in-one device protection service with their Surfshark One plan. Comes with a VPN, antivirus, ad blocker, data leak alerts, and more. On top of that, you can connect unlimited devices, not even multiple, unlimited, all of them. To your plan, they have 24/7 customer support if you have any questions, and if you find it's not for you, they have a 30-day money-back guarantee as well. I personally take advantage of their VPN the most as I travel a lot, so having extra protection when using public Wi-Fi is great, and I watch a lot of shows, and not all shows are available in all regions. But with their VPN, I can be in 2 places at once, being able to watch my shows wherever I want, whenever I want, even when I'm on the go in a different country. Check them out, surfshark.com/AzulGG, or click the link in the chat, and they'll give you their best available rate, as well as 4 extra months for free. Shout out to Surfshark. And with that, I'm gonna go grab some water. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I mentioned this already, but I'll mention it again. I'm doing a 12-hour stream on Thursday with the set release of Destined Rivals, and I'm gonna be giving away a booster box of Destined Rivals as well. So make sure you come out for that stream on Thursday. I won't be streaming the rest of the weekend though. I'm away for a wedding that weekend, so but I'll be back to streaming on Monday to try all the new decks and stuff. Kind of unfortunate timing, but I'll still get the Thursday stream in before I leave. Let's go 7-0 right now? Nah, you're wrong. Hazel, I found the mountain my store was selling. My store was selling it. Ended up going 2-1. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, whenever, if you ever, I actually get asked that question all the time. People always come to chat and be like, yo, I don't have this card. What should I play instead at my tournament? It's like, I mean, just try and get it from the store. The stores have cards, and then someone there will have the card. Someone has to turn on. Say what's up. See if someone has a card. See if you can borrow it, buy it off them, trade with them. Maybe you make a new friend. You guys hang out after the tournament, you know, get some pizza.
2. Are we 32 and
There you go. You why'd I talk to people? True. Toach Willy X? Yeah, Toach Willy X. We saw it on stream. It won against Miloslav's Gardevoir. If they make fun of me and throw the card at me and laugh over my crying body. Jeez. I don't pack it up. You're cooked. It's chalked. Dude, Grant Manley? What the heck? My friend is playing first Ross on stream coming up. The Sarah Ledge? Ross with the Sarah Ledge? What was your friend playing, Ridgeway? John Robertsard? Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, that's unfortunate for Ross. It's good for your friend. I feel like that probably bodies Sarah Ledge. Well, maybe not. You can get to 1-hit KO potential. Maybe it'll be interesting. We'll see. By the way, you missed Chip saying that he always lets you win the Evolution Series. Wait, did they mention? Did he bring it up on the broadcast? Ever heard of an artist called Wooly? I don't think so, no. Destined Rivals is out next Thursday. Chicken rice bowl for dinner? No, I'm gonna eat one more time later. That'll be chicken and something. I don't know. Actually, it might be ground turkey. Have you ever been to a rave, Azul? No. Have you ever been to a cinema? Isn't a cinema just a movie theater? Have you ever been to a local event? No, I've never been to a locals before. I've only ever played in majors. When I was growing up, like, there was no locals. Like, when I started playing the game, there was no local tournaments around me. So I'd only ever travel to major tournaments. And then just when I like left from there, that's when I started doing content full time. So it never made sense for me to ever play in locals. Besides the videos I've done with Chip, those are the only locals I've ever been to. So what are your feelings on that silly Toad Scroll deck? Neutral. Been to almost every major music festival in NA. It's a lifestyle. I mean, that's definitely something I want to do. I've never been to a music festival. But it does sound like a good time. Definitely worth experiencing once to see how I like it. So what's your name in Spanish? These ligmas. So what do you have strong opinions on? Things that are worth having strong opinions on. Like Charizard being bad. Pizza on ranch? Ranch on pizza? No. But honestly, dipping your pizza in ranch is also just not that good. Dipping the crust of your pizza in ranch, though, that's pretty solid. Like, if you have like a piece of pizza and you dip like the front part of it in the ranch, all you're gonna get is ranch. There's no point in eating pizza at that point. What if it's buffalo chicken pizza? Okay, that's the one exception. But just like where they like drizzle it on the top. I wouldn't ever want to. You could dip it a little bit. Like a buffalo chicken pizza is a little bit different. That's like the only pizza where it's like acceptable to maybe dip it into the actual ranch. But if you have a piece of pepperoni pizza, why are we dipping that in ranch? You know what I'm saying? Except for the crust. The crust dipping in ranch is like solid. Buffalo chicken is definitely different. I would definitely dip buffalo chicken pizza in ranch, depending on how much ranch is on it and how much chicken is on it. Just a little dip, just a little dip. But yeah, I'm not dipping pepperoni pizza in ranch. Maybe the crust. Maybe that hot honey on my pizza. I usually don't say things are overrated. I'm not saying hot honey on pizza is bad either, but hot honey on pizza is definitely overrated. The way people make it out to be, how good people make it out to be, is not as good as it is. It's like fine. It's like a different way to eat pizza. I'm not putting hot honey on pizza every time I have it. It's fine. It's like a fine addition to like the pizza lineup. But the way people like talk about it, bro. You'd think it was like the invention of pizza. So if you were to have a certain type of pizza forever, what would it be? Probably just pepperoni. And then maybe Detroit style. Or is it Detroit? Or like the one where it's like really puffy. Is that Detroit style? But isn't Detroit style just literally when they put the sauce on top of the pizza? What's the other name for the pizza when it's like really thick? Like Jet's pizza. Is that Detroit style? Is that the definition of that? Or what that's called? Chicago? No, not deep dish. Not deep dish. I'm talking about the thick pizza, but it's like the crust is the thick part, not like the sauce. Not deep dish. Sicilian? Yeah, maybe Sicilian style. That's Detroit. Okay, yeah, Detroit. Pepperoni Detroit would maybe, if I had to pick one pizza to have for, honestly, just like a classic like New York style pizza is pretty good as well. Are they like squares? Yeah, they're like squares. They're like squares. I just want an airy dough. I hate crispy pizza. What? Airy dough, bro. Chill. I hate, dude. The thinner the dough, the better for sure for pizza. Well, like Detroit style is like different. It's like a whole different ball game. But like if we're talking just like a normal pizza, I prefer thinner. Not to the point where it's like the super thin crust, but like New York pizza style. Yeah. Like pizza with no cheese, no sauce. Yeah, same. Are you just gnawing on a loaf of bread? That's Jersey style. You just like pizza crust. Kebab pizza. I think I've had kebab pizza before. It's like fine. I've also had like, I don't know what you call it, like Indian pizza. It's like Indian food, like Indian style, like curry and like chicken on pizzas, like tiki masala pizza. That stuff was actually pretty good. I was actually really surprised. You kind of just like, get it if you want Indian food. Like street tacos? No, I prefer my tacos in the house, but that's just me. Well, General Tso's pizza. I've never had that. All right, here we go. Rico versus Ross. The Saraledge Revavroom. Chipotle or Qdoba? Honestly, I haven't had enough Qdoba to really make a comparison. They're both fine though. Like, I haven't been disappointed in Qdoba. I've been more disappointed in Chipotle than I have Qdoba, but I've had Chipotle a lot more than I've had Qdoba. Looks like Ross just chose first there on the coin flip. The hell is that shuffle? That's just how Ross shuffles. That's just how Ross shuffles. He shuffled like that for, I don't know, how long has Ross been playing? Like 20 years? Not quite 20. No, actually, yeah. Ross has shuffled like that for 20 years. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe when he started shuffling. But as long as I've been playing the game, Ross has shuffled like that. From the first time I saw Ross shuffle. It's just how he shuffles. Check him PC. I'm not gonna lie, it is definitely sus looking, but Ross is clean. Ross is legit. It almost looks shady. No, I don't blame anyone for thinking it looks shady. It is a very weird. It's fine to be suspicious of like initially suspicious of that. Like I think that's fine. It's 100% fine to look at how Ross shuffles and be like, that does not look right, but it's legit. He's legit. Nothing to worry about. Could you ask him to shuffle different if you were playing him? No, as long as the shuffling he's doing is sufficiently randomizing the deck, that's all that really matters. Sufficiently randomizing the deck in a sufficient amount of time. That's all that matters. He's not shuffling, he's just putting cards on the bottom. No, the cards from the top were getting pushed into the bottom. So there was some amount of mashing. It just wasn't super efficient mashing because it wasn't like cutting the deck in half. It was like taking 10 cards off the top and pushing it to the bottom over and over and over and over again, which does eventually randomize the deck. It does randomize the deck at a lot slower rate than like cleaner mash shuffles, but it's like fine. You have to do more of them. Cards weren't just being stacked on the bottom of the deck. They were being mashed into the bottom of the deck. Would Judge warn him for shuffling? No. The way he is shuffling is fine. He sufficiently randomized the deck. That's all that matters if your deck is sufficiently randomized. Can we get a shuffle analysis? Some shuffle analysis? But I just want a cup today with Bird. We are so back. Nah, bro, you have a lot to make up for, to be honest, Blitzel. You have a lot of repenting to do. One cup win isn't enough. If you don't show up with the next major with control, you're done. Metal Energy. Attacking with Revavroom? Yeah, nothing crazy. Town Store here from Rico. Ooh, did prize 3 draw supporters here from Rico. Did he take 2 mulligans? It looked like it, yeah. It looked like 2 mulligans. Caesar? Could, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just to be able to attack with Revavroom, because there is Revavroom in the build. Terralodge's second attack. Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe there is also Dark Energy. Oh, I guess you do play Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, right? 1 basic metal to be able to like threaten the second attack, as well as be able to attack with Revavroom, just in case. Okay, so how well do I need to do an NAC with Bird to atone for my sins? It's got to be a top cut, bro. You got to come out with the filth, bro. You got to come up with the broken sauce, and you better top cut. You have to top cut. You either have to top cut NAIC or Worlds to redeem yourself, or going to next season, you'll or all of next season you'll be blessed with bad luck. It's like one of those stupid memes. Share this with top cut NAIC or Worlds, or suffer bad top decks for all of next season. Appreciate the prime sub there. Toothpick the God. That's a pretty dope name for sure. Toothpick the God. Welcome to the pack. Suffer a season of misfortune for the disrespect you have put on. Disrespect upon you and your bloodline if you do not top cut NAIC or Worlds after the disrespect you've shown to Pidgey Control. All right, Vessel coming out here initially. Squawkabilly, oh, it might be a Briar hint. I was gonna say Carmine. Predictions? Oh shoot, my bad. Is there a prediction up? I don't think there is. All right, predictions up. Curse of Ra. Yeah, Curse of Ra. Dude, that was actually a pretty good meme. That shit was funny. The Varoom getting searched out here. I wonder if Ross knows what he's up against here. I would assume not. I wonder if Rico knew that he was going up against Sarah here as well. Went 3-1-3 at Portland as well. I failed you, bro. You gotta play faster. What are we doing here? 3 ties. Psychic Energy. I think Ross is just playing the energy to be able to attack with... Is that a counter catcher as well? It looked like it. I think Ross is just playing the energy to be able to attack with the second attack here on the Sarah Ledge. Wants that potential threat on like turn 3. Which honestly, it does kind of make sense, I guess. Well, there's a Carmine in hand here. We are going to Carmine. I mean, that makes sense, right? You definitely Carmine here. So you can like attach turn 1, next turn, attach, evolve, knock out baby Pokemon. Then you go attach, knock out big Pokemon on the following turn. I don't know what matchup that makes a difference in, that Ross would actually play the basic energy, but it must make a difference, otherwise he wouldn't include it. I don't think it's going to matter in this matchup because he's already gone through like metals and psychics and stuff like that. So I don't think we're doing that in this one. Yo, the tank cadet. Wait, that's genius. The 80 HP cadet is genius. To protect against Hawlucha. Dude, Ross always innovating out here. It actually is genius, though, to play 180. You can play around Dragapult's Hawlucha snipe attack. Fez also makes his way down, attach active, and there's a Carmine. Ooh, Ultra Ball for next turn for the Revavroom. You could always get the other guy as well. Iono as well. And there's going to be just a pass over. All right. So Rico is playing Charizard Dusknoir. John Roberts style, I believe. has the Arvin. Is it the trolley build? Is what I'm curious about. Do we got trolley in here? Because we got trolley Team Evo lined up here for Rico. There's no Team Evo's prized. The Town Store is also an interesting inclusion. I wonder why you're playing Town Store. What stadium are you trying to bump that you would play Town Store? Is Charizard back? But of course. How many rounds today? 8. This is the last round of the day. Area 0 to get rid of liabilities. I'll be able to bump their Area 0 maybe? Yeah, to get rid of your own liabilities. I could see that. That's kind of cool. Jamming Tower. Oh, dude, triple Duskull. Dude, this is actually a pretty gross start here. Question I have for Rico here is, are you getting double Charmeleon? I think you don't want to get double Charmeleon. Oh, but does. Plays it safe. Okay. Like, I don't think you want double Charmeleon here, but yeah, Rico goes for it. Okay. Doesn't want to get, like, Cerulege bossed and lose a Charmeleon, because this deck probably plays very few, if any, rare candy. If it's pretty similar to the John Roberts build, it might play 0 rare candy. Okay, over to Ross here now. Has Ultra Ball. Could get Reverum online. Could go get the Cerulege. Has Iono and Carmine as well. I don't know the amount of cards in Rico's hand if you'd want to prioritize Iono here. Oh, we haven't even drawn for a turn yet. Hold up. Ultra Ball coming out. Yeah, I wonder if we go for the... You could Ultra Ball for Revavroom, use Revavroom, discard the energy, draw 4, and then decide on Carmine or Iono after that. That seems kind of weak, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't like that. I'm curious to see what Ross prioritizes, the Cerulege or the Revavroom. Also, does Ross actually play a 2-2 Revavroom? Because we did discard a Revavroom off the rip, so we might only play 1. Has Ross locked in his invite yet? He's close if he hasn't. He's close if he hasn't. I'm not sure though. 700 points? Okay, he's probably locked then, yeah. Alright, so just prioritizing the Cerulege. So is it Carmine or is it Iono here from Ross? Gonna go with the Carmine. Just continue to cycle as aggressively as possible. I mean, Iono, I guess, sees us more cards. Rico just wants to read the card. Okay, I mean, I guess we'll figure out right now. Does Ross play 2 Revavroom? There's 1 in the discard pile. The hand is dead if not for Ultra Ball Revavroom. Of course, Festivity on the board is potential extra draw power. I think you would just Ultra Ball here, grab Revavroom, and cycle the whole hand to draw 6 new cards if Revavroom is available. But the way Ross is looking at the discard pile, it makes me think that Revavroom is not available. I feel like Ross only plays a 1-1 Revavroom. Oh, hold up. Maybe not. Do fire to the discard? We haven't seen Ross's ace spec either. I assume it's Blender, but it's maybe something else. Is that Dusknoir? Okay, does play the 2-2 Revavroom. What was that psychic? Oh, Monkey Dory. It was definitely Monkey Dory. Joaquin? Oh. I've heard the name before. I have no idea how you pronounced it. I've heard the name Joaquin before. I was just avoiding trying to pronounce the first name because I had no idea. Honestly, but saying Rico is a little bit cooler anyways. We might stick with Rico. Rico's a pretty cool last name. All right, 6 off the room here for Ross. Has all the options. Could bench a Charcadet. Is that a tank one as well? How much HP does that one have? Also did have a Varoom in hand, but that would require a Night Stretcher. That one also has 80 HP, so plays 2 80 HP ones. Wait, is it not Joaquin? Joe Aquin? Dude, I just believe the guy when he said his name is Joaquin. That makes sense to me. Rico it is. Yeah, we're locking in Rico because as always, there's 3 different answers from chat. There's 3 different answers from chat, so we're locking in Rico. All right, second Cerulege getting set up here for Ross, and we're gonna get this first prize card knockout here. And normally, the way Cerulege could play this matchup, normally how Cerulege could play this matchup is Charizard just wouldn't be able to get a KO here unless you had, like, in this situation, Festivity and Squawkabilly on the board, so that could lead to a counter catcher KO. And actually, that might be how Rico actually plays this here. We could see Rico just go for Ultra Ball Charizard. I think there's counter catcher in the hand. So you could just counter catch or KO the Pheasantipity this turn to get your first 2 prize cards here as Rico, and then kind of go from there. The only problem with that is we're not setting up any Dusclops this turn, which sounds kind of mid. I feel like we want more Dusclops set up here. Ross plays Briar, right? Yes, almost certainly. Almost certainly plays the Briar. All right, yeah, Ultra Ball getting played here. Ooh, giving up an Iono. I think does have 2 Iono in hand, so we still have an Iono for a follow-up later. We'll probably definitely want. And we're getting the energy set up for the Charizard here. Honestly, this is I see some players do this more, and I should probably do this more myself. When you're going back into your deck with multiple searches, on your first search, when you're searching through the deck, you should line up everything for all the searches so that you save time. Because every time you filter through your deck to find cards, it takes up more time. But if you filter through your deck once and find all the cards, it eats up less clock. I've actually never thought about that before. I have sequence like that before, but don't consistently sequence like that. But like there from Rico could have gone play Buddy Poffin, put Charmander in the front, put Charizard in the front, put TMEvo in the front, put 3 Fire Energy in the front on the first sift through, and then just play everything out of hand like that. I've honestly never thought about that before, but I am thinking about that now. All right, counter catcher onto the Fez, so Rico does get the first 2 prize knockout. Now this can be a big deal, but it also could not matter at all because of the Briar that can come around from Ross. Also, Rico doesn't want to pop any Dusknoir unless you're popping like 3 Dusknoirs, so... yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see how this actually plays out from here. Are we just gonna see a punch active from Ross potentially? That might be what Ross does. That's how I do that. I try to do that. Yeah, I've just never thought about it like that. I definitely have sequence like that before, but I've never like thought about it to like do it that way until right now. I've like kind of had a realization. I just literally had a realization. He kills with 4 more energy. Wait, actually, are we that close right now? That's kind of insane. KOing the Charizard here would be really good. If we can KO back-to-back Charizards here from Ross, I feel like... but there's 3 energy prize? Is there even enough energy left? With 3 energy prize, I don't even know if there's enough energy left in the deck to do this. I wonder if Ross counted the energy at all or not. Wait, we have 11. Well, yeah, Ross is going to figure out right now how many energy left in the deck. There's 11 in the discard pile, so that's what, 220 plus 30, 250. He's doing 250, and we need to hit for 80 more. So we only need 4 more. We need 4 more, right? Yeah, we need 4 more in the discard pile. How many are left in the deck, though? There's 1 in hand. There's 1 jet in the deck. I don't know what else is left. Took none off that. I don't think we're getting the KO here. I don't think it's a plausible back-to-back Zard KO. Yeah, I don't think so as well. So we're gonna have to get creative here as Ross. I mean, we could 2 KO the active. That is a play. I don't feel super safe doing that though. Like I feel like we're gonna be in a bad spot if that's our line here as Ross is 2 KO the active. Five off the Carmine. Nothing crazy drawn. We got a couple Night Stretchers, but it's not going to lead to a whole ton here. For anyone who's curious, both players are in day 2. This is just playing for a chance at top cut. If you lose here, you make day 2, but you don't have a chance for top cut. Zard can't kill the Terra Ledge anyways. No, it can. You just pop a Dusclops, and then it dies. And also in that situation as well, it put Ross on even prize cards, and Rico would go down to 2 prize cards remaining, so you can't even win with like Briar next turn. Like this is looking really, really good for Rico right here. Like this almost seems unwinnable for Ross, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see how Ross ever wins this. X21 isn't top cut. I thought it was usually the line. Not anymore. X21 has made top cut I think at 1 tournament this year, maybe 2. What's top cut mean? It's like going to like bracket play. So you play Swiss round. It's like sports. You go from regular season to bracket play. Same thing in Pokemon major tournaments. You go from Swiss rounds, and then you go into bracket play. Top cut is just bracket play. All right, third Sarah Ledge online. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Rico still, though. Boss can maybe Briar. No, Briar wouldn't be relevant at this point. Because Rico can go pop Dusclops on the active, Charizard KO active, and then go down to 2 prize cards. And then as long as Rico just has another Charizard, the game's over. There's like no... Yeah, this is like a... This feels like it's probably a pretty bad matchup. I mean, Charizard historically, I think, is bad or is good against Sarah Ledge. Yeah, I don't think anything has really changed recently, so... Top cut equals playoffs, right? Yeah, single elimination, best out of 3 playoffs. Until you get down to 2 people, and that's the finals. And the top cut in... Oh, there's already Charizard. And the top cut in Pokemon tournaments... top cut in Pokemon tournaments is top 8 asymmetrical cut, which means everyone who has the same amount of match points as top 8 plays like a play-in. Similar to like... Kind of similar to like the NFL and NBA, how like there's more... There's like the play-in round. It's kind of similar, but there's not an exact number of players who make asymmetrical cut. It can go all the way down to top 32, but it depends on if you have the same record as someone who as 8th seed. So top 8 is guaranteed, and everyone who has the same amount of points down to top 32 potentially, same amount of points as 8th seed also makes asymmetrical cut. Do you ever lose with 2 Zard online? If you don't take a knockout this turn, you could lose. Rico can still lose this game if Rico doesn't find a Dusclops. Here comes the Iono for 4. The deck does play 4 Dusclops. I don't know how many Ultra Ball though. Draw 4. Oh, it's a whiff. Hold up. Okay, hang on. This changes things. Big whiff here from Rico. I was already kind of spelling Doomsday in this one for Ross, but the whiff from Rico here is massive. Is it that big? How much are we doing? 210? No, that is a pretty big deal. Because even a Dusclops next turn wouldn't get the cleanup knockout. There's an energy search. I mean, that doesn't really change much. It just kind of shuffles your deck. But it does put an Iono towards the top of the deck, which could be beneficial. Retreat attack. Oh, wait, you're right. Actually, yeah. So actually, from Rico, then I think it was a mistake. Like when Rico evolved that bench Charizard, it should have put the energy that was on the Charmander to the active. Actually, that's actually a really good call out. Yeah, retreat attack is the play. But now, if the active Charizard can get 1-hit KO'd, but it can't. We know it can't, so it's not that big of a deal. Also, Ross just needs to find boss. There we go. There's the punch. So if Ross bosses the benched Charizard and knocks it out, goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. Then Rico goes... Rico has 4 prize cards still. Rico could win with... Oh, Rico could win with double Dusclops Gust. Oh, there's a couple different ways that Rico could win actually after that. There's a couple different ways Rico could win after that actually. So Defiance Band? Defiance Band isn't active right now for Rico. You think pool play would work in the TCG? Yeah, and like invitational competitive tournaments. You could go like open bracket. There could also be tournaments where like there's pre-seeding, like fighting game tournaments where there's like the open bracket and then they play into the top players in pools and then pools goes to bracket. It would have to be a different tournament though. It doesn't work for like the open tournaments in the Pokemon TCG. It would have to be some kind of like invitational tournament or something like that for pool play to work. There's no reason pool play couldn't work. How does Ross win though? Ross needs Gust KO. So we need to find boss. If Ross finds... How many cards are left in Ross's deck? That's what I'm curious about. How many cards are left here for Ross in the deck? Looks like we might jet up a Squawkabilly to retreat it. Oh no, we're just going in with Rever Room for 1? Like 3? Yeah, there's nothing left here, right? This has to be a boss. Not boss. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, Ross can't... oh no, you could jet up the benched Sarah Ledge and then attack with that one and punch this Charizard. And if Rico whiffs again... Okay, so maybe we're just doing... maybe we're just hoping... Yeah, you're just hoping your opponent whiffs again here, I guess. Briar and Iono getting recovered. Where... Actually, so Ross plays a counter catcher. Does Ross even play boss? Oh, there's a boss prize. Ross might only play 1 boss. No, Ross definitely plays Briar. There's literally just put it back in the deck. Not playing Briar and Sarah Ledge. Like Briar, the deck that combos with Briar better. Well, maybe not. I mean, Terra Box combos pretty good with Briar, but prior to Terra Box, yeah, you play what's it called in Sarah Ledge. That's the only way the deck is good. Without Briar, the deck's just terrible. Oh, wait, do we one hit here? That's not enough, though, right? That's still not enough. Oh, no, that's enough. That works. Okay, I didn't think we'd actually be able to get there. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be able to get there, but there we go. Knockout on the Charizard. Okay, so Rico can still win this turn, though. Rico can go Candy, Dusknoir, KO active, or Dusclops, KO active. It does have to be 2 Dusclops, and then also Gus KO a 2-prizer. Or, well, see, the thing with this situation as well is Ross would have to push up Revavroom, and if you don't KO Revavroom until you find Gus, you can also win that way. If Ross doesn't have, because Ross doesn't have a, oh, if you just KO the active with, okay, we got the Nitrogen for the fire. Yeah, if you just KO the active, it's going to be tough for Ross to win, I think, if not impossible. Here comes the research. So if we find double Dusclops. Oh, and we got Iron Bundle. No, but there's no Clops. No Clops. You could Iron Bundle, but Ross has plenty of Night Stretcher left. So you just push up another Ceruledge here as Ross. Actually. Oh, but if Rico has double Dusclops in hand. No, but I think you just always have to push up Ceruledge, because I don't think you can win even if the Revavroom. You always have to push up Ceruledge here. You always have to push Ceruledge. Or Squawkabilly. But it's the same thing as pushing Ceruledge. It can never be Revavroom, because you lose anyways if you push Revavroom. Unless Ross plays Turo. The only way you don't lose here is if you play Turo. I don't know if Ross plays Turo, though. You have to be able to move this Revavroom next turn if you're going to push it. If you don't move Revavroom next turn, you can't push Revavroom here. Base last energy. There's a couple other energies prized. I actually think Ross plays 19 energy. I'm pretty sure Ross plays 19 energy. Most people play, what's it called, but he needs Briar, right? Briar's not active right now. Briar won't activate this turn. Oh, wait, the active Charizard does knock out the active here. Oh, no, but then we just Briar win. Yeah. You push Ceruledge every time. Yeah. Into Poffin? Does this actually lead to anything? It said 19 on the mainstream? Okay, that's what I thought, yeah. The go-to for the longest time has been 18. Ross with the extremely spicy Ceruledge deck. With 19 energy. He went on deck out somehow? No. I mean, you maybe could, but you wouldn't want to bet on it. You wouldn't want to bet on it. All right, Rico just passes, but Ross has Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher for fire, knockout. I do wonder if Rico can win by gusting up and trapping Revavroom, though. Not here's the only way to beat Zard and Pult. I don't know if it's the only way. It's helpful. You think Ross considered Toad Scroll EX for this event? No. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what Ross tests. Okay, Ross has a Night Stretcher and a Mist Energy left. So can guaranteed retreat the active. Or attack with the active and then also potentially retreat Revavroom. Are all the Jets in the discard pile? I believe so. I think all the Jets are gone. We have Night Stretcher Mist left. And we're actually getting another energy off the prize cards. There's a knockout. Might get 2 energy off the prize cards, actually. We got Squawk, okay. Draw from Rico is Arvin. Immediately goes into the Arvin. Well, it's got to be for the counter catcher right here. Rico has to go counter catcher Revavroom and hope it sticks. Yep. So that's going to be the play here. Counter catcher on Revavroom, but Ross has more than enough to be able to move the Revavroom. So this should just be a dub for Ross. Can't move it this turn, but we can go attach pass into attach retreat and then attack with the Ceruledge once again. And everything else can attack. So just put the Mist on the active, and then if the other Ceruledge gets brought up or the Squawkabilly, you'll be able to retreat that as well. Or go with the metal, why not? But I think the Mist makes the most sense. don't think we're saving the miss for anything. What do you know? You do lose with 2 Zars online? Yep, I guess you do. I mean, if you have another... No, another Gust effect here doesn't even change anything. Yeah, you just lose. If you evolve to... No, evolve to Charizard still doesn't do anything. Well, we do get to see another game here. I thought this was maybe just going to be a 2-0 stomp from Rico, I'm not going to lie. But we get to see a little bit more here. There are the Clops, a little bit late. A little bit late for the Clops, no! You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Honestly, Rico should just pop the... Oh, wait. Badoo. Oh, no. We have a Metal Energy in hand here for Ross. I was like, this stops Night Stretcher. Actually, oh, if you had brought up the Sarah Ledge. There's a knockout. But it wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a difference. If we had one more Gust here as Rico to bring up the Sarah Ledge. Man, what a game. Does Badoo win? No. Not for that situation. Not for that situation. All right, game 2 coming up. Ross takes the game 1 victory. Not sure what the discussion is between Ross and the judges. It might be a pace of play thing. Was Ross a player to never miss Worlds? Yes. And I think at this point has qualified for Worlds as well, so another Worlds for Ross. It's about the dice counting energy, I think. Oh, is it? What would they be? Would they have a problem with that? This discussion is a pop issue. What do you mean pop? Ross didn't miss Worlds at birth? Nope. Frame 1 Worlds invite. Pace of play? Maybe. Not sure. Oh, pace of play? Pop? Okay, sure. That's the first time I've ever... Because pop usually means... Don't people call Pokemon IDs pop IDs? Or am I trolling? Isn't your Pokemon ID... Don't people also call it pop ID? Why is it called pop ID? Why do people call it pop ID? What does the pop stand for? That's what I was thinking of when you said a pop issue. Player of Pokemon? Pokemon organized play. Player of Pokemon ID. Pokemon organized play. Yeah, okay. Pop the Dusclops. Dude, pop issue that. Pop issue this. Pop issue that. Pop IDs. Just pop the fucking Dusclops, bro, so you can get the dub. All right, let's see if Rico finds some Dusclops in this game. I would assume Rico... Actually, I don't know. It is a trolley build. But you're up against Sarah Ledge. Does Rico go first in this situation? I'm actually not sure. That's interesting. You do have Arvin in hand for Rico. I'm very curious to actually see what Rico chooses. Wants to use T Amiibo. I know. But you're playing up against a deck that like usually likes going first. All right, Rico still chooses second. Well, I'm curious if Rico wins this game, what Ross chooses. If Ross chooses first or second. I'm very curious to see what it ends up being. Not as aggressive of a start here from Ross, it doesn't look like. It's literally attached to Cadet Pass. All right. Okay, there's the Arvin for Rico, but no energy. Wait, is it lining up the TM Evo? Well, actually, I guess you always take the TM Evo. Prize cards coming in. Dusclops, Dusnor, Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle is honestly... Iron Bundle and Countercatcher are the worst 2 prize cards here. The deck plays like a 4-4-1 Dusknoir line, so... Ross always chooses first so we can evolve turn 2 and swing, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have Carmine in the deck. Well, no, but the question is, against this matchup, is that still correct? Because Rico's deck obviously wants to go second, right? Rico's choosing blind second, Ross is choosing blind first. But what is correct in this matchup then? Now that both players have the knowledge of the matchup, you pick first or do you pick second? Because that's not like, you both can't choose. You both can't choose, like Rico doesn't always pick second and Ross doesn't always pick first. You always pick the same thing, right? So what one is correct? That's why I'd be curious to see what Rico picks if Rico, or what Ross picks if Rico wins this game. Because game 1, the players had no knowledge of what the other one was playing, right? Charlotte seemed pretty matchup agnostic, IMO. Well, that means Rico should choose first then, right? Is that what you're saying? Like Rico should choose first then? All right, fresh 7 here from Ross. With a... Oh, the TM Evo did get whiffed, but Ross can't take advantage of it. The hand's pretty bad here. I agree, Rico should have chosen first. Well, no, in this... Oh, wait, Rico did choose second here. Oh, true. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Rico should have chosen first. Okay. I thought you were saying... Yeah, the Palpat also got researched away. Yeah, Rico probably should have picked first here. Okay, we're on the same page. Attaches the fire active. But then we should retreat the dark to the Monkey Dory, right? Yeah, okay, this makes sense. You appreciate the 50 months there, Urban Legend. So we did whiff TM Evo there from Rico, but Ross also whiffed turn 1 attack. So both players whiffed. Now the question is, oh, you have Jack here. I mean, I think this is pretty straightforward, actually. You just go get some Dusclops. But you could KO the lone Charcadet. I don't know if that's correct though. Actually, I kind of like that. What if you evolve the active to Charmeleon and then go double Dusclops KO Charcadet, and then next turn you go Charizard knockout? Does that make sense? Maybe that doesn't make any sense. Rico might be going for it though. We'll see. I think Ross always chooses first, so Rico theoretically wants to make Ross a turn slower, meaning he should choose first. Yeah. But like the thing is, Rico's deck is super reliant on using Team Evo, so then Rico's a turn slower. 1 prize card for Rico, 2 prize cards for Ross. Yeah, I actually don't know if this play is correct, to be honest. You're giving your opponent a lot of prize cards for them not drawing a prize card next turn, but as long as like Ross gets down double Charcadet this turn, it doesn't really matter. This does activate Countercatcher though as well, which is kind of nice. This does also give you Countercatcher access. Does have a Town Store in hand. Honestly, I kind of like the Town Store play here, but does decide to keep it. I guess Ross could be playing Jamming Tower. Night Treasure top deck is pretty good for Ross. I can't tell what that supporter is in hand, but I think it is Carmine. So we're going to be able to get down Varoom and double Cadet here for Ross. And we'll be in a pretty okay spot still, I think. Seems not worth because Cerulege out early isn't doing much anyways. I mean, it's drawing the prize card, right? It is drawing the prize card. Ross plays Badoo? I don't believe so, no. Still gives him an extra draw to make Evo more live on the first attacking turn. And there's no way Ross can take advantage of going second. Well, the one thing Ross gets from going second, though, is Ross is less likely to have to put Squawkabilly in play, right? Or you're less likely to have to put Squawkabilly in play if you go first. Because if you go second, the Charizard deck's not doing anything. But now I can play Researcher or Iono if I don't draw into Carmine, instead of having to get Squawkabilly to find, to be able to play the game potentially, right? Or to set up, right? So that could lead to less 2 prize liabilities in play on Ross's side, which makes it harder for Rico to get the first 2 prize knockout, right? Without popping Nors and Clops. As long as we all agree there's a right answer, that's all I want us to come to in the end. We all agree that they should both be choosing first or should both be choosing second. Because for a second there, I thought you were saying something different, Curry. I thought you were saying they should just pick what they vibe with. Let's go with the vibes, man. Just go with the flow. These are the kind of matchups where I hope my opponent wins the coin flip so I don't have to pick. And then I beat them game 1 and they pick again, and then I beat them in game 2. And I never have to pick first or second. Although Ross's hand would have to be ungodly good to not squawk in basically every game, no? I mean, what if it's just some basics in a research, right? Oh, no Varoom here? Interesting. Wait, are we playing around Counter Catcher plus Candy Dustsnore? I don't think we should play around Candy Dustsnore here. I don't know how familiar Ross is with this deck though. Wait, what does this cadet do? He's got an attack. Search your deck for a basic fire energy card and attach it to this Pokemon. Wait, that's broken. Wait, that's like actually pretty good. That's like not even bad because it accelerates an energy out of your deck, and then you can just hard retreat it next turn if you want to get them both off of it. Does he play 4 different cadets? He might. Which cadet is optimal? Why does he play that? That 80 HP one seems way better than the other 80 HP one. Ross didn't know, so he played all of them. He's like, bro, I can't decide on the right char cadet. Let's play one of each. Not searchable with Poffin. Well, I don't think he plays Poffin though, so it's not really a big deal. Doesn't the 10 damage kill Badoo? No. Will-O-Wisp would though. The 10 damage would do 20 damage to Badoo. Going to the Brox here for the chart. What do we got? I wasn't paying attention. What did we get off Ultra Ball? Was it Charmeleon? No, yeah, no Varoom. I don't like the lack of Varoom here from Ross, but I think Ross was definitely playing around Candy Dustsnore plus Counter Catcher. But that feels like so much for Rico to have gotten. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Ross has that Pokemon quiz card in his deck. You gotta play. That's optimal to play one of each cadet. For the quiz card. Your opponent will never get it right, bro. There's no way they know about all the cadets. He probably only had one of each cadet. Just has one of each. He's like, alright, screw it. I'll play one of each. Vessel here to continue to thin out the deck. Has the Reverroom in hand as well. Unfortunately, does not have a Varoom in play. Like, I understand why Ross played it the way he did, for sure. Dark and Metal getting searched out. Well, I want to hate to see the Dark stick around a little bit longer, just in case. Like, you can, if you just barely KO the Charizard here, like if you hit the Charizard for like 300 or whatever, or however much you can hit it for, 210, and then you just get punched back. Onto like 6 legal cadets, something like that, yeah. There's an abnormal amount of cadets. Yeah, there's a disturbing amount of char cadets, to be honest. Or maybe the reason to grab the Dark Energy and put it in the discard pile here to have more access to it is through Night Stretcher. I guess that'd be like reasonable. Ross playing more than 4 cadets for sure. Yeah, the reason he doesn't play Buddy Poffin is because he just plays 6 char cadets. That's how he finds them. All right, there's the research. There's 11. Wait, is there actually 11 different char cadets? No way. You're capping. Double Varoom found here. Vessel as well here to get rid of the Squawk, I believe. But yeah, we can set up Reverroom next turn with the Night Stretchers or the Ultra Ball. Searching out a couple energy here. Double Fire. And I assume we're just going to attach active. I guess, once again though, I guess Ross maybe wants to try an Ultra Ball for Ceruledge to play around the possibility of Candy Dustsnore KO and board wipe the Ceruledges. So I think we are going to see Ross play Ultra Ball here because he's up to this point he's played super safe around. Well, unless we can 1-hit KO this thing. How many are there? Oh wait, do we have the KO? Is he like that? Oh my gosh, I didn't know we had 15. Dude, this is, I didn't even think this was possible. Oh, goes for the Fez here. I thought we were gonna go for a Saraledge. Maybe we have Nitrogen for Saraledge. 3 off the Fez. Down another Vessel. Thinking about a Nest Ball play. Goes with the Nest Ball here. Nothing left in the deck. A Cadet. There is a 1 Cadet remaining. Let's see if that's gonna be the grab. Oh, so there's 2 70 HP cadets and 1 of each of the 80s. Okay, okay, okay. How come some judge tables on stream make the players use tokens for abilities and sometimes they don't? Honestly, I don't know. Oh no, I think they did for like 1 or 2 regionals in a row, and then they stopped doing it because it was obnoxious. Oh wait, is there not a Saraledge in here? It looks like Ross thought there was a Saraledge in here. There's not. I guess you take Revavroom. Definitely a mistake to play the Nitrogen there from Ross. I think he thought there was a Saraledge in there, but there's no Saraledge in there. All right, just go swing. What type of car is Revavroom? Honestly, I don't know. What type of car is it? What was obnoxious? The judge is making people put ability markers on their Pokemon. Wait, why did Ross just draw 2 cards? Am I trolling? Oh, Iono. Dude, I was so confused. All right, Ultra Ball coming in from Rico. Charizard online. Charizard does knock out the active here. Pheasantipity is online, though, to respond. This is looking like it's going to be a 2-0 for Ross. I mean, as long, we have to find Saraledge and Fire. Fire and Saraledge have to be found. But we did just waste a Night Stretcher on Ross's turn. So instead of being anything, now it's locked in as a Revavroom. There we go. Knockout. Enough energy in the discard pile. Ross needs Saraledge Fire to win the game. Cadet to the active. Draw for turn. A Carmine. Oh, I thought that was a Fire. Gonna start with the Fez draw. Hold up. Check resources. Are you allowed to use any energy from any era in tourneys? Yes. I don't believe there's a banned energy. As first. Carmine first? No, because I think you could draw into a research and that would draw you more cards than Carmine. I mean, that should be it. There's Saraledge, there's Fire, there's KO. Gonna go ahead and Brilliant Blender as well just for a good measure, but that's it. Ross 2-0 with the Saraledge. That's not how I thought this one would have went. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's not how I thought this one would have went. Oh my, dude, wait, the Wolves are actually up by 30? That's right. Dude, what the heck? Cheating scum one? All right, bro, I'm just gonna... Chad is crying. All right, we'll wait for the interview. We'll take a look at the results heading into day 2, and then about like an hour away from Master Ball League, so I'm gonna reset the YouTube channel. Master Ball League? Master Ball League is like an hour. I don't think a double Clops Pops was it. Yeah, I also don't think it was it. It was like cool to see, but yeah, I don't think it was it. Time to go play Sarah for an hour? No, we're gonna play some Toad Scroll. What country for Master Ball League? Indonesia. Appreciate the 2 months there, Brigo. We have access to the deck list? No, the tournament is not over. The tournament is still happening. Deck lists are not available during the tournament. Charizard could have won if the Briar then Dusknoir Pop, Cadets on bench, Chaos Air Ledge. The Charizard player doesn't play Briar. You'll never find it in that kind of deck, so you just don't play it. Is that type of shuffle allowed? Yeah, I think it's fine. Can a judge ever intervene for those situations? Yeah, of course. If someone isn't sufficiently randomizing their deck, then yes. You have to sufficiently randomize your deck. If your deck is not being sufficiently randomized, then something has to be done. Anyone who has ever had a pace of play issue is considered a cheater by chat. Dude. I have to do my best to make sure that this chat doesn't turn into the main chat, to what the main Twitch chat looks like. Actually, is the chat even on in the main Twitch chat? That was the last game for today. Oh, I guess because we're about to lose a lot of people, because people are probably going to head out, because that was the last stream. I am going to be streaming for a while still, because there is a Master Ball League tournament going over on in Indonesia, which is like their last big major tournament of the year. But if you're heading out because Portland is over for the day, I'm going to give this one more shout out. I am doing a 12-hour stream on Thursday for Destined Rivals. And I'm going to be giving away a booster box of Destined Rivals as well. So make sure you come out Thursday. Have a good night, Jordan. Is it new format for Master Ball League or our format? It's either our format or our format with Grimmsnarl. I actually don't know. So are you going to try Dragon Ball with Lycanroc? No. Definitely not. Did Toad Scroll not hit a single Eevee? I mean, it's 8 rounds and Eevee is 8% of the meta. Do the math. That's like not a shock. What? You dodged every Eevee deck? Are you kidding me? Bro, the Toad Scroll players are so lucky, man. Ugh! Appreciate the 14 months there episode. Appreciate the 2 months there, Blanks. I'll be watching your stream next Thursday from in front of GameStop. Also, we will be watching day 2 of Portland tomorrow.
From the last round, 6-1-1 now here in Portland. Ross, Cawthon, congratulations on yet another successful day 1 run at a regional championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's nice to be going to day 2. It's nice to be doing it, especially with a deck I kind of created myself. Not a lot of Sarah Ledge being played out there. I've been wanting this deck to work since rotation. My friends convinced me to move off of it for the last couple regionals, but I brought it back, made some changes, and I'm thrilled of how well it's doing.
Yeah, it seems like it's working pretty nicely for you at this point. We saw a moment there at the very end of the second game. You took a deep breath, a sigh of relief almost on your face. I mean, what was going through your mind in that moment?
It's just, you know, it's been a long season. I'm like right in the chase for my 21st consecutive World Championship. It's been a hard season. Didn't make day 2 at Milwaukee a couple weeks ago. It's been a long day. I actually was at an astronomy conference in Philadelphia all week. And so flew across the country last night, got into my hotel 12:30 a.m. So it's been a long week. So to do this well, I'm pretty thrilled.
Yeah, absolutely. A great run thus far, and really kind of thin margins, it felt like, at the end of that first game, especially. I feel like it's probably pretty common for your deck, just naturally. You kind of get down to the end of the deck by the end of most games. You're discarding a lot of cards. You're trying to fuel that powerful attack from the Sarah Ledge EX by getting rid of all of your energy cards. Does playing a deck like that take a toll on you throughout a tournament day where the margins are so thin coming down to the last 1 or 2 cards?
I actually like this deck more than most of the decks in the format. I like this deck more than like the Noctowl decks where there's literally like 100 different things you could do every turn. And this deck, you're pretty much doing the same thing every turn. There is strategy. Like you said, the end game, you have to manage your resources. Like that first game, I think I technically could have KO'd a Charizard a turn earlier, but I probably would have just run out of energy for the game potentially. So it's a different strategy, but it's very straightforward what you're trying to do every game. And then yeah, the end game is a little tricky, but I think my experience with the deck, I've really navigated the end games well today.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that second game, things looked like they could have been a little sketchy for you. Were you pretty nervous there at the start?
Well, yeah, certainly that turn one, I was like, oh boy. Well, let's see how this goes. And then, you know, when he did the double Dusclops thing, I thought, okay, this, because I didn't know he played Rare Candy. I didn't see Rare Candy. He told me after the game he does play Rare Candy. But I was like, well, if this deck doesn't have Rare Candy, you know, he can't wipe my board. And he's giving me 2 for 1, and I got 2 Ultra Balls. I drew a Stretcher, so I get play. So at that point, I was feeling good. But yeah, that turn 1 where I had a research in hand. So, but yeah, I couldn't play anything turn 1. So it was rough, but you know, you never know. It's because he didn't have the energy to do Evolution TM. So okay, so I'm in this and you know, play it out, and it worked out.
Right now, you're sitting in the 90s on the championship point leaderboard. You know, you've got over 700 championship points. You've locked up a day 2 spot here. You got your top 8 recently down in Mexico, right?
Top 16.
Top 16 down in Mexico, excuse me. How are you feeling? Like, what would it mean for you to be able to just lock up this invite and secure your 22nd straight? 21st straight
21st.
World Championship invite?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. It's definitely been one of the hardest years of Pokemon. I mean, you know, there was 1,000+ players in Worlds last year. There's going to be something like half of that. There's more players than ever. I mean, there's like twice as many as there was even a couple years ago. So it's definitely one of the most competitive years of Pokemon. I didn't start the season out too well. I was not in the top 125 until that Mexico run, as you said. So it would really mean a lot if I can make this 21st Worlds. Not sure how many more years I'll keep doing this. This could be my last run. I haven't, fully decided, but yeah, it would mean a lot to get to one more Worlds, especially when the competition's been so tough this year.
You've obviously accomplished so much in the game, and I feel like, in these interviews I've done with you over these last few seasons, I remember a couple of seasons ago, you having almost that same antidote of, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to do this. I don't know if I'll keep coming back. What keeps you coming back?
I really find the game interesting. And, I think Pokemon's great because there's different things different people love about the game, whether it's the community or, traveling. For me, those are all great, but the top thing is just when I see a new set and I see like all the combinations of cards, the new, combos of Pokemon, new possible decks, it's just like such a puzzle to solve. Maybe it's the scientist in me that's like, that's the part that's hard to put down. I'm kind of done with the travel after doing 20 years of this. I mean, they're long days, as I just said. I was, doing a conference for work on the other side of the country, so it's a lot. But yeah, the game is still fun. Just the different combinations, trying to come up with something, kind of as I did today. That okay, everyone's kind of overlooked this card. I really think it has the tools to be good, and I finally kind of put it together, and that's finding something that no one else has figured out. That's the #1 draw to me.
Absolutely, and you've done it consistently over the years. It's always fun to watch. Congratulations to you, Ross. I always love seeing you have success at tournaments, and we're going to get you out of here so you can get some rest after a long tournament day, a long week as well, so you can come back fresh for day 2
Thanks
tomorrow.
very much, Chip. I appreciate it.
Let's get back to the casters, and we'll get in here and wrap up the show.
Dude, why do they have the club beats going, bro? What the fuck? Why is it always the bangers, bro? Just like, oh shoot, they don't have music on anymore. Does he not have a Worlds invite yet? Not guaranteed, but he probably has it locked up. It's like probably locked up, but not guaranteed. If you turned that up, if you like turned up the music that you have in the background really loud, it could literally be like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. club music, to be honest. Like, do you have an invite, Azul? No. I'm taking yours, so I will have one eventually. Is Ross the luckiest Pokemon player of all time? 21 consecutive Worlds invites. It seems insane for such a luck-based game. Honestly, I think you're onto something, Luna. You're cooking with that one. Probably. If Grant the unluckiest player in the world, Ross the luckiest player in the world. How many rounds of Swiss is there in day 2? 4. 4 Swiss rounds. Did you miss out on Worlds in the last few years? No. I've had my Worlds invite every year since... I actually don't remember, to be honest. Did they turn to Joltix? Possibly. Actually, we have no Joltix here. We apparently only have Miraidon EX and Pikachu EX. There's no Joltix here. I had something I was gonna say. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the standings here before we close this out. Do you have a Worlds invite this year? Nope, I gave it away. I didn't need it. All right, so there's still, oh my, it's a lot of matches to clean up here. Labella playing against Jose for 7-1. I mean, Labella's got to be playing Raging Ball for sure. Dean on the winning name. We saw Dean on the stream earlier. Definitely made some mistakes as well. Lucas Zing, 403. Back it up. It's it. You're done, buddy. It ain't it. This ain't your tournament. 3 ties? Bro, can't be tying like this, bro. The tie on stream was honestly fine, but that's the only acceptable one. 403. Are you shooting the Master Ball later today or tomorrow? It is later today. It'll probably go into tomorrow, but... Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. All right. Yeah, but Azul, do you have a Worlds invite this year? Did I not already answer your question? Dude, I already answered your question. What the heck? Why are you asking me again? That's so cringe. We at least have one 8-0 going into day 2. It might be the only 8-0. That is, we have only one 8-0 here. Dominic going in 8-0 tomorrow. Some 7-0-1s here. Christian, Boolin, and Piper, all 7-0-1 going today and tomorrow as well. Oh, one more actually. Aban also 7-0-1. Aban is on Pult Dustnor. I don't know what Christian is playing. I don't know what Boolin is playing. And Piper is playing Gardevoir. Yeah. 7-1s here. Ray, 7-1 with the Toad Scroll. Was able to get one more dub there in the last. Moffat 7-1. Makani. Dude, who let Makani win another one, bro? Come on. Callie White also 7-1. Liam Halliburton 7-1. Bum, bum, bum. Dude, what country is freaking Denmark? No, what country is what's his name from? Miloslav. Where's Miloslav from? Oh, also Czech? Oh, okay. Miloslav 6-2. So still possible for a cut. And then Magda 6-1-1. Oh, let's check in on the Japanese players. Good call. Blue. Oh, 404? Can't do that, bro. 403. What? Oh, wait. Hold on, though. Hold on, though. Yoshiyuki could still pull it back. 503. We get a 503 here. And then 512. Okay. So Haruki is no longer in top cut contention at the 404. 404? That's an error, bro. Oh my gosh. 404 day 2 not found. That's a good one. Except it would be top cut not found. Because they actually did make day 2 at 404. You actually make day 2 at 404. Now, should you make day 2 at 404? Bro, I don't know. That's pretty despicable. I feel like even though that is the amount of match points you need to make day 2, you shouldn't be allowed to be playing day 2 at 404. Haruki's got to be barred at the door. When he shows up tomorrow to try and get him for day 2, they're gonna be like, nah, sorry. Yoshiyuki tied my friend. In the last round or one of the previous rounds? You should be banned probably. Yeah, honestly, if you end up 404, you should just be banned. Believe it or not, jail time. I mean, 404 is undefeated. No, it's not, bro. I hate that so much. I hate the way the term undefeated is used for people who have ties because it's like trying to like gas up the record. Bro, a tie is not something to be proud of, bro. Why are we gassing ties? Oh my gosh, and they're undefeated going to top cut at XO3. It's like, brother, 3 ties. It's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing. Why are we gassing ties, bro? I hate it so much because people are gassing ties, bro. It's not undefeated. Motherfucker, you got a tie. You're not undefeated. Pack your bags, bro. You're done. Better than losing? But that's not even true. It's actually not true that it's better than losing. Because it's not true that it's better than losing because it means you maybe didn't give yourself the best chance of actually maximizing your match point outcome. And that's why you ended with a tie. Not losing equals undefeated? No, not losing equals only wins. Or not undefeated equals only wins. Being wins, it's only impressive when you went like 12-0 and then tied the last 2 rounds. That's the only time it's impressive. If you go like 10-0 and then ID the last 2 rounds, that's like, okay, that was impressive. But if you're coming up from 404, bro, nobody gives a fuck. It doesn't mean anything. Jesse Parker was 14-1. He was actually undefeated. See, that's what I'm talking about. We should be gassing that. If someone comes up from freaking the low bracket with 3 ties, bro, we should not be gassing that. I went undefeated at 008. Exactly. Ties are not optimal. Yes, ties are hella suboptimal. Well, that's not 100% true, but yeah. There's a difference between winning up with a bunch of ties versus going like 10-0 and then IDing the last 2 rounds and having ties. But if we just like across the board, just blatant like gas up someone being undefeated. If we just gas up someone being undefeated, irrelevant of context, it's just cringe. You can't convince me otherwise. 008 undefeated, 7-1 defeated. Exactly, bro. Bro killed it, tied every round. Yeah, no one could defeat him, bro. Like, sure, he went 008 and didn't make day 2, but he was undefeatable, bro. No one could take him down. What a legend. Absolutely maybe one of the best players in the tournament at the 008 record. Love to see it, to be honest. One of the greatest. They never make day 2, but they stay undefeated, so. What Australians are playing? Just one, right? 2 people from New Zealand. Nigel's over in New Zealand after a top cut in... Where did Nigel just make top cut? Was it in Melbourne? Did Nigel come over here to try and reach for the invite? And then one person from Australia, Hang. Let's be honest, if someone makes 008, that is impressive. No, they could just be slow playing every game. How is that impressive? That's what I'm saying. Without context, it's not impressive. But we're gassing up like someone with 3 ties and be like, all right. And listen, I don't actually care that much, but the way I always think about it, and this is the way I think about stuff in general when I like talk about the game. That's why I hate when people use terms poorly. It's because like for the casual player watching, they're like, oh my gosh, they're undefeated. Like, but no, it's not actually that big of a deal. It's like, oh, they're undefeated, but this one player who went 11-1, they have a loss. But this other player who over here who is, I don't know, 903, they didn't actually lose a game. They didn't lose a match. The 10-1 is way more impressive. The 10-1 is infinitely more impressive than 903. But if you're a casual player and the casters are gassing up someone being undefeated, you all of a sudden like think it's more impressive than it actually is. The 10-1 is infinitely more impressive than the player who's 903. Infinitely more impressive. But when you put that little extra bit on top of the 903, you gas it up with that undefeated term. All of a sudden that casual player has like, it doesn't know what's going on, or they think it's like more impressive. Okay, but what gets more people talking? Calling a 903 undefeated because I'm here yapping about it right now. I'm here talking about it right now. What gets the people going? Honestly, Toad School EX is what gets the people going, bro. We need some more Toad School EX in here. Appreciate the 3 months there, Border. Caster successfully rage baited Azul. Dude, yeah, the casters rage baited me, and I didn't even have them unmuted the whole freaking stream. God, they got me. No. It's provocative. All right, well, we have like 50 minutes until... Honestly, the stream starts late sometimes, though. Yoshiyuki 404. No! Not Yoshiyuki 2, bro. No! No! 404, bro. You can't be 404 out here, bro. Dude, 404. The two... Oh, no. 3 Japanese players made cut. Or made day 2. None of them can make cut, though. Actually, no. This player did not make day 2. These 2 players made day 2. The 404s, bro. They're undefeated? Oh, they're undefeated, though. Chad, how do you feel about that, though? How do you feel about someone being able to make day 2 undefeated and not be able to make top cut? Does that annoy you the way it annoys me? Like, you can go into day 2 undefeated, but you can't make top cut? Like, that's... They need to change the rule. They need to make it so the undefeated players can make top cut, bro. I'm sick of this. Oh, wait. One last thing I was going to do here real fast. Very annoying? Yes. Very tilting. Yes. Okay, so 1688, 17% tie rate. Is it going to hold at 17? I think it's going to come down to 16. Maybe it'll be 17. Let's do a quick Swiss calculator here. Heading into day 2. Oh, we can actually do the math on this. I am kind of curious. Do I want to do the math on this, though? Are all these rounds done? Could do the math. I don't really want to do the math. If someone else does the math, I'll apply the correct number. I'll just do 0.4 for now. Is 70% big? No. Like 15 to 17 is like, I think 16 is the average, and then 15 to 17 is like the... Yeah, it's like 15 to 17 is the reach. They need a better system than opponent's percentage and opponent's win percentage? Why? That almost never comes up. It like does not matter. The opponent's win percentage and opponent's win percentage almost never comes up. And when it like, what else would you replace as a tiebreaker? Actually, is the head-to-head ever applied as a tiebreaker? The head-to-head should come first, right? But that's not applied, is it? But head-to-head should be the first tiebreaker. Like, if you beat them in the tournament of Swiss, you should be placed in top cut above them. Is the correct ID in a winning position if your opponent has big dreamy eyes? Can be. Remember one time of registration was a tiebreaker? Wait, was it? I don't think that's ever true. Was that? Oh, no. Time of registration? No, you're capping on that one. I don't remember that one. I think the next one after opponents is the head-to-head. The head-to-head should come before that one, though. Your webcam is off? I know. They don't have to use opponent's win percentage if they do asymmetrical top cut, right? No, but it still applies for like top cut at League Cups, and also applies for like top 16 and top 32 tiebreakers. So the opponent's win percentage and opponent's win percentage still matters. Yeah. Oh no, I guess head-to-head wouldn't actually work, actually. No, because you have to apply everyone's head-to-head. Oh no, never mind. Head-to-head doesn't work. Head-to-head doesn't work. Because you have to apply it versus everyone who's at the same record. Like if there's 10 people at a record and 5 of them make top 32 and 5 of them make top 64 at the 32 line, you have to apply everyone's head-to-head to figure out who makes it and who doesn't. That wouldn't work. Because you're not head-to-head against everyone. Never mind. Head-to-head doesn't make any sense. Don't listen to me. I don't actually talk. All right. So X2 or X12 into cut tomorrow. One of the two. I think the way it usually breaks down is X12 usually makes cut. But yeah, X21 has no chance of making top cut for sure. For sure. Yeah, X21 is out, even though they did make day 2. Shout out to all my undefeateds in day 2. Is opponent's win percentage a good system? I'm new and sounds weird. It's like rarely comes up, Chase. It doesn't actually really come up very often. Actually, no, it doesn't come up for tournament progression, like from making it from day 1 to day 2 to top cut. It doesn't matter at all, which is the most important part. It only matters for like getting top 32, getting top 64, stuff like that. Yeah. So what would you replace it with? Yeah, the question is, what would you replace it with? Like if there's 10 people with the same record, 5 of them make top 32, 5 of them don't. It comes down to opponent's win percentage. It comes up a lot more in locals. That is fair. It does come up at local. It does come up into locals. That is fair. for like local top 8s for like cups and stuff. But like, what would you replace it with? That's what I'm saying. Like, what would you replace it with? You know, our pre-release had me heated. Appreciate the 8 months there, Fooch. No, it's a good system. Well, no, I'm not talking about you, layman walk. I'm talking to the people who say, who are like kind of questioning the system. Like, what would, I just don't know what you'd replace it with. There could be something better as well. I'm actually curious. I don't have a clue what it would be. Rock, paper, scissors tiebreaker. Oh, lock it in. I'm down. I'm down. All right. What was I doing? PTCG live? Sure. Oh, no. I'm just curious if the general consensus is it is good. If it's good. I don't think anyone would say it's... I mean, I wouldn't say it's good. I think it's just fine. But it's just I can't come up with a better system. Like, the question is more so what else would you replace it with? I don't have an answer. So it's like, all right, well, we have to do this. We may as well just do this, right? Give us the toad. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone would ever say it's... I don't know. Some people maybe would say it's good. I don't know what the alternative is, though, to call it good, though. You know what I'm saying? Ram or kick? Gotta ram them, right? Or... No, it has to be a grass one. I'll never be what you want me to be. Put in one of each Toad School, just like Ross showed us. All right, I'm on it. Pokemon is just vile, bro. True. What else was in the... Is that all the Pokemon that Ray played? I don't really want to go back and like copy Ray's. I don't want to go like try and make Ray's exact 60. Oh, there's no vessels. It's the Latias. Oh, Latias, yeah. Latias. Lottie. Dude, how the heck did I end up on N? Nest ball. I want a moment to be real. Billy? There was Billy, yeah. This is just like 4 Iono 4 research, 3 boss or something like that, probably. Prime and then super odds. And then like a lot of grass, right? Like, I don't even know, like 14 maybe? Dude, I always do this. Gosh darn. Oh, meant to be real. E-switch? Oh yeah, good call. I mean, that looks pretty good to me, right? Broken 60? Pretty good? Ultras? Nah. No counter catcher? No counter catcher. Ultra Ball 2, I think. Was there Ultra Balls in the build? Oh, there was. There definitely was a couple Ultra Balls, right? Iron Bundle? Nah. I wasn't paying close attention. Well, you probably should have paid better attention then. Lock in. Honestly, I could see like 3 area zeros being good in the deck as well. I think there was some Ultra Balls, so maybe it's like 12 plus some Ultras. I know there was 3 Super Odds, but I hate the idea of 3 Super Odds, so I'm just gonna do 2. I run 3, you gotta have 3, frankly. 4 research seems like a lot. No. I could get behind 3 area 0, to be honest. I can get behind that. We could also just play one of these, I guess. Like maybe I'm playing too much of the slime mold colony. Now that we have Ultra Balls in here, I guess we can get away with just one of these. I'm okay with that. 3 Iron 2 boss? No, we're definitely running 3 boss. I just run Energy Retriever. Nope. Do we have a Briar in the deck for the surprise ogre? We could. I just have to like play with the deck more to see if I'd want to do that. Vessel? I don't think so. Did Ray play Vessel? I think you'd play like 1, maybe 2. Coach will beat IF? I mean, probably, for sure, right? It's gotta be. Bringing Venusaur to the Portland Cup tomorrow. Think my chances are okay? No. Oh, wait, now the stream starts at 9 p.m. Okay, hold up. I actually might take a break here, to be honest. The stream for the Indonesia tournament doesn't start until 9 p.m. I could like take a 2-hour break here and then come back. That's probably the better call for me, to be honest. Take a break, come back in an hour. Like I'm gonna go eat food, take a break, go eat food, chill, come back in an hour and a half. That seems like it's probably the better move, to be honest. Little resets. That way I'm not too burnt out going into the going into it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. I will be back. I'll be back in like an hour and a half for Master Ball League. That's the plan then. Okay, let me find something to rate here before I get off on Twitch. I'll send y'all over somewhere until I get back. Will you come back for sure? Yeah, definitely. You put the Toad 60 in Discord? Already is. Go ahead and rate ADL. All right, have a good one, chat. I will see you all, yeah, in an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes. It says the stream starts at 9 p.m. my time, so that's then. So yeah, I'll take a little break, go get some food, drink some water, and I'll see you all in a bit. Peace.